like I said, a very democratic way to get everybody involved. We're really asking because we're trying to make a case here at this trial today, that the Cold War was pretty much a Trojan horse for U.S. fascism. And this is a big ship to steer. And so, what we're going to do with the chat once we get started is to really be able to use it as a documentation for what we're going to be doing in the future. So, try and keep, if you're going to please add to the chat, really try and keep it U.S. Cold War focused. And as you will see in the testimony today, that could go back even more than 100 years. So, okay, thank you. So I'm going to begin now. So many people in. We have 137 people already in the chat and more coming all the time. Okay. So I want to say welcome to the Cold War Truth Commission, a day of education, testimony, and action. It's an honor and privilege and a responsibility to be here today. My name is Rachel Brunke, and I'm president of the board of directors of Witness for Peace Southwest. I want to first thank the people who have helped us make this happen today. Frank Dorrell, my dear friend from Addicted to War, Code Pink, so many great people speaking from Code Pink today, and also just the whole infrastructure that they have really taken on to help this issue move forward, of taking on the Cold War. Specifically, Emily and Mary are running tech today, and I want to give a shout out to Carly, who's been helping, and you know who you are, helping for so long. So we've had so much response, especially in the past month, in the past 6 weeks, to this opportunity to testify at a Cold War Truth Commission. The response has been incredible, and to us, it's a sign of the times and the need for us to take the reins of this conversation. Sincere people, we know and we believe, from Congress or even common Americans, are really asking themselves, what happened on January 6th? How did we become such a violent and dysfunctional and lied to and lying country? And we believe today that our testifiers will be providing a lot of that answer. So we ask for people to put their congressperson into the chat, because we really want you to, after this event, and tomorrow's Monday, after this event or even during this event, to contact your congressional representatives. So I'm going to have first a young man from Honduras. He has a short clip, and he would like to say hello to all of us at the Cold War Truth Commission.
I want to welcome you all and thank you for participating in this Truth Commission today. My name is Miguel Angel. I am 25 and I'm a student activist for my country, Honduras. I am in political exile in the U.S. ironically, for Americans continue Cold War again. Socialist values everywhere in the world. Cuz killed in the ruined countries, and we get testimony of what has happened to me and to my country later in the program. For now, I want to say thank you, and I hope many good things come from today. Is to commission on the so-called Cold War, which for so many countries never was cold.
Thank you. That is my dear friend, Miguel Angel, and you will be hearing from him later, his personal testimony. And if you didn't understand, I want to highlight one concept that he did say. He said, coups kill and they ruin countries. And so we are here to pay tribute to the people around the world and in our own countries whose lives have been deeply affected by the U.S. Cold War. This is our second Cold War Truth Commission, obviously the largest, amazing. Our first was in 2017. We did it in Los Angeles. And some of the speakers here today were also speakers at that event. And I want to read a little language that we used at that first event to put this in context. Are you now, or have you ever been, discounted and ridiculed for your ideals and activism, or called a red or a communist or a socialist, in order to intimidate and discredit your ideas or your solutions to today's domestic or international problems? You are not alone. In fact, you are part of a 150-year-long drama of U.S. red baiting, illegality, and anti-communist hysteria. A history that, if understood, can help us unravel and understand both today's domestic and international events. Our mission statement is that we consider the U.S. Cold War to be our nation's third and as of yet unrecognized crime, after the genocide and land theft against Native Americans and the kidnapping and enslavement of African peoples. Our mission with the Cold War Truth Commission is to continue exposing U.S. illegal and immoral actions in the name of anti-communism at home and abroad. We seek to show how today's perverse violence and injustice, both at home and abroad, are intimately tied up to the perpetration of the U.S. Cold War, both historically and ongoing today. We believe that unraveling the web of lies and beginning a formal truth-telling on this issue will help the people in the U.S. and around the world understand. Without truth about the U.S. Cold War, there can be no true reconciliation for our times. The Cold War Truth Commission, because it was never recognized and because it is still happening. Let the trial begin. Frank, to you.
Thanks, Rachel. Thanks so much. Hello, everybody. My name is Frank Dorrell, and I'm an anti-war peace and justice activist. We are here today to talk about the big lie that we live here in the United States. We have many important truth tellers who will be testifying to the illegal and immoral wars this country has waged against many poor and defenseless countries around the world, resulting in the deaths of between 20 to 30 million people during this so-called Cold War. I want to thank Rachel for making this event happen. Thank you, Rachel. It was her idea, and she, as she said, she had the first Cold War Truth Commission 3 years ago at a church in Los Angeles. I was there. I also want to thank all the speakers that will be testifying today, all the amazing people we're having today. This is unprecedented. It's historic what we're doing today. I want to welcome a big welcome to all the anti-war activists and others who are watching today on Zoom and on YouTube. I want to acknowledge Mary Miller and Emily Dorrell, who are running the Zoom meeting. They both work for Code Pink, and Emily Dorrell is my daughter. And I do want to thank Code Pink for all the help they've given us in making this event happen and for all they do. And I want to mention the other organizations that are endorsing this event. World Beyond War, Veterans for Peace, KPFK 90.7 FM radio here in Los Angeles, Roots Action, Project Censored, Covert Action Magazine, Media Freedom Foundation, Peace Workers, Global Network Against Weapons and Nuclear Foundation, Nuclear Power in Space, it's the School of America's Watch, the Harriet Tubman Center for Social Justice, Anti-Racist Action, COVID-19 Global Solidarity Coalition, and Women Against Military Madness. Thank you for all these groups for endorsing and spreading the word about our event. For me, I first learned about the deadly and barbaric nature of U.S. foreign policy when I discovered KPFK radio here in Los Angeles in 1980. It goes back, that's 41 years. I first heard Noam Chomsky talking about U.S. supported death squads in El Salvador. And for me, that was my beginning because I didn't know anything about this. I first put my film together, what I've learned about U.S. foreign policy, the war against the Third World, in 2000, in an attempt to educate people about the major crimes committed by our country. It's been updated since then, and it's now 13 segments, different speakers and films edited down, giving the truth, like we're going to do today here. Then in 2002, with the help of AK Press, we printed 20,000 copies of Addicted to War, Why the U.S. Can't Get Militarism by Joel Andreas. And we have now distributed close to 240,000 copies of this fantastic anti-war book, which is being used in hundreds of high schools and colleges as a history book. And thirdly, I was associate producer of the film Paying the Price for Peace, the story of S. Brown Wilson. It came out 4 years ago. It's a fantastic film. What I want to remind everybody watching that this event will be on YouTube after today and will be available for others to see at any time in the future. Now I'm going to read what Blaise Pompeian wrote for the first Cold War Truth Commission 3 years ago. But before I do that, I want to tell you just a little about Blaise. He was a longtime anti-war peace and justice activist. He was a Marino priest in Guatemala until he was kicked out of the country for refusing to support the CIA and what they were doing to the poor people there. Blaise and his wife, Teresa, founded their group, the Office of the Americas, in 1983. Blaise hosted his show on KPFK called World Focus for something like 40 years. And half of the people speaking today probably were on Blaise's show. And he was a mentor to so many of us in Southern California and all across the country. Blaise passed away 2 years ago. Well over 1,000 people came to his memorial. He was so well loved and respected. And I want to just finish about Blaise. He always said that he did his anti-war work because he wanted to stop his country, the United States, from killing millions of innocent people all over the world. Blaise Pompeian, presente. And now I'm going to read what Blaise wrote 3 years ago for the Cold War Truth Commission. The Cold War was an attempt to continue the military-industrial windfall profits of World War II. The Cold War was followed by a long era of profit without useful production. Millions of innocent civilians were murdered simply for being called communists. The word communist could be simply translated as okay to kill. In the past 28 years, the word communist has been replaced by the word terrorist. Our nation conducts a war of terror primarily against civilians. The commercial media silence in the United States during our current devastation of Yemen, Iraq, Afghanistan, Libya, Syria, Somalia, and Pakistan, together with the immediate threat of biocide by thermonuclear weapons, is outdoing the demonic Holocaust of the Third Reich. Silence is complicity. Blaise Pompeian, PhD. Okay, and I guess I'm still on, because right now we're going to show a video clip of former attorney Ramsey Clark. And I'll just tell you a little bit of Ramsey Clark. He was Attorney General of the United States under LBJ, Lyndon Baines Johnson. After he left that position, he went to Vietnam and he saw what he was doing there, and he became an anti-war activist of the highest level. Blaise has traveled Ramsey has traveled all over the world, witnessing what the United States has been doing to people in poor countries and killing millions of them, sanctioning them, and oppressing them. A film titled Citizen Clark, A Life of Principle, was made by Joseph Stillman. It came out a couple years ago. This video clip you're going to see is an edited version of a talk Ramsey gave in 1998 at the Holman Methodist Church, the church of the Reverend James Lawson. I was there that night. It's titled, this talk is titled Plutocracy, Wealth Governs This Country. And I want to say this was filmed by Ralph Cole, and it's part of my film, what I learned about this foreign policy, what you're going to see. And due to the health reasons, Ramsey could not be with us here tonight, but here's this 8-minute clip of Ramsey Clark.
The war movement for 3 decades. Ramsey has traveled all over the world and has been in Iraq every year since the sanctions were imposed.
If you think it's been a long evening, wait till I get through. but we're going to have to take some long evenings because this planet is deeply troubled, and the greatest cause of that trouble is our own government. In the speech that Reverend James Lawson referred to, that Martin Luther King made on April the 5th, 1967, the most startling thing that he said at the time, and the thing that caused the most anger and hatred to be directed toward him, was this sentence: "The greatest purveyor of violence on earth is my own government." 31 years ago. Why anyone would have been startled is hard to say, because it was an obvious fact. But apparently we need more education in the obvious than we do examination of the obscure and unknown. Last year, U.S. military expenditures, with all the suffering on the planet, all the sickness and hunger and ignorance and pain, the American military budget was $265 billion. The second largest government expenditure for militarism was $48 billion, and that was the Russian Federation. The United States military expenditures exceed those of the top 12 government expenditures on earth by themselves, and are more than a third of all the military expenditures on the planet. We have a war party in this country, and we've had it all along. And you can call it Democrat for a while, and you can call it Republican for a while, but it has been the special economic interests in this society that have governed us from the time that we founded our governments on this continent. And the people have never controlled those governments. We call ourselves the world's greatest democracy. We are absolutely a plutocracy. It's the most obvious thing in the world. Wealth governs this country, and wealth uses military violence to control the rest of the world as best it can. And we're responsible, and we will pay the price for it. If we don't control our violence, if we don't control the effect of the symbol of our glorification of violence on our children and on the rest of the planet, then this human species is going to be the first to destroy itself completely. And that's the road the United States government has put us on. The single most pertinent statement on this issue was by Henry Kissinger. When the Iran-Iraq war began, over 1 million very young men lost their lives in that war. Henry Kissinger said at the beginning of the war, 8 years of war, "I hope they kill each other." And that was exactly our policy. What could be better? Have them kill each other. Then who has to worry about that region anymore, you know? And don't think that's not exactly our policy. All over the world where there are poor peoples living today, that's the solution to overpopulation. Call it triage, whatever you want to call it. Let them kill each other, let them die. And they're dying all over Asia, Africa, and Latin America, where the masses of poor people live. They're expendable there as they are expendable here. As appalling as what we've done and what we've threatened to Iraq, the worst violence that all of our technology could unleash, and then the strangulation of the sanctions, the thing we have to realize is it's what our government leadership has been doing all along. It's not terribly different than how we addressed the folks that were here to meet the Mayflower, standing on the dock, the North American Aboriginal peoples, the Indians as we call them. A long steady course of destruction of those peoples. It's not terribly different than what we did to the slaves that were brought over in chains from Africa, those that survived the transit, which wasn't easy. You look in our history books, you don't read about a Philippine-American war. You read the Philippine history books, and they know about a Philippine-American war. We call it the Spanish-American War. We were liberating the Filipinos. We killed more than 1 million. Now we're bragging about the covert actions we're going to engage in against Iraq. Do you doubt for a minute that they're planning covert actions in half a dozen other places right now? That we'll react to them 5 years after the misery has begun and the people have been devastated? What we have to realize is that if we don't stand up and stop this now, if we can't stop these sanctions in Iraq, and if with them we can't prohibit any further use of sanctions that are designed to impact on the poor, then there are no poor people on the planet that will ever be safe from our government and its future acts. It's imperative that we stop them in Iraq today and that we prohibit them in the future as applied to any people, because it is a weapon of mass destruction. We have to stop military interventions by our government completely. We cannot permit more U.S. military interventions in foreign countries. We have to stop economic interventions. We've got to cancel foreign debt that has enslaved most of the poor countries of the planet. Cancel it. So let's organize through every effort and opportunity we have in our families, in our churches, in our mosques, in our synagogues, and in our schools, and at our jobs, a massive coalition committed to end militarism and economic exploitation by our government. Thank you. God bless.
Thank you, Ramsey Clark. He mentioned Native American, the genocide and land theft against Native Americans. Please, in the chat, if you know the tribe on whose land you sit, put it in the chat if you know. If you don't, then find out. And we are here in Los Angeles on Gabrielino Tongva land. So our next testimony will be from Jim Lafferty. Jim Lafferty is the Executive Director Emeritus of the National Lawyers Guild in Los Angeles, host of the Lawyers Guild show on KPFK, and a member of the governing board of the ACLU of Southern California. Jim has, over the past 55 years, played a national leadership role in major anti-war and civil rights movements. Jim?
There we go. Hi, Rachel. Well, Frank, Rachel, thank you so much. Those who have organized this really comprehensive war crimes, tribunal, if you will, commission on the Cold War, I think did so on behalf of exposing the lies and common misconceptions about the Cold War. And what I'm going to try to do in anticipation of hearing from a wide array of highly knowledgeable speakers is to raise some of the critically important questions about the Cold War that call for answers and understanding, and to flag in advance some of the key lies and myths that today's speakers will no doubt explore more fully. When historians speak of the Cold War, they're generally talking of that period from 1947 to 1991, and it's called a Cold War because the United States and the former Soviet Union, as well as China, were not in direct military conflict with one another. But I contend, therefore, that the very first lie or myth that must be laid to rest about the Cold War is that it was a Cold War, because there was nothing cold about it. In fact, estimates of the death toll linked to the Cold War, as I think Frank mentioned, run from 20 to 25 million people by estimating the tally from related civil wars, interventions, genocides in which the former Soviet Union and the United States often played a pivotal role. As such, the Cold War was ranked as the 9th deadliest in world history, and the United States bears the responsibility for the great majority of those deaths. This horrific death toll is in major part a direct consequence of the fact that although the United States was not engaging in a direct military war with the Soviets or China during the Cold War, didn't mean the three nations were not at military war with each other by proxy. By supporting and arming one side or another in one or more of other nations' civil wars that took place over the course of the Cold War. Think of the millions. Think of the millions who died in Korea and Vietnam, both militarily and civilian deaths. Does anyone doubt that the death toll of those civil wars would have been far lower had the two sides in those civil wars not had the backing, military and otherwise, of the world's two major powers, as well as China? I saw the evidence of this firsthand in 1971, while North Vietnam was still at war. I was in Hanoi at the time. I was visiting the War Museum one day in Hanoi, where I could clearly see written on the fragments of the munitions in that museum, "Made in the USA." Further proof that the Cold War was not truly cold is found in the answer to this question. Can acts of a government, other than military acts, constitute acts of war? Well, for instance, what about sanctions that Ramsey was just talking about? Sanctions imposed by the United States on nations like Cuba and Iraq and Iran and on it goes. They've caused hundreds of thousands of deaths, if not more, and injuries, primarily to civilians in those sanctioned countries. Are not then imposing sanctions acts of war? How about refusals? How about embargoes, blockades, refusals to trade with unfavored nations? All of these non-military actions cause death and destruction as surely as do bombs and guns and tanks. And as I say, it's the United States that's responsible still for much of the starvation in North Korea caused by our continuing sanctions there imposed on that nation even after the end of the military conflict in the Korean War. Are we not responsible for some of the suffering in Iran? And think about the life-destroying sanctions and embargoes we're now putting in place and now in place against Venezuela. What about political interference and sabotage conducted by Cold War countries? Was not the United States orchestrated overthrow of Muhammad Mossadegh in 1953, the first democratically elected prime minister of Iran, an act of war? Or our aid and backing of the 1973 military overthrow of the Salvador Allende government in Chile? Now, there are other myths about the Cold War that today's fine speakers will no doubt talk about. The notion that it brought stability to the world and halted the proliferation of nuclear arms and all of that nonsense. But I want to turn now to this. In the United States, we were told it was because we had to stop communism before it reached our shores. Remember the shores, remember the so-called domino effect. And so in the name of stopping the spread of communism to our shores, we not only experienced McCarthyism era witch hunts ruining untold numbers of American lives at home, we also sent our sons and daughters to die in foreign lands in Korea and in Vietnam, and we spent trillions of dollars on military hardware and equipment that should have been spent on domestic needs instead of making obscene profits for corporate America. Now, a second lie or myth is the claim that the Cold War ended in conjunction with the collapse of the Soviet Union. But does anyone seriously doubt that the United States is still engaged in a Cold War with Russia and now also China? I mean, just this past week, President Biden called Vladimir Putin a killer and promised reprisals for Russia's alleged interference in the 2020 presidential election. And now corporate America has got behind the notion the government has got to spend over $27 billion in new anti-China military readiness in response to Admiral Philip Davidson's belief, and I quote, "China is the strategic threat of the century to the US," close quote. The top officials in the Biden administration, including Biden himself, agree with him. This is not just a Democratic Republican thing. This is a capitalist thing. And so the never-ending arms race and the profits to be made from it continues and gains more speed. And think about how the Cold War nations are still waging proxy wars with one another in places like Syria and Yemen, and the cyber wars now taking place between the major powers as well. But we've got to dig deeper still to understand why the ruling elite in the United States so desperately needs a boogeyman to frighten the American people with, be it Russia or China, and thereby continue the Cold War. Because no matter how far those countries have strayed from true communism, making them the boogeyman still provides political cover for the United States, political cover for corporate America to continue its imperialism, to continue gobbling up the resources of weaker nations in the name of ever greater corporate profits, be those the resources of capitalist nations or pseudo communist nations. Well, this in turn makes it very clear to me that the Cold War is and always has been a class war throughout this world and here in the United States as well. And exposing this truth and then building a powerful enough movement to replace the greedy and corporate capitalist economic system with a socialist one must surely be our goal. And this in turn is why this Cold War Truth Commission is so critically important. The world is in crisis, brought about largely by hundreds of years of capitalist-caused wars and spoliation. Neo-fascism is again on the rise at home and abroad. Our planet, our home, is in danger of becoming unable to sustain life due to our despoiled environment. But what we must remember, if we are not to give up in despair, is that we have won great victories over these same evils in the past, and that therefore history itself is on our side. Yes, we've got to remember that things can change if we have the will to change them. Today, yeah, America is a divided country. But ironically, in that division may lie the best hope and opportunity we've had in generations to finally make America the kind of socially and economically just country it can be. Because while the stakes have never been higher, neither has the awareness of so many in our nation that our capitalist system is failing our people. So as you listen to today's inspiring activists, knowledgeable speakers, vow to join the growing movement to form a more massive and more united movement, a movement for true progressive and liberating change. And as you join this effort, vow to remember that with history on our side, we the people at long suffering last can and will finally make America the America of our dreams. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jim. I purposely kept my words short at the beginning. I'm going to take a little liberty every once in a while to interject after our different testimonies. First of all, I want to have you look at the chat. Emily Dorrell just put in the link to the program. It's such a long program, you might not have it right there, but if you click on that link, you'll be able to see and remember throughout the day what the next speaker is, et cetera, et cetera. Something, you know, Jim mentioned Vladimir Putin. And as you know, not only was he called a killer, but he right back at Biden called basically for a global debate. Basically, in my mind, a global Cold War Truth Commission and a global commission on violence. So that might be something interesting to hook up with them. Also, Jim mentioned, you know, the harm and destruction that has come from the U.S. Cold War around the world. And to me, I'm an environmental resource engineer. That's my training. That's what I work in. I teach high school, teaching kids about sustainable development and being so inspired by them. But to me, this is also such a question of why we had to crush these different models around the world, that they're basically the idea of two different development models, one of cooperation and the other of competition, one of whose priority is human resource development and the other whose primary concern is consumption. And so we're finding that both humans and the environment are coming up against limits to the development model that has been pushed and quote unquote won through violence. So, you know, people might say we won the Cold War in 1991, and my answer to that would be, so how's that working for the world? So should it have been the one that won? So again, up for debate. Before I introduce the next speaker, I will ask a question of you all in the chat. Help us out for the record here. The reason that we called it a truth commission was very much to be able to tell these stories, but also it builds upon the unfortunate but very important legacy of other truth commissions that that the world has had and had to have had. And so I'm going to mention a couple now, but if you please would, in the chat, if you know of others that might not have called themselves truth commissions, but that they had the same type of intent. The first truth commission was Argentina after the Dirty Wars in the early 80s, followed by Guatemala and South Africa. Those are probably, and Rwanda, those are probably the first 3 or 4 best known truth commissions in the world. And again, I ask you in the chat to mention other truth commissions that you might know of. So our next speaker is going to also present a short video clip, and I will introduce him as well as the person who made the video clip with him. So Peter Kuznick and Oliver Stone together made the video clip that you are about to see. Peter Kuznick is professor of history and director of the Nuclear Studies Institute at American University. He and Oliver Stone co-authored the New York Times best-selling book and Showtime documentary series, both titled The Untold History of the United States, the graphic novel of which will be out later this year. Oliver Stone has made many famous movies. Frank believes that his film JFK is the most important American mainstream movie ever made. His film Born on the 4th of July, The True Story of Ron Kovic, is one of the very best anti-war films ever made. He made the important documentary titled South of the Border, and he made the 12-part series titled The Untold History of the United States. His film Platoon won the Academy Award for Best Picture in 1989. So here is Peter Kuznick to introduce the clip of the film and to discuss it.
Hi, Rachel. Thank you. I was asked today to talk about Henry Wallace and the origins of the Cold War. Wallace, as some of you know, has been largely written out of history. He's an extraordinary man, and one of the themes that Oliver and I were pursuing in Untold History was that the Cold War was not inevitable. It was insane, but it was not inevitable. So let me talk for a few minutes about Henry Wallace. Wallace was born in Iowa in 1888 to a distinguished farm family. His father was Secretary of Agriculture in the Harding and Coolidge administrations, and Roosevelt chose him to be Secretary of Agriculture for the New Deal. When Wallace took over, the total farm income in 1932 was 1/3 of what it had been in 1929. Arthur Schlesinger says that he was a great Secretary of Agriculture, the best we've ever had. So he was also the leading anti-fascist in those New Deal administrations. So when Roosevelt was going to run for a 3rd term in 1940, he wanted Wallace on the ticket as vice president. He said, we need a real anti-fascist, a real progressive as vice president, because we're about to fight a war against fascism. But the problem was that the party bosses did not want Wallace on the ticket because his views were too radical. Roosevelt wrote an extraordinary letter to the Democratic Convention, turning down the nomination for president. He said, we already have one Wall Street dominated party in the United States, the Republican Party. If the Democratic Party is not going to be a progressive party fighting for social justice, then it has no reason to exist, and I'm not going to run on that ticket. He was about to send the letter when Eleanor Roosevelt went to the floor of the convention, convinced them that he was serious, and they begrudgingly put Wallace on the ticket as vice president. He was an extraordinary vice president from 1941 to 1945. When Henry Luce wrote his editorial that the 20th century must be the American century, that the US will dominate the world in every way, Wallace responded with a famous speech called The Century of the Common Man. It said the 20th century should not be the American century, it should be the century of the common man. And he called for a worldwide people's revolution in the tradition of the American Revolution, the French Revolution, the Russian Revolution, the German Revolution, the Latin American revolutions. He called for a cooperation between the US and the Soviets, end to imperialism, end to colonialism, end to economic exploitation, and spreading the fruits of science and technology around the world. That was Wallace's vision as vice president. By 1944, when it looked like Roosevelt was going to run for his fourth term, the party bosses, who were much more conservative, were very nervous about Wallace being on the ticket because they knew Roosevelt was not going to last another term and that Wallace would become the next president. So they staged what the party treasurer, Edwin Pauley, called Pauley's coup. Pauley was a California oil millionaire who said, I entered politics when I realized it was cheaper to elect a new Congress than to buy up the old Congress. And so he entered politics, and they staged this coup to try to get Wallace off the ticket. It looked like it was all set because it was not very democratic in the convention to that point. However, there was one problem. That Wallace was the second most popular man in America in 1944 behind Roosevelt. Gallup released a poll on July 20th, 1944, the day the Democratic Convention opened in Chicago. According to that poll, 65% of Americans said they wanted Wallace back as vice president. 2% said they wanted Harry Truman as vice president. At the convention, it was all set for Truman. However, Wallace gave the seconding speech for Roosevelt. The place went wild, an hour-long demonstration led by, among others, Adlai Stevenson and Hubert Humphrey. In the midst of that, Claude Pepper, senator from Florida, nicknamed Red Pepper at the time, knew if he could get to the microphone in the front of the room and get Wallace's name and nomination, it would sweep the convention, defy the bosses. So he starts to fight his way to the microphone. The party bosses, led by Mayor Kelly in Chicago, saw what was happening, and they screamed, adjourn the convention immediately. It's a fire hazard. Sam Jackson, who was chairing it, said, I have a motion to adjourn. All in favor, say aye. About 5% said aye. All opposed, no. Everybody screamed no. He said, motion carried, meeting adjourned. At that point, Claude Pepper was 5 feet from the microphone. What Oliver Stone and I argue in Untold History is that had Pepper gotten to the microphone 5 more feet, Wallace would have been back on the ticket as vice president. There would have been certainly no atomic bombing in World War II and likely no Cold War. History can be different. That's one of the things we try to show. Roosevelt asked Wallace to stay on as in the cabinet. Wallace chose to be Secretary of Commerce. Roosevelt dies on April 12, 1945. Truman becomes president. Almost overnight, Truman reverses Roosevelt's policies. Roosevelt's last telegram to Churchill said, I would minimize the general Soviet problem as much as possible because these problems in one form or another seem to arise every day and most of them straighten out. But that was not Truman's view. Truman admitted to everybody that he was in way over his head from the beginning, that he shouldn't be president, and he was right. The first day in office, April 13th, he meets with Acting Secretary of State Stettinius and with Jimmy Burns, who flies up from South Carolina. And they tell Truman that the Russians have broken all of their agreements and can't be trusted. He has a meeting 10 days later with Foreign Minister Molotov. In that meeting, he berates Molotov. He accuses him of having broken all of their agreements made at Yalta. Molotov says, I've never been spoken to that way in my life. Truman says, carry out your agreements and you won't have to be spoken to like that. Stalin telegrammed him the next day to try to set him straight on what the agreements were. But from that point on, things are going to start to fall apart. Wallace was fighting against this, still in the cabinet, trying to convince Truman what was happening and what needed to happen and what the agreements really were and why the US and the Soviets needed to be friends moving forward in the world. The situation gets further complicated by the use of the atomic bomb. I spent 12 hours on this topic with my students, but I'll just make it very brief. The Soviets at Yalta agreed to come into the Pacific War 3 months after the end of the war in Europe. The Joint Intelligence Committee of the Joint Chiefs of Staff gave several reports saying as soon as the Soviets come into the war, the Japanese will realize that continuing to fight is futile, that there is no hope for winning, and they will end the war. We knew that. Truman knew that. Truman went to Potsdam and he had lunch with Stalin on July 17th. After that meeting, he writes in his journal, Stalin will be in the Jap war by August 15th. Fini Japs when that occurs. He writes home to his wife, Bess, the next day, say, the Russians are coming in, we'll end the war a year sooner now. Think of all the kids who won't be killed. Truman knew, they all knew that Soviet entry would end the war. But still, the United States decided to use the bomb, even though it was militarily unnecessary and morally reprehensible. In fact, the United States had 8 five-star officers in 1945. 7 of the 8 are on the record saying just that the use of the bomb was either militarily unnecessary, morally reprehensible, or both. As Admiral Leahy said, the Japanese were already defeated and ready to surrender. The use of this barbarous weapon at Hiroshima and Nagasaki was of no material assistance in our war against Japan. In being the first to use it, we adopted an ethical standard common to the barbarians of the Dark Ages. How did the Soviets respond? The Soviets knew better than anybody the Japanese were desperate to surrender, and the bomb was not necessary, because the Japanese were trying to get the Soviets to intervene on their behalf to get better surrender terms. So when the US decided to use the bomb, even though it was not necessary, the Soviet leaders from Stalin on down interpreted that the bomb was landed in Hiroshima and Nagasaki, but the real target was the Soviet Union. This was America's ruthless warning that there is nothing that's going to stop the US from achieving its goals in Europe and the Pacific. And if the Soviets interfere with this, this is what they're going to get, and worse.
And
Wallace,
Peter, I wanted to let you know that we now have the clip. We were having some trouble getting it together, but we now have the clip. Can we move on to that?
Let me just finish one more,
Okay.
2 more sentences.
Thank you.
Wallace stayed in the cabinet and continued the struggle against the nuclear arms race and against the Cold War. And when he is fired by Truman for speaking out against US policy in September of 1946, that was the last chance for avoiding the Cold War. He was the last spokesperson anywhere near power who had any influence in trying to stop it. And he warned that night that this does not just mean a problem in terms of policy. This represents the possibility of the future annihilation of life on this planet. And that's what the Cold War was about. We're lucky to have survived as a species, this insanity of the Cold War. And to start it over again now with Russia and China is just as insane. So, but we're going to show a clip, the last 7 minutes of episode 10 of Untold History, which appeared first on Showtime in 2013 and has been out all over the world. The book is out in 20 languages. The documentaries are available globally. So we're going to show the last 7 minutes.
Bravo, Peter. Thank you.
China may become the first new empire to emerge in this nuclear-armed world, but an empire modeled on the US or British versions would be a disaster. Great Han chauvinism would be no better than American exceptionalism. Former defense official Joseph Nye observed that the dominant power's failure to integrate the rising powers of Germany and Japan into the 20th century global system resulted in 2 catastrophic world wars. History must not be allowed to repeat itself again. The Chinese must shun the American example, and the US must reverse course. Henry Wallace worried that if the US treated the Soviets so badly when the US was riding high economically and militarily, how would the Soviets treat the US when and if the situation was reversed? It never happened, but this race to the bottom he understood would have no winner. As we close out this series, we must ask ourselves humbly, in looking back at the American century, have we acted wisely and humanely in our relations to the rest of the world? A world in which the richest few hundred or 1,000 or a couple thousand have more wealth than the poorest 3 billion? Have we been right to police the globe? Have we been a force for good, for understanding, for peace? We must look in the mirror. Have we perhaps in our self-love become the angels of our own despair? The claims of victory in the Second World War and justification for the atomic bomb dropped on Japan, though aimed at the Soviet Union, were the founding myths of our domination and national security state, and the nation's elites have benefited from that. The bomb has allowed us to win by any means necessary, which makes us, because we win, right, and because we are right, we are therefore good. Under these conditions, there is no morality but our own. As Secretary of State Madeleine Albright said, but if we have to use force, it is because we are America. We are the indispensable nation. Because we can and have threatened humanity with a bomb, our mistakes are forgiven, and our cruelty is justified as benignly motivated aberrations. But domination doesn't last. 5 major empires have collapsed in the lifetime of a person born before World War II. Britain, France, Germany, Japan, and the Soviet Union. 3 more empires earlier in the 20th century. The Russian, Austro-Hungarian, and Ottoman. If history is a barometer, the United States domination will end as well. We wisely resisted becoming a colonial empire, and most Americans would deny all imperial pretensions. Perhaps that is why we cling so doggedly to the myth of American exceptionalism, American uniqueness, benevolence, generosity. Maybe in that fanciful notion lies the seeds of American redemption, the hope that the United States will live up to that vision which seemed within grasp in 1944 when Wallace almost became president, or 1953 when Stalin died with a new U.S. president in office, or JFK and Khrushchev in 1963, or Bush and Gorbachev in '89, or Obama in 2008. History has shown us the curve of the ball could have broken differently. These moments will come again in a different form. Will we be ready? I think back to Franklin Roosevelt on the last day of his life, cabling Churchill.
I would minimize the Soviet problem as much as possible, because these problems, in one form or another, seem to arise every day, and most of them straighten out.
Calming down the situations that occur, letting things happen without overreacting, seeing the world through the eyes of our adversaries. This way lies in sharing in the needs of other countries with true empathy and compassion, trusting a collective will of this planet to survive the coming period, ending the threats of nuclear annihilation and global warming. Can we not surrender our exceptionalism and our arrogance? Can we not cut out the talk of domination? Can we stop appealing to God to bless America over other nations? Hardliners and nationalists will object, but theirs has proven not to be the way. A young woman said to me in the 1970s, we need to feminize this planet. I thought it strange then, but now I realize there's power in love, real power in real love. Let us find a way back to respect the law, not of the jungle, but the law of civilization, by which we first came together and put aside our differences to preserve the things that matter. Herodotus wrote in the 5th century before Christ, the first history was written in the hope of preserving from decay the remembrance of what men have been. And for that reason, the history of man is not only one of blood and death, but one also of honor, achievement, kindness, memory, and civilization. There is a way forward by remembering the past. And then we can start, step by step, like a baby reaching for the stars.
For in the final analysis, our most basic common link is that we all inhabit this small planet. We all breathe the same air. We all cherish our children's future. And we are all mortal.
Bravo. Thank you. Frank, Frank will introduce our next speaker giving testimony unless Peter, okay, thank you.
Thank you for that. Thank you, Peter. Thank you, Oliver. Our next speaker is Daniel Ellsberg, perhaps the most famous whistleblower in the history of our country. Daniel was in the Marines. He is the former Defense and State Department Saigon official who revealed the Pentagon Papers, a top secret history of U.S. decision-making in Vietnam, to 17 newspapers in 1971, for which he faced a possible 115 years in prison. Daniel is the author of The Doomsday Machine, Confessions of a Nuclear War Planner. Welcome, Daniel. We got Daniel?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Not allowed to unmute themselves. Okay. All right. We've heard and we will hear very broad analyses of what has been going on in the Cold War and the new Cold Wars that continue. I want to focus on one that was not salient to me as late as writing my most recent book, The Doomsday Machine, Confessions of a Nuclear War Planner. It was after that, actually, that I think I became aware really of the I in the military-industrial complex, the MIC, which I think I neglected for some 60 years or so before that, of focus and obsession with our wars, our interventions, our military activities, but above all, with our nuclear threats and our nuclear buildup. Most arms control and disarmament efforts, anti-nuclear efforts, and nuclear for that matter, focus almost entirely on strategic comments, concepts within the Defense Department, within the military services, and within the think tanks, which are, of course, part of this complex. My friend Ray McGovern says it's not just an MIC. You make the military-industrial complex that Eisenhower warned us of in 1960, and by the 61. And by the way, the original drafts of that speech, remarkable speech actually, about the unwarranted influence that might come, or actually did exist, from this military-industrial complex, but it was originally called the MICC, the Military Industrial Congressional Complex. That certainly deserved part of that, but then someone noticed that he was going to deliver this speech in front of Congress and that they might take offense. So the congressional part of that came out. But as Ray McGovern points out, it could be well called Mickey Matt, Military, Industrial, Congressional, Intelligence, Media, Academic, and think tank. At least I was, of course, in a think tank working for the Air Force, in particular, the RAND Corporation. And in those days, I would say you could work year after year, and you can read all of these books, which I have behind me here, and look at the index and look for the name Boeing or Lockheed or Northrop Grumman or General Dynamics. They're just not there, as though they were just tradesmen who were doing the bidding of the strategists in the White House, in the Pentagon, in Ellsberg, and the RAND Corporation. Not their influence at all. It was after my book came out a few years ago, a couple of years ago, that I came across this book, Harry S. Truman, and the war scare of 1948. And it put me onto a whole new line of analysis, and I'll try to summarize the message that came through to me there, which was actually new to me after all these years. During the Second World War, a handful of firms, quite a number, hello, can you hear me? Yeah. During the Second World War, the majority of our planes were actually built by Ford and GM. And when the war ended in August and the orders were abruptly canceled for new warplanes, Ford and GM went back to building cars very happily, really pent up wartime demand. But other companies like Lockheed and Douglas and Martin, the others that had built up from almost nothing before the war, from very small to enormous profits and gross, but also profits on investments that were mainly made by the government and supplied on lease, in effect, to these companies who had made enormous profits on their invested capital, which was relatively small. Suddenly, they found that their market had vanished. And to some extent, they tried to satisfy a civilian need for civilian aircraft, or even go into other businesses like building buses or other vehicles. And they couldn't compete commercially with Ford or GM or any of the others who were used to cost-benefit analysis and efficiency. They had been built up on cost-plus contracts, which essentially paid almost no attention at all to cost, and they were not simply built to compete in a commercial market. They were all facing going bankrupt, literally bankrupt. Their orders, as I say, went from almost one day to the next in August of 1945, from enormous to nothing. And they were desperate. Some of them did go bankrupt, but others were looking, so we have only three alternatives that keep up this cutthroat competition between us, or to merge and somehow, as one could have less mouths to feed here or something, or go bankrupt. And the answer was that they had, as during the war, had to have orders from the executive branch, from the military, for large numbers of warplanes. Well, it was peacetime, in a sense. But that wasn't appropriate. What was needed was preparation for war, readiness for war all the time, essentially a permanent war economy. And they got it, starting lobbying in early 46, actually. And before that, not long after that, pressing Truman to appoint a air power commission to see what the requirements were under Thomas Finletter. Yes, I knew about the Finletter report. I didn't know it was a result of lobbying by the aircraft industry, but it did point out that we absolutely had to have a lot of airplanes. The Air Force itself also, with its new independence, or striving for independence at that point, which it got, wanted to emphasize a strategic bombing campaign that they'd carried on in World War II, but against who? They wanted it in part because they wanted a healthy aircraft industry, which would have a large research and development arm that had to be paid for by government. The commercial aviation simply wouldn't support that. They needed that so as to be superior, even with a relatively small Air Force, to have the latest planes, as we're still striving to do, of course, with some dogs coming along like the F-35, the biggest boondoggle, actually the biggest arms project in history, ultimately perhaps $1.5 trillion, happens to be almost clearly a terrible project. Its functions are done better by other planes entirely. But the headline in the New York Times recently was "Too big to fail," like the commercial firms. Lockheed's F-35. Very recently now, just to bring this right up to date, William Hartung, Hartung, of the Center for International Policy, has put out a very interesting report called Inside the ICBM Lobby. let me go back for just a moment to the earlier period. You needed a lot of planes for an industry. The Air Force needed them for an industry that would allow you to have the most superior planes later in a big R&D budget, and to have a large share of the military budget, and to be independent as an Air Force. The aerospace industry needed the Air Force, a large Air Force that they could sell to, and a Navy as it built up its carrier planes and got more extensive on the strategic mission also. In Polaris, in the missiles. So we got an aerospace, a missile industry, not only aircraft. This book has really suggested to me that a very large part of the Cold War, not all of it, but a very large part that I've certainly neglected, I would say, for most of my life until quite recently, is the function of a massive annual subsidy to the aerospace industry, to assure it to be healthy, that it doesn't collapse, doesn't get bankrupt. And that has continued every year from, as I say, the late 40s, before the Berlin blockade, by the way, even, which contributed its part to the Cold War, or Korea. All of these were important turning points, but at the key points, every point, there's the role of the aircraft industry has been very, very important and very neglected. And as I say, you can read many books about this without reading the names of the 5 that I just mentioned, which are in Hartung's accounts. Hartung, by the way, is one of the very biggest experts on the role of the military industrial complex. And I recommend that you look him up on the web and in the Center for International Policy. He has many op-eds on this. Unfortunately, he's almost alone in this, and the people who work with him at the center. But Raytheon right now is the sole contractor of for the new ICBM. And it makes me laugh a little, because the reason they're sole is they were competing with Boeing, and then Northrop bought away from the Boeing team the maker of solid fuel rockets, and incorporated it, acquired it as an asset. And Boeing said, we can't compete now regularly. It's not a fair field. And so it's left to Boeing, which of course has many subcontractors, including Lockheed and many of the others. There is no real reason for us to be building and follow on to our current ICBMs, the 400 Minuteman III that are in 3 bases in Montana, Wyoming, and North Dakota, except for the needs of the aerospace industry, the profits, the lobbying, and its jobs, the upkeep of towns like Minot, North Dakota, which depend on their Minuteman wing near them, or others, Cheyenne in Wyoming, and Utah, by the way, where the missiles are serviced. The ICBM lobby, and I won't go into the details here, is named in the Hartung book, and I think that's very important, that we need to focus on that from an arms control point of view, just as in the climate problem. Again, you can read book after book after book on climate, as I have, and look in the index for the word Exxon or Chevron or Aramco or British Petroleum, and oddly, you just don't see it there. The media doesn't deal with it, the analysts don't deal with it. In fact, as in the aerospace case, these are the people we are confronting. These are the institutions, the centers of power. It's not just wrong errors in people's minds. It's profits, jobs, donations, revolving door between in the aerospace case especially, between the Defense Department, our current Secretary of Defense, having come from the board of Raytheon, which he got into having come immediately from the military, back and forth. And the Boeing and Raytheon and others, Lockheed, have financed people since then. Another excellent article is by a man named Cummings, Lock, Stock, and Two Smoking Barrels, play on the film name, but an extremely good article, which you can find on the web, about Lockheed's efforts to staff the Defense Department with officials from the Lockheed Corporation very effectively, and to get the orders from them. The cost of this for the American people is the preservation of ICBMs that should not exist, which endanger the United States by their existence as vulnerable fixed site missiles that can only survive an attack by getting off the ground before enemy missiles should arrive. It is that consideration, use them or lose them, that puts the famous 10-minute or so window on the ability of a president to make a decision as to whether to launch our forces, essentially our ICBMs, which are on very quick alert within minutes. They can be flying. And if they aren't, and an attack is coming, we will lose them. Now, a question could be, so what? A war between the US and Russia, if it starts, will lead to a nuclear winter by the firestorms created in cities on both sides and in Europe and in China and in elsewhere, which will send hundreds of millions of dollars, 150 million tons perhaps of soot and black smoke into the stratosphere, will not rain out, will go around the world within days and cut out 70% of sunlight for years, to some extent up to 10 years. But human species, most of it doesn't last that long. It means that harvests are all killed all over the world. Much of the world is ice age conditions during the winter. People starve, whether you go first or second. So most of the weapons in our submarines as well, highly accurate weapons for killing Russian ICBMs also, again, like our ICBMs, and the ICBMs, which are vulnerable, unlike the sub-launch missiles, the ICBMs, each of them is capable of causing nuclear winter. And the ICBMs in particular, that is, they constitute a doomsday machine. And the ICBMs are the hair trigger on that doomsday machine, the ones that compel the president to consider launching on tactical warning within minutes. In short, it would be worth $100 billion or more. What would it take to get rid of them? In other words, to hire people, and you may have to do that in a transition period for the workers, to retrain them, to hire them not to build ICBMs. That would be worth a lot of money. It wouldn't take as much as actually building them actually does, which would be, over the life of the new ICBMs, be 249, pretty precise figure they give, but 49 billion dollars, a third of it, a quarter of $1 trillion. So, but 100 million in the procurement stage first that could be put to urgent needs, obviously, of other sorts. Why is this happening? I would say for little other reason than the effective political influence of these concentrated handful of corporations. So that's the problem. Can we deal with it? That remains to be seen, but it can't be proved yet that we can't. We don't have a record that gives us actual hope in Congress, which has been largely bought by the fossil fuel and the aerospace and such other concentrations of power, the president as well, the media, which reflect these interests. Can we, practically speaking, change it? We haven't shown that we can. We have reduced the actual number of warheads on both sides by more than 80%. That looks impressive. It has not reduced the risk or the effect of a nuclear war between US and Russia at all. No difference. The ICBMs would make a difference. So I've used up my time here on a relatively narrow subject aspect of the Cold War, but I think one that we have to come to grips with. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ellsberg. Many of us on this call, I know myself, we're from Los Angeles, one of the seats of the aerospace industry, what a euphemism. And recently on PBS, there was a history of aerospace. And I remember seeing there that right after the end of World War II, when peace could have broken out, several of the heads of the aerospace industry, the war industry at that time, went to Congress and basically begged them. They said, don't shut us down. What will the LA economy do? And instead of having any sense of creativity or morality, they basically kept it running. So in so much of this way that it's a jobs program. I'm a high school teacher again, and so many kids are being funneled into these jobs afterwards. Also, I train as an engineer, and many engineers around the country all say it's hard to find a job in something that isn't outside of, in some way, the military-industrial complex. I want to say that I saw recently a great webinar, Code Pink webinar, Carly Town did on a transition. So, we talk in the LA area about pollution. We need a just transition out of fossil fuels. We also need a just transition out of the war economy into the peace economy. Let's feminize our economy. But that's a great webinar, and I would like to point you all towards that. Next, we're a little bit of hope. Or flashback to hope. How about that? We're going to have a reading from, and I think we're going to have it put up on the screen also. And this is an excerpt from the Second Bill of Rights, State of the Union speech by Franklin Delano Roosevelt. And it's going to be read by Madison Tang with the Code Pink Peace Collective.
It is our duty now to begin to lay the plans and determine the strategy for the winning of a lasting peace and the establishment of an American standard of living higher than ever before known. We cannot be content, no matter how high that general standard of living may be, if some fraction of our people, whether it be 1/3 or 1/5 or 1/10, is ill-fed, ill-clothed, ill-housed, and insecure. This republic had its beginning and grew to its present strength under the protection of certain inalienable political rights, among them the right of free speech, free press, free worship, trial by jury, freedom from unreasonable searches and seizures. They were our rights to life and liberty. As our nation has grown in size and stature, however, as our industrial economy expanded, these political rights proved inadequate to assure us equality in the pursuit of happiness. We have come to a clear realization of the fact that true individual freedom cannot exist without economic security and independence. Necessitous men are not free men. People who are hungry and out of a job are the stuff of which dictatorships are made. In our day, these economic truths have become accepted as self-evident. We have accepted, so to speak, a second Bill of Rights under which a new basis of security and prosperity can be established for all, regardless of station, race, or creed. Among these are the right to a useful and remunerative job in the industries or shops or farms or mines of the nation, the right to earn enough to provide adequate food and clothing and recreation, the right of every farmer to raise and sell his products at a return which will give him and his family a decent living, the right of every businessman, large and small, to trade in an atmosphere of freedom from unfair competition and domination by monopolies at home or abroad, the right of every family to a decent home, the right to adequate medical care and the opportunity to achieve and enjoy good health, the right to adequate protection from the economic fears of old age, sickness, accident, and unemployment, and the right to a good education. All of these rights spell security, and after this war is won, we must be prepared to move forward in the implementation of these rights to new goals of human happiness and well-being. America's own rightful place in the world depends in large part upon how fully these and similar rights have been carried into practice for all of our citizens. For unless there is security here at home, there cannot be lasting peace in the world.
Thank you, Madison. We read that at the first Cold War Truth Commission also. It was December of 2017, and you know who was in the air, but also Bernie Sanders was very much in the air. And we basically made the point that how is it possible that in 1944, those words, those sentiments, those policies were almost law of the land. And yet here we were in 2017 or 2021, and we're so far from that. And Bernie Sanders couldn't even be our candidate. What happened in that interim to the American psychology, the American body politic? And our argument is that the Cold War happened to this country. Next, we're going to have Rossana Cambron, and she will be giving testimony for our Cold War Truth Commission. She is the co-chair of the National Communist Party, USA, and a coordinator of the Worker Center in Los Angeles. Rossana.
Hi, everyone. Good afternoon. And thank you for inviting us here today and for this event, which I think is going to be a vital resource for many generations to come. In 1919 was a crucial year in history. Throughout the world, new parties emerged from existing socialist parties and anti-colonial movements. They united around the struggle for socialism and against imperialism. In the United States, the Communist Party USA was born. Many immigrants came to the United States fleeing poverty and persecution. Some had been involved with socialist movements in the lands from which they came. They would be joined by African-American activists who had faced the highest level of exploitation and oppression in the United States, fighting for 3 centuries against slavery and then Jim Crow. Indigenous people, Mexican Americans, and people of the US colonies of Puerto Rico and Philippines, along with Japanese and Chinese Americans, all of whom were victims of violent racist exploitation and oppression. US communists emphasized the oppression of what was then called the Negro people as a cornerstone of capitalist rule. They made the organization of Black rural and urban workers into unions a central focus of their work. They also organized both Black and white working people to fight against all forms of racism. Many of the struggles in which communists had played a leading role in the 1920s had ended in defeat. The 1926 Passaic, New Jersey silk strike and the later Gastonia, North Carolina mill strike had been violently crushed. Zacco and Vanzetti died in the electric chair in 1927. But communists, strengthened by the world communist movement and a political structure of a revolutionary party that united them, learned from these setbacks. The capitalist utopian dream of letting the rich take care of the poor collapsed in the great market crash of October 1929. Over the next 4 years, unemployment rose to more than 1/3 of the workforce. Wages for employed were slashed and millions lost their savings. In March of 1930, communists in the US and throughout the world organized International Unemployment Day to mobilize against this crisis. Shortly thereafter, unemployment councils led by the communist Herbert Benjamin organized in cities throughout the country to block the evictions of thousands of tenants who could not pay their rent. The unemployed councils came forward with a new idea, unemployment insurance, which was so identified with the Communist Party that the then conservative AFL leadership initially rejected the proposal and condemned it as a Communist Party program. Beginning in 1935, the New Deal program of Franklin Roosevelt, elected 3 years earlier at the height of the Depression, would enact unemployment insurance along with comprehensive public works, labor, and social welfare legislation. Collective bargaining units, Social Security, and later minimum wages and the 48-hour work week, the most important victories for workers in US history. While the benefits were significantly less than the Communist Party and others had advocated for, the leading role of the communists in the unemployed councils and in the unions and community organizations made the Communist Party the undisputable head of a domestic Marxist movement towards socialism. As the New Deal government advanced labor and social welfare reforms in response to the working class upsurge, communists led in the formation of a new civil rights groups, the National Negro Congress, the Southern Negro Youth Congress. Both groups sought to build alliances with and through the CIO, the Works Progress Administration, and other New Deal agencies. Although these and other militant civil rights organizations, which communists helped to build, would be ruthlessly suppressed during the post-World War II period, Many of their veterans activists would play important roles in the victories won during the great civil rights upsurge of the 1960s. Many civil rights leaders cut their political teeth in these struggles. As you can see that throughout these struggles, the Communist Party sought unity of the working class and recognized that racism was an effective tool by the capitalists to divide the workers. Communist Party activists struggled to build inclusive industrial unions since the birth of the Communist Party. By the early 1930s, a strike wave swept the nation. The Roosevelt administration responded to this working class upsurge by enacting National Labor Relations Act, or Wagner Act, which provided a democratic process for workers to organize trade unions and negotiate collective bargaining agreements. Communists fought to advance the Fair Employment Practice Commission, which the New Deal government had created in 1941 to integrate Black workers into the expanding war production industries. You can find more in detail history of the party in two recent books, Let Them Tremble and Faith in the Masses by Tony Pesanovsky, which recounts how the party, despite its setbacks and anti-communism, continued to fight for workers' rights. As you can see by this brief history, that the work of the Communist Party, along with other progressive organizations and individuals, were building movements that were achieving important victories, especially around the fight against racism and winning workers' rights. The ruling elite responded to these gains by organizing a coordinated and strategic frontal assault. Though this war on workers started decades ago, these important worker gains called for an escalation. This occurred at the end of the World War II with the birth of the Cold War. The first step of this assault started as an ideological war. The thinking was, if we can convince the American people that capitalism equaled America, equaled liberty, equaled democracy, then one can deduce that capitalism equals the American way of life. Therefore, anything that is opposite capitalism was un-American, anti-freedom, undemocratic, and should be feared and rejected. Any attack on capitalism is an attack on American values. This successful media campaign laid the groundwork for one of the darkest chapters in our country's history, the McCarthy era. This state-sponsored witch hunt of communists caused hundreds to be blacklisted, thousands to lose their jobs, and dozens of the finest, most militant movement leaders to be jailed. The aim of this fascist campaign was never to silence the Communist Party and its members. Its true goal was to squash and paralyze any and all progressive and individuals involved in bringing up fundamental political, economic, or social change. This same anti-communism line of attack was later used against Black Panthers, Martin Luther King, Cesar Chavez, and countless others. And although most of the laws and actions taken during the McCarthy period were eventually overturned and deemed unconstitutional, there is no denying it had a long and lasting impact on the American psyche. But even in the worst of times, the smear tactic was never absolute or permanent. Millions of Americans rejected anti-communism and refused to be silent. In time, new organizations were formed and new leaders arose, giving birth to new movements. Which brings us to today. So, are the ideas of socialism, communism relevant and necessary today? I say yes, now more than ever. Endless wars, police brutality, gender inequality, continued racism, increased income inequality, massive homelessness, rampant consumerism, and an impending environmental catastrophe all call for change. The Trump presidency is a reflection of the new and more dangerous stage of struggle we are in. Trump may be gone, but the fascist forces that put him in office are still there and are organizing. But with all of these problems, now is not the time to despair. The winds of change are strong and they are blowing in our favor. National organizations are growing everywhere. Movements are coalescing and trade unions are getting their militant groove back. The younger generation is not easily influenced by the anti-communist narrative. They are looking for an alternative to the life they are currently living under: climate change, high cost of education, and lack of jobs. Bernie Sanders, AOC, and the rest of the squad are countering that negative socialist narrative and making it cool again. Are they still using anti-communism as a weapon 30 years after the collapse of Soviet Union and the supposedly end of communism? Absolutely. In fact, in the last election, it was Trump and the Republican Party's first line of attack. They tried to stir and awaken old prejudices and fears of claiming that Joe Biden and the Democratic Party were trying to replace American values with socialist ones. Another attempt was in a recent CNN article that equated the attack on the Capitol by white supremacists with the communist arrest made during the Cold War. During the last election, several attempts were also made to equate fascism with communism. But much more insidious than all of this was their use of anti-communism to brainwash and mislead many into voting against their own self-interest. They have been able to convince millions of their working class supporters to oppose tuition-free college, a free national health care, student loan forgiveness, because these are socialist programs that go against American values. Anti-communism continues to be the ruling class weapon of choice in the battle of ideas. As we move forward, I cannot overstress the importance of building unity, being aware of the tactics that have been used to divide us. Some of their tactics include looking for ways to divide leaders using their weaknesses, both personal and ideological, to promote division. Spreading rumors and feeding egos is another critical form we need to be mindful of. In closing, I would like to invite all of you to join our party in convincing our families, our communities, our country that socialism is not a dirty word, it is our salvation. Sooner or later, we do this, the sooner we do this, the sooner we can begin to organize more effectively to address poverty, racism, gender inequality, war, the climate crisis, and so much more. Thank you.
Brava, Rossana. Thank you so much for your testimony. A couple things before we move on to another moving testimony is at our first Cold War Truth Commission, we made signs and you could take a selfie. And the sign said, "Fellow traveler, Ike," and what of it? And so I think whatever we are, however we identify, the more allies we have possible, and to be unabashed and unafraid of who our friends are, because look at what they're up to. Look at what they do, their values. I want to mention someone else who was at the first Cold War Truth Commission. He couldn't be with us now, but he was one of the first African-American city councilmen of Los Angeles. His name was Robert Farrell. And he made a super point that I wanted to just make sure is in the record today also, that Rossana spoke of. He says he remembers back in the 40s when the Communist Party, various labor organizers were helping the Black community, and that they were considered by the Black community some of their greatest allies. And then he said, and as the Cold War continued, McCarthyism, all those white allies disappeared. They got picked off. They got jailed. They had to leave to Mexico, whatever. And all of a sudden, the Black community really felt without allies. And I just found that so tragic and immoral. I wanted to bring that up. So our next, and it will be a short film. And I want to give a shout out to my partner, John Lackner, who has helped me make the couple of film clips that we have made. So a great sound man and film editor. And our next testimony will be, and we have some pictures, that I think we're going to show as I'm giving the background on Mr. Meeropol. I'm going to wait till those pictures come up, ladies. Yeah. So Michael Meeropol is the older son of Ethel and Julius Rosenberg. We are honored to have his testimony here today. Since 1974, he and his brother Robert have been actively involved in seeking to discover and expose the truth about their parents' case. In 2016, they submitted over 50,000 signatures on a petition to President Obama asking for an official exoneration of their mother. In the course of their decades-long struggle, they have perforce learned a great deal about the Cold War, both domestic and foreign. This presentation focuses on dissenters from the American unanimity, which casts the U.S. as a defender of freedom from communist tyranny. This presentation is courtesy of the Encyclopedia of the American Left, which will be published online within the next year. And I just want to say, Mr. Meeropol gave us permission to put the images along with his words. So if there's any unprofessionalism in the images, it's not him, it's us. Thank you.
Everybody in this picture is
Hi, everyone. Oh.
In the early 1950s, Cold War assumptions dominated American public life. Almost unnoticed, 3 books were published, one by a young, unknown academic, one by a jailed communist, and one by a maverick reporter. These books began the effort to break through the closed-mindedness of American public opinion about the struggle for freedom with the Soviet Union. They marked the first appearance of Cold War revisionism, an argument against the virtually unanimous view that Soviet expansionism and worldwide subversion had necessitated a defensive military buildup by the United States and its allies, and even defensive wars in Greece, Korea, and French Indochina. William A. Williams authored American-Russian Relations, 1787 to 1947. He placed the beginning of the Cold War in the broad historical context of U.S. imperial concerns. The U.S. government had tried to reverse the revolution in Russia after 1917, and after World War II, aggressively opposed Soviet interests in Eastern Europe. The book was a strong scholarly rejoinder to the Kennan school of containment. In the era of the Truman Doctrine and Korean War, even such a measured critique was too much for the establishment. The publisher submitted the chapter on Kennan to Foreign Affairs, the magazine of the foreign policy elite, but they returned it to Williams, stating it was interesting and provocative, but too personal in its rebuttal of Kennan. The book made no apparent impact in academia, but was approvingly reviewed in the small left-wing press. Karl Marzani was serving a prison sentence for contempt of Congress. He wrote We Can Be Friends from published sources available in the prison library. This book showed that a careful reading of U.S. government documents, speeches of politicians, memoirs like those of Winston Churchill and the New York Times could cast doubt on the consensus about Soviet blame for the Cold War. Meanwhile, journalist I.F. Stone, no supporter of Stalin, had discovered that the Korean War may very well have been caused by intra-Korean issues and not by the Soviet Union. Furthermore, he argued that the intervention of the Chinese was a result of legitimate Chinese security concerns. No one was willing to publish his book, so Paul Sweezy and Leo Huebman of the Monthly Review manuscript the first Monthly Review press book, The Hidden History of the Korean War. In historiography, revisionism means just what it sounds like. It represents the revising of previously accepted interpretations, a challenge to received doctrine, on the basis of new evidence, previously ignored evidence, new interpretations of agreed-upon evidence, or some combination thereof. New material becomes available, the issues of succeeding eras shed new light on those of the past. Thus, our understanding of historical events changes drastically as time passes. In the case of judgments about the origins and course of the Cold War, this is important because one's beliefs about the history of the Cold War can lead to 2 alternative conclusions. 1. The U.S. was dragged into its role as the defender of the free world due to the imperial ambitions of Stalin's Soviet Union, or the U.S. has always had imperial ambitions, and the Soviet Union, as well as the nationalist movements in the post-World War II era, were challenges that stood in the way. Williams expanded his investigations to include U.S. foreign policy in general. In 1959, he published The Tragedy of American Diplomacy. In 1960, Professor D.F. Fleming published The Origins and History of the Cold War. These two books mark the upsurge of post-McCarthy Cold War revisionism, with different emphases. Whereas Williams put the Cold War in the context of long-run U.S. economic and political expansionism, in a word, imperialism, Fleming felt that the Cold War was a serious departure from the more cooperative policy with the Soviets that had been followed by FDR during the wartime alliance. In the early 1960s, opposition to U.S. moves against the fledgling Cuban Revolution, as opposed to the virtual silence in this country during the 50s as the U.S. toppled governments in Iran and Guatemala, provided a context in which such revisionism could resonate. Williams brought out a second expanded edition of Tragedy in 1962 and published The United States, Cuba, and Castro with Monthly Review Press in the same year. The intellectual anti-interventionism of the early 1960s grew with opposition to the U.S. war in Vietnam. Writing in the revisionist tradition expanded. Williams's colleagues and students even constituted a school within Cold War revisionism, emphasizing the concept of an open-door empire that had been implanted into the ideology of American leaders at least as early as the late 19th century. By 1968, Cold War revisionism was so successful in challenging received doctrine that no less a luminary than Arthur Schlesinger Jr. wrote an article saying, "It's time to call a halt to this subversive revisionist doctrine." Meanwhile, the Fleming and Williams strands of Cold War revisionism were joined by a third in 1969, when Gabriel Kolko published The Politics of War, which opposed Fleming by tracing U.S. hostility to the Soviets and radical nationalist movements back into the years of the wartime alliance. Kolko eschewed the Williams open-door imperialism interpretation. He gave no credence to the rhetoric of idealism sounded by individuals like Woodrow Wilson. To Kolko, such verbalizations merely represented the most cynical of manipulations and not a genuine contradiction of ideals with practices as they were for Williams. In 1973, Princeton University Press published The New Left and the Origins of the Cold War, an attack on Williams, Kolko, Fleming, and others. The book received a favorable front-page review in the New York Times. Despite attacks, revisionism continued to develop into the 1990s. Graduate students and even undergraduates were at least aware that there was an alternative interpretation of the role of the United States as an alleged defender of the free world. Scholarship in the revisionist tradition informed the movements against intervention in Central America in the 1980s and the no war for oil arguments against the First and Second Gulf Wars. Williams had argued that when the expansionist impulse contradicted our supposed national commitment to self-determination, the U.S. sacrificed that alleged commitment. As congressional hearings during the 1980s indicated, pursuit of certain imperial aims in Central America caused collaboration with drug runners. Meanwhile, followers of Kolko have argued that this shows that our nation's idealistic commitments are the rhetoric of imperial self-justification and nothing more. With the overthrow of communism in Eastern Europe and the disintegration of the Soviet Union, the Cold War ended. Cold War revisionism seemed to have lost its political immediacy and became mostly a dispute among historians. However, a significant effect of decades of revisionist scholarship was the infiltration into American intellectual life of the view that the United States is an empire rather than an anti-imperialist republic. Many influenced by Williams, Kolko, and others in that first generation of Cold War revisionists continue to analyze the persistence of American imperial ambitions, even when the excuse of the danger of Soviet expansionism was no longer available. However, the history profession, for the most part, has been smitten by the victory of the United States and the West in the Cold War. Despite the disasters of American imperial overreach in the Middle East as a result of the First and Second Gulf Wars and the worldwide War on Terror launched by the Bush administration, the history profession seems to have decided that it's safe to ignore the view of revisionists. See, for example, John Gaddis's restatement, The Cold War, A Short History, which doesn't have a reference to any work of Cold War revisionism in the bibliography and doesn't honor any of the revisionist arguments with even a cursory attempt at refutation. However, reality intrudes. Work by Andrew Bacevich, Chalmers Johnson, and other analysts of American military overreach in the era since the fall of the Soviet Union continue to document the tragedy of American diplomacy and militarism. Bacevich, a retired military officer, West Point graduate, has identified the Naval Academy graduate Williams as one of his major influences. See American Empire, The Realities and Consequences of U.S. Diplomacy. Johnson, who served with the CIA in Korea and calls himself a Cold Warrior, began writing in opposition to America's overreach in the post-9/11 world. He has argued, quote, "A nation can be one or the other, a democracy or an imperialist, but it can't be both. If it sticks to imperialism, it will, like the old Roman Republic, lose its democracy to a domestic dictatorship." See his blowback, The Costs and Consequences of American Empire. In an ironic twist, the foreign policy of President Donald J. Trump was very popular because he at least talked about pulling the U.S. back from worldwide military commitments. With the post-Trump Biden administration promising that, quote, "America is back," and attempting to reassert American leadership in the world against various nationalist forces and a perceived Chinese threat to Western capitalist hegemony, there will be plenty for future historians to study about the persistent efforts of American leaders to preserve, protect, and defend not the Constitution of the United States, but America's 21st century empire. Thank you.
Thank you for Michael Meeropol. We are going to have Frank introduce our next reading. I just want to say that the Rosenbergs have started the Rosenberg Fund for Children, and they help out the children of activists who have been persecuted. So a very worthwhile organization, and they call it Constructive Revenge. Frank?
Okay, thanks, Rachel. Dr. Gerald Horne holds the Moores Professorship of History and African American Studies. His research has addressed issues of race and a variety of relations involving labor, politics, civil rights, and war. Dr. Horne received his PhD in history from Columbia University and his JD from the University of California, Berkeley. And I'll say that I've heard Gerald Horne many times over the years on KPFK with Margaret Prescott. And now we're going to have somebody read what he submitted. That's it.
Genesis Mora will be reading, and she is a member of the Party for Socialism and Liberation, youth member.
Hi, everyone. Okay. I welcome the Cold War Truth Commission as I salute the organizers of this forum. Assuming we elude the minefields left by the detritus of this U.S. engineered debacle, including nuclear war and climate change, future historians will no doubt conclude that the Cold War was possibly the largest self-inflicted wound a nation has inflicted upon itself. It is not simply the trillions spent on war and conflict, while education, healthcare, and the nation's infrastructure was left to wither on the vine. It is not simply the Cold War complement, speaking of the Red Scare, which demonized the tallest trees in our forest, including Paul Robeson, W.E.B. Du Bois, Shirley Graham Du Bois, Elizabeth Gurley Flynn, and Claudia Jones, compromising the working class of various stripes ideologically. The Cold War and its evil twin, the Red Scare, also led to an assault on progressive unions, including West Coast Longshore and the National Maritime Union, which devastated the living of working class folk, while making the strategic sector less able to defend itself against the ascendancy of right-wing populism, as evidenced by Trumpism. Still, the most harmful aspect of the Cold War was manifested in the realm of U.S. foreign policy. It was not just that the reigning ideology of anti-communism led to a de facto alliance with apartheid South Africa during the pre-1994 era, not to mention colonialism in the sub-region. The Cold War also contributed to a pernicious global trend manifested most dramatically in Afghanistan, wherein a left-leaning government was destabilized, beginning most avidly in the 1970s, which included an alliance with religious zealots. This gambit brought the latter to power and led directly to an attack on New York City and Northern Virginia on 11 September 2001. This global trend of attacks on secular forces while cuddling intense religiosity has also been manifested on these shores, as we witnessed the explosion of white Christian nationalism on 6th January 2021. The Cold War reached a turning point a half a century ago when Henry Kissinger flew to China to effectuate an anti-Soviet alliance with China. This not only led to US imperialism taking a soft line vis-a-vis the murderous Khmer Rouge in Cambodia, but also to an attack on Vietnam by China near that same time. Still, what drove this entente was the notion that Washington should seek to drive a wedge between Moscow and Beijing. However, by 2021, it is precisely this eventuality which has emerged, leading to the harebrained policy of dual containment, whereby Washington will seek to confront both giants simultaneously. Worse, from the viewpoint of US imperialism, is that part of the payoff to China for the 1970s bargain, massive direct foreign investment, has created a juggernaut, placing China in the passing lane with consequences too gargantuan to imagine. The question needs to be posed. How and why did this catastrophe unfold? To answer this potent query involves a deeper investigation and invocation of US history. Specifically, we need to move sharply away from the gauzy, romanticized view of the founding of this republic, which, after all, involved genocide against the indigenous and tightening of the chains binding the enslaved African population, and ultimately the nascent US moving by the 1790s to control the African slave trade to Cuba and doing the same in the largest market of all, Brazil, by the 1840s. Post-1865, one espies a further drive to expropriate and liquidate the indigenous population, culminating in the 1890s with the overthrow and seizure of the regime in the Hawaii archipelago and the annihilation of the tottering Spanish Empire and the effective seizure of Puerto Rico, Cuba, and the Philippines. Given this bloody genocidal history, should any be surprised by US depredations in Korea, Vietnam, Guatemala, Iran, the Congo, Panama, Grenada, Iraq, Libya, and other tortured sites too numerous to mention? So what is to be done? We should all join and or hail the campaign to move the money from the Pentagon to human needs. Reducing the Pentagon budget and joining Congresswoman Barbara Lee in similar efforts should be seen as the highest priority. And we should back the passage of H.R. 40, a step towards reparations to the descendants of enslaved Africans, a step towards making the Native American population whole, while opening the door to somehow seeking to compensate the countless victims of US imperialism.
Wonderful. Thank you, Genesis. Go PSL. Thank you for reading Gerald Horne's words on the Cold War. Thank you. Next, we are going to have Carol Francis. This is a film clip, historical, from the first Truth Commission. Carol Francis is a retired LA Unified teacher, a Unified School District teacher, a playwright, and longtime Cuba Solidarity activist in Los Angeles. Listen closely to how far back anti-communism in America goes. Thank you.
And now we're going to end our with one last testimony. This first panel on the early years of anti-communism in the United States, and it goes back even further than 100 years ago. Well, I just want to ask you, what was the first movement to be red-baited? Was the first movement in what decade where somebody called communist because of their work? Go ahead, shout it out. Any ideas? What's the earliest movement that you can think of that was red-baited?
Labor.
Labor, what year? What decade?
1870s.
1870s labor. Anybody earlier than that? Actually, it was the 50s, the 1850s. It was the anti-slavery movement, the abolitionist movement. I was in Nicaragua, Managua, Nicaragua, with a group of people who were there from all over the world showing solidarity with the Sandinista revolution. And I was talking with another US American, somebody I knew from LA, and these two Canadians came over holding this book. This book is called Labor's Untold Story. It was written in 1950s, labor movement struggle. They said, have you seen this book? And I said, yeah, I've seen it, I haven't read it yet. I said, you've got to read this, page 15. So they handed these two Canadians showing us this book. So here it is, a quote from a slave apologist in 1850. Now bear in mind what happened in 1848.
What was that?
Communist Manifesto came out. I was born on the centennial of the Communist Manifesto, so I forget 1848. So 1848, 1850, those guys did not waste any time. 1850, this came out. The parties in this conflict are not merely abolitionists and slaveholders. They are atheists, socialists, communists, red Republicans, Jacobins on one side, and the friends of order and regulated freedom on the other. And what's their freedom being regulated by those?
Back when the Republicans were communists.
And here's another quote. This is 7 years later, 1857. We warn the North that everyone, the leading abolitionists, is agitating the Negro slavery question as a means to their ulterior ends. Socialism and communism. No private property, no church, no law, free love, free land, free women, and free children. Labor's Untold Story, page 15.
Great. That is definitely a story that needs to be told. Labor's Untold Story, red baiting of anti-slavery activists. There you have it. Has nothing to do with the Soviet Union as our part and human rights and all of that. It's a battle of ideas. Our next person giving testimony is a dear friend of mine, Rick Fellows. He has been a caravan driver and mechanic for many Latin American, indigenous, environmental, social, and economic justice solidarity caravans. He's a media activist, researcher of underreported news and analysis, critic of corporate power and global trade agreements, an alternative energy and appropriate technology researcher and advocate. He has worked in Cuba, Nicaragua, El Salvador, Honduras, and Mexico between 1988 and 2011 with IFCO, Pastors for Peace, and other organizations. Your testimony, Rick?
Am I unmuted?
Yep.
Oh boy. Yeah, I guess I've been having a little trouble hearing some of the audio, so I don't know what's been said, but talking about fascism and the reality of fascism. That I think Mussolini said that corporatism was pretty much the same thing as fascism. And I think that we need to go back to looking at corporations and how much power they've gained since World War II, where really German corporations operated in the United States under proxy boards, and US corporations operated in Germany, profiting off of that war under proxy German boards for the duration of the war. So IBM was critical to data processing for figuring out who was going to which death camp and how to take their property away systematically using punch card operations. And that a lot of things can kind of go back to that. And then in 1947, the New York Times was lamenting that the most powerful corporations in the world coming out of World War II were likely to be corporations that had run and profited off of death camps in Nazi Germany. So, you know, we've had hearings of Nazi leaders and, you know, chasing down Nazi war criminals. But the reality is that, you know, I used to read Covert Action Quarterly regularly, and there was pretty good documentation, I remember, that some of the first operations of the CIA were to ship Nazi war criminals to Latin America and to get the Vatican to give them church papers so that they could show up in a number of different countries in Latin America wearing church collars. And that, you know, meantime, I think in the first years of the CIA, they were flipping governments this way and that and establishing national security states. And I think we know that some of these national security states had Nazi war criminals as advisors. That so, and in the context of World War II, the whole world got gifted this idea of you know, that we're going to live with a nuclear bomb forever, and that, you know, we all have to live with the idea that we could be vaporized in an instant. You know, and corporations have been a part of that. That it's given a lot of impetus to have a national security apparatus that doesn't have to tell the truth to the American public, the press, or even to Congress. And that a lot of it is kind of about protecting corporate power. And they make a lot of money off war production. And, you know, the Cold War, it kind of needed to be created. I haven't found a lot on this, but there's a fantastic book by Gerard Colby and Charlotte Dennett called Thy Will Be Done, about evangelism and missionaries being used in indigenous areas of Latin America as a sort of a front line to penetrate. But he talked about how Nelson Rockefeller was involved in, under Eisenhower, sort of crafting the Cold War in his position. He had a powerful position under Eisenhower, restructuring the federal government. But I do think that the Cold War was crafted, that they would provoke incidents and create situations and try to get the Soviet Union to over-respond in their defense because of the intense fear that the Soviet Union had of hostile governments being put in on its periphery. And when they did overreact, they got years of, you know, fear-mongering propaganda in the US to try to make it out that the Soviet Union was a threat to the world, and, you know, downplay the fact that the US had cut them off of warm water ports and trade routes and technology and ringed them with hostile military bases, putting missile launchers in Turkey and Korea, and, you know, that we didn't really have. I mean, we had the Cuban Missile Crisis, but we never had the feeling that the Soviets might have had, like if we had nuclear missiles being installed in Mexico and Canada, you know. So I think we've been looking at the world through a one-way mirror, and that corporations have been riding their way to kind of a future where corporations are the main dominating factor in world affairs, that, you know, everywhere you go, it's the same corporations. And we know our political system in the United States is bought and sold, like both parties are controlled by corporate money. The Citizens United decision opened the floodgate to where we already had a severe problem. We tried to reform campaign laws in the 70s, and the Supreme Court kept coming back saying corporations have the rights of speech like any other person, you know, except they don't die, they're immortal, they live forever, they've got all the rights of people except the right to eventually die of old age. So I don't know, I guess that's what I wanted to kind of, I guess I have 7 minutes, and I know that can go fast, but I wanted to kind of focus, you know, my time on like trying to center back to corporations, and that we need to struggle against corporate power. And, you know, it was a real big shot heard around the world when all the people blocked the delegates from getting into the WTO meetings in Seattle here. That we kind of need to get back to figuring out how we're going to take on the corporate beast, and figure out how we can have a more democratic future and have a public that isn't exclusively informed by corporate dominated media.
Thank you, Rick. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay. Thank you very much, sir.
Is that my time?
Our day. Yes. Thank you.
Oh, it was fun.
Yeah, no, thank you so much. I just want to say that a lot of people in the chat are remembering you from the caravan days. And if it weren't for you, those buses wouldn't have run. So thank you very much. And you did bring up, he's in the Pacific Northwest, known for environmentalism, et cetera, you know, and definitely we need to figure out how to run humanity. And my feeling then is that it's going to be the planet that decides. Nature bats last, and she is going to decide how we run ourselves. And it's not currently the plan at hand. Before we go on to our next person, I just want to mention, Rick mentioned timelines and the importance of knowing what came first in order to not blame one, you know, the side that maybe was on the defense. And there are a couple of great timelines, many. How about putting something in the chat if you know other books that read like timelines? They're very helpful. Jane Franklin's, of course, History, U.S.-Cuba Relations is a seminal book in those timelines. Another one, and I hope people on this call know her. She couldn't be with us today, but her name is Lisa Wolf. And if you are in New York, please look her up, knock on her door. She, wherever she lives, but she has Cold War studies. It's a blog. It's wonderful. And we are going to be putting later on in the chat a lot of her timelines. So go to her Cold War Studies, Lisa Wolf blog, a lot of timelines of various countries. Very, very important information. Next, we're going to have Mike Feinstein. He is a founding member of the California Green Party. He was the mayor of Santa Monica from 2000 to 2002. His testimony today is from his direct experience, from which he wrote his seminal book, 36 Weeks with European Greens.
Okay, thanks, Rachel. And can everyone hear me? Yeah?
Tú tienes 7 minutos, amor.
Nada más. No, y saludos de México, donde estoy. Listen, I'm just sharing a little anecdote here, because when Rachel invited me, I said, like, all the experience I have in Europe, I'm in Europe a lot because I've been kind of the primary US Green Party representative to European Green Parties. And you just don't find all the paranoia and people flinching when somebody says the word communist or Communist Party. And I've been kind of trying to think of, well, partly why is that different? My first experience with it actually was here in the state of Oaxaca in 1979, when I was doing my first hippie backpacking trip. And my good friend Mike Hope and I had met a couple of guys from Denmark, and we were traveling with them. And I grew up in an upper middle class, Leave It to Beaver suburb in Minneapolis. And this was the first time that I had heard people talking about different types of economic models and ways of organizing ourselves and shared economies and all sorts of stuff like that. And I hadn't really heard it before, but it was just a natural thing to come out from these Danes. So in all my times following up in Europe and in the cafes there and just in all the environment, people just treat it as the ones that I meet at least, just treat it as another political tendency, and it's not weird. So, by the way, the Green Party in the Netherlands was actually a merger of the Communist Party, the Pacific Socialist Party, the Radical Party, and the Evangelical People's Party. So just as an aside. So anyway, so why is it like that? A couple of things, I think. One, it's a pedestrian culture. People aren't separated in cars. You're in public transit. You're in public plazas. You're used to being around other people and considering them as just part of your life, and people of all classes instead of the separation that we have. That's one thing that kind of strikes me. And then number two, their electoral system. Most European countries have proportional representation systems so that all sorts of people get elected and all sorts of political tendencies get elected, and just part of the dialogue. In our country, where we've got this top-down duopoly, Democrats and Republicans control the dialogue. They really repress. I know as a Green, that's the case. They repress other political ideas, and you're not really supposed to talk about those other ideas because they're spoilers to the system. So, part of it, I think, is really how we're organized as people, and the fact that we just don't have structures and habits and environments that promote inclusivity and diversity. And, my insight's not much deeper than that, other than get out to cafes and talk politics. I wish we had more of that in our culture. And the final thing is, imagine if Rachel, speaking of proportional representation and these kind of viewpoints, imagine if we had proportional representation and Rachel and Medea were both in the Congress, for example, and talking about these sort of issues and on TV. I mean, oh my God. So there it is. And, thanks for having me, Rachel. I'm not one of the giants like these other people you had, but I wanted to share that. Thanks.
Thank you very much. And Mike, too. Maybe if we had proportional representation, you'd come back to the United States.
As soon as it's warmer.
Thank you. Frank will be introducing our next speaker giving testimony today.
Hey, say hi to Michael Feinstein. I know Mike too. Our next speaker is Jeremy Kuzmarov. He's the managing editor of Covert Action magazine. He's written 4 books on U.S. foreign policy, including The Russians Are Coming Again, The First Cold War as Tragedy, The Second as Farce, with John Marciano. And I do want to say hi to John, who is having some health issues, but John is a great guy, a friend of mine. And Jeremy, are you on?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, great. And yeah, this book may interest people. Unfortunately, John is in ill health, as he was supposed to be here as well. But yeah, our book, The Russians Are Coming Again, is definitely written in the revisionist tradition that was being discussed before, and I think makes a very strong case, and links the horrors of the first Cold War with the new Cold War. And I think, we're living through the same paranoia. Actually, we start the book with the Academy Award-winning film, 1966, which some of you may be aware of. The Russians Are Coming, The Russians Are Coming, directed by Norman Jewison, parodies this Cold War paranoia then pervading the United States, depicting the chaos that seizes a small coastal New England town after a Soviet submarine runs aground. Half a century later, Americans are again, we thought we're past that era, but for the last 5 years at least, we've been again warned daily of the Russian menace. with persistent accusations of Russian aggression, lies, violations of international law, and cyber attacks on U.S. elections, as reported in leading supposedly liberal outlets like the New York Times and Washington Post and CNN, among others. The charges are many and relentless and include alleged poisoning, assassinations, bounties on U.S. soldiers. Like all propaganda, there may be some grain of truth to some of the charges, but most of the allegations are unfounded and appear to be untrue. The consequences, though, have been severe. A new Gallup poll finds that just 22% of U.S. citizens view Russia favorably, while 72% hold unfavorable views towards it, which is a huge difference from about 15 years ago when most Americans had a positive view of Russia at the end of the Cold War. Democrats troublingly hold particular hostility towards Russia, with fewer than 1 in 6 telling Gallup they maintain positive opinions about the country, as opposed to 25% of Republicans and 24% of independents. These totals indicate a high level of social conditioning whose end result could be war. And there's a parallel, I think, with World War I and the Woodrow Wilson orchestrated propaganda campaigns against Germany, as well as in the first Cold War, where social conditioning led to the fear about the Soviet Union that was greatly unfounded. After World War II, especially in considering that the Soviet Russia had been devastated, leading the charge against Nazi Germany and suffered 27 million casualties. Yet many Americans believed that Russia was going to start a new war, which was totally fanciful given the context. But to understand, I think, the danger, what we're facing, we are living through a very dangerous period in history right now with very reckless leadership in both parties, evident in these recent statements of Joe Biden. To understand the danger of the new Cold War, it is necessary to re-examine the original conflict between the United States and the USSR. The present Russia panic follows an entire century of fear-mongering and threat inflation dating to the Russian Revolution that has long served the interests of the U.S. military-industrial complex and security state. It has little to do with either Russian or American realities, which have been consistently distorted. Mikhail Gorbachev said that the Cold War, this was perhaps the best synopsis of the Cold War, was given by Gorbachev, the Soviet premier, who said, "The Cold War made losers of us all." The losers included, the people in Korea and Vietnam who died in the millions, third world countries which were destabilized. The losers included Americans with the militarization of the U.S. political economy, the threat of nuclear war, environmental catastrophes bred by nuclear weapon development, and abuses of civil liberties. As Karl Marzani, an Office of Strategic Services and State Deployment employee, described in his book, We Can Be Friends, he was a victim of McCarthyism. He said the Cold War threw the United States into semi-hysteria and a manufactured war psychosis with dog tags on children, airplane spotters on 24-hour duty, roads marked for quick evacuations, buildings designated as air raid shelters, air raid drills everywhere in streets, stores, and schools. The Cold War also devastated, as we know, whole communities of leftists, organizers, and union members, from the McCarthyite witch hunts to the mass persecution of political radicals by U.S. client states in Latin America and Southeast Asia. Few Americans today realize that it was the United States that first ignited these hostilities by invading Russia after the Bolshevik Revolution in 1917. The Woodrow Wilson administration sent 10,000 U.S. troops from the European theater of the First World War, alongside the British, French, Canadians, and Japanese, to aid the white generals, counter-revolutionary generals, tied with the morally bankrupt Tsarist system, who were implicated in wide-scale atrocities in this war, including perpetuating pogroms against Jews, which the Tsarist regime had perpetuated for decades before. Many Americans who fought were horrified by what they were doing, just like in the Vietnam War. One Lieutenant Colonel Robert Eichelberger said the atrocities of the U.S. allies would have been shameful in the Middle Ages. The memoirs, you have U.S. soldiers in this ill-fated mission were similar to memoirs of U.S. soldiers in the Vietnam War. And yeah, I have one poem I could read, In Russia's Field, modeled after the famous First World War poem, Flanders Field. In Russia's field, no poppies grow. There are no crosses row on row to mark the places where we lie. No larks so grayly singing fly as in the fields of Flanders. We are the dead. Not long ago, we fought beside you in the snow. They were fighting in Siberia and gave our lives. And here we lie, though scarcely knowing reason why, like those who died in Flanders. And this war was carried out illegally without the consent of Congress and was opposed by the U.S. Army commander of the troops in Siberia, General William S. Graves, a Texan, who expressed doubt if history will record in the past century a more flagrant case of flouting the well-known and approved practice in states in their international relations and using instead of the accepted principles of international law, the principle of might makes right. Unfortunately, these events are hardly recorded in our history textbook. There was that book, Lie, my teachers told me, found that it was rarely mentioned in any history textbook given to high school students. And if it was mentioned, it was mentioned in a distorted way. The historian D.F. Fleming, who wrote a good history of the Cold War, wrote that for the American people, the cosmic tragedy of the intervention in Russia does not exist or was an unimportant incident long forgotten. But for the Soviet people and their leaders, the period was a time of endless killing, looting, and raping, of plague and famine, of measureless suffering for scores of millions, and experience burned into the very soul of the nation, not to be forgotten for many generations, if ever. Also, for many years, the harsh Soviet regimentation could all be justified by a fear that the capitalist power would be back to finish the job. It is not strange that in an address in New York, September 17, 1959, Premier Khrushchev should remind us of the intervention, the time you sent the troops to quell the revolution, as he put it. The Bolshevik drive, the main basis for this intervention was economic. The Bolshevik drive to nationalize industry and seize foreign assets was ideological and economic anathema to the US capitalist ruling elite. The US in 1917 held investments of over $658 million in Russia were at stake with the Russian Revolution. The economic basis for opposing communism gets lost in much commentary about the history of the Cold War, and most academic scholarship ignores it. But it's really central, and I appreciate what Dan Ellsberg was discussing, the central role of lobbyists and special economic interests in driving forward these war scares and wars. After World War II, one of the key architects of the Cold War was W. Averell Harriman, who happened to be the mentor of Joe Biden when Joe Biden was first elected to the US Senate. Harriman was the son of E.H. Harriman, one of the original robber barons who made his fortune in the railroads, and was a founder of the legendary Wall Street investment firm Brown Brothers Harriman, which had German Nazi financiers as some of its clients. Also, most significantly for our purpose, Brown Brothers Harriman had considerable investments in zinc mines in Poland and other parts of Eastern Europe and the Soviet Union, which were nationalized when the communists took over. This was the basis for Harriman's vendetta. He took the Bolshevik government to court. He got some settlement, but he lost millions of dollars when his mines were taken over by the Russian government. And this fueled a lifelong hatred for communism by him and others in his class. Harriman served as U.S. ambassador to Moscow at the end of World War II. According to FDR's son, James Roosevelt, FDR was a strong leader, as Peter's talk underscored. FDR was a very smart, visionary leader who stood up to anti-Russia hawks like Harriman in the State Department and promoted a peaceful policy towards Russia, evident at the Yalta Conference, which Henry Wallace was intent on continuing. However, due to those shenanigans Peter described, Wallace was removed from office and Harry Truman took over. Truman, as we know, was a provincial who was easily malleable and allowed Harriman and his associates and the aerospace industry to have free reign. And the result was the Cold War. Harriman came to direct the Marshall Plan, one of whose main intentions was to isolate Russia and undermine communism in Europe. And Harriman later supported the Vietnam War as Undersecretary of State under the Lyndon Johnson administration. The Cold War, as we know, orchestrated by Harriman and others in the big business and Wall Street, were the primary drivers of this policy. This policy bred horrible human costs for humanity, equivalent, as is pointed out, to the genocide of the native Indians and African slave trade. The Korean War alone led to the deaths of 1/10 of the North Korean population and biblical devastation in North Korea resulting from the US bombing campaign. There was a Truth Commission in South Korea, revealed that US allies committed 6 times more atrocities than the North Koreans. It pointed to horrible atrocities from torture to the strafing of refugees. Copious amounts of napalm were deployed. It was truly a horrific war. Germ warfare may have also been deployed, and this foreshadowed the horrors of the Vietnam War. In fact, there's a new article in the New York Times magazine today about Laos and the residue of Agent Orange and the deformities of children. So, the human costs are just unconscionable of these wars, and are felt generations later. The Covert Action magazine was founded by Phil Agee, who is a CIA whistleblower, who was aghast at the torture being promoted by US clients and neo-Nazis in Latin America. And it, exposed the crimes of the CIA, from assassinations to sponsoring torture and death squad regimes around the world, as well as things like drug testing on unwitting suspects, as well as appears the murder of US whistleblowers such as Dr. Frank Olson, a CIA biochemist who threatened to expose germ warfare programs in the Korean War, was thrown from the 10th floor of a hotel in Midtown Manhattan after being beaten to death by 2 CIA thugs. This story only came to light a few years ago. These crimes were all justified in the name of anti-communism and the Cold War and containing Russia. And, we have to be wary about these kinds of excesses that will emerge today from the new Cold War. And let me end with 2 indicative quotes. One is by Linus Pauling, was a brilliant scientist and Nobel laureate, who says, and this underscores the tragedy of Henry Wallace and his removal from office. Paulus said, "Who can say that what the world would have been like if Henry Wallace had remained vice president in 1944? There's a possibility that he could have been successful in averting the Cold War. There might have been no American involvement in the war in Korea, Vietnam, Cambodia, or Laos. The military dictatorship sponsored by the US in many countries might have not come into existence. Tens of thousands of people who are now political prisoners," he was writing in 1970, "might have remained free. International treaties might have been made that would have saved the United States and Soviet Union hundreds of billions of dollars. We might have a better world today." And let me also read a quote from Bernard Gordon, was a reader for Paramount Pictures. It underscores the point of Gorbachev that the Cold War made losers of us all. Bernard Gordon, a reader for Paramount Pictures, fired for his left-leaning views, and author of Living in Interesting Times, or How I Learned to Love the Blacklist, told an interviewer in 1997 that, quote, "Most people think about the terrible personal effects of McCarthyism, the ruined careers and lifetimes, even the deaths of people who were affected, all true enough and not to be slighted. Others think of the fear not only engendered in the entertainment industry and schools and universities and the press and the media, all true too. But my own sense goes beyond even that. I feel that the Black period laid the groundwork for much that followed. The Nixon and Reagan regimes, which glorified the Cold War as a holy enterprise, which used the slogans of anti-communism to construct monstrous military machines that virtually bankrupted the country and placed the industrial military complex in such a powerful position that even today, with the evil empire gone, there seems to be no way to stop the expenditures for arms and the export of arms. Eisenhower warned of this in his farewell address. But even beyond that, there's a sense that the convenient anti-communism has become anti-government with respect to all social programs that came out of the FDR era. The rich and powerful, who grow more rich and powerful each day, use blacklisting and McCarthyism to dismantle everything liberal, to make liberalism a dirty word, so that today both parties vie to be more reactionary. And these comments were made in 1997, but They're certainly prescient, having lived through the Trump years, and perhaps the tide is starting to turn a bit given the disasters we've experienced. But I think, those two comments should be heeded today, as we're, very clearly repeating the follies of the past and embarking on a new Cold War. And events like the webinar we're part of today are extremely important, as we need to remember the first Cold War and its horrors and commemorate that history. Then we need to mobilize together, inspired by the legacy of Henry Wallace and other Cold War dissenters, to resist this new Cold War, so that we might, as Pauling suggested, have a better world in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeremy. And you mentioned Phil Agee, and we have a surprise guest. He's not on the program, but we have his son, Chris Agee, here today, executive editor of Covert Action magazine, to give us a few lessons from his father.
Well, hello, everybody. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. Hello, everyone. Thank you, Rachel, Frank, all of you who put this event together, and to all of you who've joined the webinar and are watching online. My name is Chris Agee. I'm the executive editor of Covert Action magazine and an adjunct professor at the City University of New York and the State University of New York. I'm also the son, as Rachel mentioned, of Philip Agee, former CIA case officer and whistleblower, who provided a firsthand expose of the Central Intelligence Agency. Let me just first say that as I registered for this this webinar, I was asked to join a Facebook group, which I did, and it said, "Do you have a family member or friend that has been affected by the Cold War?" I'm just like, yeah, it upended my whole life. It also gave me a front seat onto the crimes of our era. As we have been discussing, we are all victims in many ways. Let me explain and describe a few significant lessons from my father, Philip Agee, who taught me, and I thought I'd share those principles around a couple of stories. The first is debunking the myth of the Cold War, understanding US plutocratic interests and third world revolutionary movements. The second principle was internationalism. Who can say no to international solidarity, right? And the third is political activism, keeping our eyes on the prize. All right, so what are we talking about here? Back in 1979, when I was starting high school, I was in a history class, and I was being told what the international political situation was. And the teacher was presenting these graphs, which he gave us like a flyer, and it had two big bubbles. And one bubble said like the United States, and the other bubble said like the Soviet Union. And so he presented, and the title was The Bipolar Model. And I took this home to my dad, and I said, "What the hell is this all about?" And he said, "Okay, sit down, son, let me explain." All right, so he said, "Wait a minute, it's not that simple as these two models." But actually that oftentimes, for example, in cases like Angola, Iran, places like, Guatemala, what had happened was that people were trying to struggle for their own sovereignty and independence and access to their own resources. And so he gave me a book, and he said, "Read this." I was 15 years old, and it was called The People's History of the United States. So by all means, everybody grab that book if you haven't already. Howard Zinn wrote it, A People's History of the United States. And since then, my life changed. From then on in that class, I became the class dissident and organized the students in my class to take on the official narrative. This was part of many lessons from my father. Another one involved a summer job, for example. He gave me between my high school and sophomore year, he asked me to organize the umpteen filing cabinets of newspaper clippings on my father. And I couldn't believe it as I was pulling them all out. It was sort of a boring summer job, but the entire room was filled with all these clippings about how my father was drunk and despondent, KGB double agent, traitor, all of that sort of stuff. And I was like sitting in the living room with my father, and I was like, "What do you mean? He's all these things." And so the propaganda campaign against people who stand up against the Cold War myth and all of these issues is truly gargantuan. And so the U.S. I became to learn that U.S. foreign policy actually serves the plutocratic elite and their efforts. And so I came to learn that the Cold War myth serves the following purposes: to distract the masses from imperial strategies, to justify huge military budgets for geopolitical control, all for the purpose of securing cheap access to raw materials, cheap access to labor, international markets for corporate interests, and then ultimately to oppress efforts to build truly democratic societies, politically, economically, and socially. The examples are endless: Iran, Guatemala, Vietnam, Chile, Angola, Nicaragua. You know, just to mention the few during the middle of the last century. And so what we have is an imperialist strategy that, by the way, did not begin with the Cold War, as we have mentioned various times during these testimonies, but goes back to the founding of this country. Read a book by William Bloom called Killing Hope. Another story, for example, if you just take a look at my father's works, you can see that when, for example, he was stationed in Uruguay as a CIA case officer, while he was told when he was recruited that he was going to be building freedom and democracy for the rest of the world, he found that what he was actually doing was like rounding up dissidents, like human rights activists, labor rights activists, and he would meet with regularly with the chief of police. And at one point, the chief of police says to him, "Hey, as he's meeting with him, he's hearing these sounds of screaming going on in the background, and he's saying to the chief of police, 'Hey, Jefe, what's that sound? Who's that screaming?' And he goes, 'Oh, Felipe, don't you remember? Those are the people who you gave us last week.'" Okay, so he started to realize that the work that he was doing was he was really acting as a secret policeman for multinational corporate interests.
And there's a video, Alf.
I'm sorry. Okay, all right. So I know I only have probably a minute or two left. So the second lesson that he taught me was a very basic one called international solidarity, internationalism. And you know, who could say no to being friends with people around the world? Okay, so he said, "Hey, you want to come to Cuba?" I was 13 years old and had a skateboard. And I said, "Sure." And I went to Cuba via East Berlin, by the way. It's a long story. But I ended up finding that people were very interested in being friends and developing a society that prioritized friendship with all peoples, food, shelter, clothing, education, and healthcare as a national priority, and anti-imperialism and self-determination. So you can go through the examples with respect to Cuba and how the United States has tried to destroy that effort to build that stuff.
Video next.
Yeah, and so, like, for example, one of the jobs that my father had as a CIA agent was to literally put an incriminating message into a toothpaste tube and plant it on a Cuban diplomat and get that diplomat taken into custody. I mean, so this is the kind of stuff that, you know, when you go into the details and you figure that stuff out. So lastly, there are many more stories to tell. My time has run out. I would simply say that we are doing the best we can to continue the work of my father. We've relaunched Covert Action. Read it, share it, and get involved. And we'd be very, very happy to, if anyone wants to write for us, for example, or even get involved and help, that would be great. So ultimately what he taught me was educate yourself about these things, educate those around you, and get involved. That's what we need to do to have an impact on all of this stuff that we're talking about. Anyway, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Chris. And now Frank will introduce our next speaker who will give testimony.
Yes, thank you. I just want to say to Chris, your father is a big hero of mine. I went to Cuba in 2000. I got to meet him at his travel agency. He's in my film when I learned U.S. foreign policy, and you mentioned two other heroes of mine, Howard Zinn and William Bloom. And thanks for your presentation, Chris. I'm going to now introduce my friend Michael Novick. It's a taped presentation he'll be making. Mike is a longtime anti-racist activist. He edits and publishes Turning the Tide, and he's on the production crew of Changelink, which is the LA community calendar. And he's a second generation union shop steward and is currently chair of the KPFK local station board. And Michael does so many things. And here's a tape that he recorded himself. Michael Novick.
This is Michael Novick speaking on behalf of Anti-Racist Action and for the Cold War Conference. I can't attend in person, unfortunately. I have multiple other responsibilities on the same day as the conference, so I'm recording this in advance. I wanted to speak briefly about even the term Cold War, which in my understanding is part of US terminology. It goes along with the phrase Iron Curtain from the period of the late 40s, 50s into the 60s. And that terminology, of course, was about stereotyping the socialist bloc of Eastern Europe, Russia, later China, Vietnam, as forces of evil. Later the term the axis of evil was used, but the Soviets used the term peaceful coexistence for that same period of time. They were trying to live in peace with the West despite the ideological and material contradictions between socialism and capitalism. So I think it's instructive that really, to this day, we use that terminology because the terminology of Cold War comes out of the US, which is a warmongering country. And so I wanted to talk a little bit about the roots of that Cold War and the long history of war in the United States. The United States invaded Cuba, for example, before the Soviet Union existed and before Fidel Castro was born. You can see his picture up there on my wall. The United States invaded Nicaragua long before the Sandinistas came to power. They wanted to defeat Sandino himself in the 1920s. So the U.S. has been at war with many, many peoples over a long period of time, starting with settler colonialism. And I think the term Cold War comes out of that history of warfare. The other aspect I wanted to talk about is that the Red Scare and the red baiting, which was an intense part of the Cold War, is an attempt to identify forces of resistance and forces opposed to imperialism, colonialism, capitalism inside the United States as well as internationally. And so there were purges of so-called communists. But I think an important part of the so-called Red Scare was actually a Black Scare. And again, you see the picture of Malcolm up on my wall and Mumia here in my shirt. And I think that the Black freedom struggle has been a key part always of the attempt to transform this society in a positive direction, going back to the days of slavery and settler colonialism. And that the key charge against the communists is that they were lovers of Black people. They didn't use the term Black people in that term. And so some of the main victims of the Red Scare were actually Black people. And so Paul Robeson or W.B. Du Bois and so on were people being targeted, and even some of the communists who were jailed were African American. So I think those are important things to keep in mind, the roots of what we call the Cold War in U.S. colonialism, U.S. imperialism, U.S. war making, U.S. racism. And, Noam Chomsky, I think, has talked about the power of a positive, or the danger of a positive example. I think that the construct of the Cold War was a way for the U.S. to justify its intervention in the former colonial world that was seeking independence from, its prior colonial masters, the British, French, sometimes the German empire, the Italians who invaded Ethiopia, the Japanese, and in those struggles against colonialism and imperialism, Vietnam struggled against the French and against the Japanese. The Chinese themselves struggled against Japanese incursions. The U.S. stepped in in what Malcolm X referred to as a lateral pass from the European imperial powers in particular, and used the excuse of the Cold War, the excuse of a global struggle with godless communism and with the Soviet Union as the pretext for intervention and invasion, for assassination, for example, of Patrice Lumumba in the Congo, and many other subsequent independence leaders in Africa and elsewhere, for military intervention, because it was pretty hot, obviously, during a lot of the Cold War in Korea, in Vietnam, and in many other places in the world. And all of that is still around. It's still happening. The parties might change in power. We've seen the Democratic Party oust Trump and take command of the executive branch and slim control of both houses of Congress. And yet they pass enormous military budgets. They authorize the use of military force, or they use military force without authorization if they have to. And so I think that's the context of the so-called New Cold War. The New Cold War is targeting, in particular, China, which is much more disruptive of the international capitalist hegemonic order than Donald Trump could ever pretend or imagine to be, because they have elements still of socialism within their society, and they are a billion-plus people who are not integrated into white supremacy, not well integrated into capitalism and imperialism, and therefore they represent a threat to the hegemony of the US. And so we're seeing the drumbeats from both sides of the political aisle again. Trump launched the trade war against China, but Biden is in and he's pursuing a military encirclement. They have a new thing called the Quad. It's an alliance between the United States, India, Australia, and Japan, directly targeted at China. And so I think we have to be on the alert, not just for this new Cold War, but for the potential hot war that it represents, because all of these are aspects of war making for imperial ambition, and a wounded and threatened U.S. empire, which we're seeing now and we live in, is particularly dangerous. So I would just urge people to keep those thoughts in mind, that the roots of it extend far back into settler colonialism and attacks on native nations, and the consequences of that period that we term the Cold War are still with us.
Thank you for Michael Novick's video. And we are now going to hear from Alice Slater, will provide testimony. She serves on the boards of World Beyond War and Global Network Against Weapons and Nuclear Power in Space. She is the UN NGO representative for the Nuclear Age Peace Foundation and works with Code Pink for a World at Peace. Welcome,
Thank
Alice.
you. I'm delighted to be here, and I'm so overwhelmed by all this information. And I'm just thinking, how are we going to use this? And if only everybody in America knows what we're listening to now, I think we could shift the whole conversation. Because what we're getting now is they're heating it up. I mean, Biden is calling Putin a criminal. He's agreeing he's criminal. And we had this terrible meeting with China. And I grew up in the 50s when we had the Red Scare, and we had a comic strip by Walt Kelly called Pogo. And his most famous line was, "We've met the enemy and he is us." And I was so terrified of communism. I mean, I remember being at Queens College in the 1950s and having the discussion, and somebody gave me a pamphlet that said Communist Party of America. My heart was pounding with terror. I put it in my book bag. I went home in the Bronx up to the 8th floor to the incinerator, threw it directly down the incinerator without even looking. That's how scared we were. And years later, I did go to the Soviet Union when Gorbachev had instituted perestroika and glasnost. I was part of a legal delegation, the Lawyers Alliance for Nuclear Arms Control, and we were going there. Actually, the Soviets had stopped nuclear testing ahead of us, and Congress said, we went to Congress, our lawyers group. They said, oh, forget it, you can't trust the Russians. So we raised the head of our New York City Bar Association, Bill DeWind, he was part of the Dutch DeWinds up the Hudson, raised a lot of money, hired a team of seismologists. We went to the Soviet Union, we said, will you let us put our seismologists at your test site so we can see if you really stopped? And they said yes. And we were able to go back to Congress and stop nuclear testing. So, I mean, it is possible to get progress. And I looked at this, like I was shocked when I looked at the history that Woodrow Wilson sent troops, as we heard. And then after we dropped the bomb and we got together with the Soviet Union to form the United Nations, to end the scourge of war, that was our mission. And the number one resolution was for nuclear disarmament. Stalin said to Truman, turn the bomb over to the UN. And Truman said no, so Russia got the bomb. Then when the wall came down and Gorbachev let go of all of Eastern Europe without a shot, I mean, it was like a miracle. He and Reagan met in Reykjavik and they said, let's get rid of all the nuclear weapons. We now have 14,000 nuclear weapons on the planet and 13,000 are in the US and Russia. So this is not just some abstraction, and 2,500 in each country pointed on missiles ready to go off. The other 7 countries have only 1,000 between them. And China's smart enough to keep the bombs off the missiles. They don't point them at anybody. So China has a little Eastern wisdom there. Anyway, Gorbachev said to Reagan, let's get rid of all the nuclear weapons. Reagan said, great idea. So Gorbachev said, don't do Star Wars, because the US has a military policy to dominate and control the military use of space. It's in their documents. That's what we stand for. And Reagan said, I can't give up Star Wars. So Gorbachev pulled it off the table. Then he was very nervous, Gorbachev, about Germany becoming reunited, because as we've heard, they lost 27 million Russians to the Nazi onslaught. I never heard that figure. As a matter of fact, when I went there in the 80s, every guy over 60 was wearing his World War II medals. You go to the Leningrad cemetery at that time, now it's St. Petersburg, there were like 400,000 mass graves from the Nazi siege of Leningrad. And every street corner had a monument to the dead. And my guide said to me, we had guides, he said, why don't you Americans trust us? And I was being very arrogant about, why don't we trust you? I said, what about Hungary? What about Czechoslovakia? He looked at me with tears in his eyes. He said, we had to protect our border from Germany. And I looked at him, and that was their truth. And we were getting such baloney, the American people, and they're still getting it. You know, they were never coming after us. I mean, their occupation might not have been the finest occupation of Eastern Europe, but they weren't going to let anybody come into Russia. Napoleon had marched in 100 years earlier into Moscow. So anyway, it was... Then so Gorbachev said he was very nervous about East Germany being united with West Germany and going into NATO. And Reagan said, don't worry. And Jack Matlock, his ambassador, has written an op-ed in the New York Times about this. We give you our word, we will not expand NATO 1 inch to the east. And they put it right up to Russia's border. They were even talking about taking Ukraine in and Georgia. And we're doing war games on Russia's border, nuclear war games. We keep US nukes in 5 NATO states, Italy, Belgium, Holland, Germany, and Turkey. I mean, it's, you know what happened when they had them in Cuba, we went bananas. And that's very interesting to me, the Cuban Missile Crisis, because Kennedy made a deal with Khrushchev to get them out and secretly promised to remove US missiles from Turkey a year later. because he couldn't make it a public deal because the Congress never would have agreed to it. And he kept his word, he removed them. But we had put them in there. That was part of the incentive for Khrushchev to put missiles into Cuba. And guess what? We now have missiles back in Turkey, right on Russia's border with nuclear weapons based there. So Pogo was right. Then after we went west, Clinton bombed Kosovo. That's the first time we broke our agreement with the United Nations that we would never engage in a war of aggression unless we were under imminent threat of attack without the approval of the Security Council. And Russia vetoed that war, and we went in and said, the hell with you. Then Putin offered Clinton to cut our massive arsenals, at that time was 16,000, down to 1,000 each, and call everybody to the table, but don't put missiles into Romania, because we were starting to build these missile emplacements. Clinton would not promise this, and then Bush walked out of the 1972 anti-ballistic missile treaty that we had with the Soviets, which helped us to stop building more missiles because we didn't have anti-missiles. And we put missiles in Romania, and Trump put them in Poland. And it's always us. Then Bush and Obama blocked any discussion in 2008 and 2014 on Russian and Chinese proposals for a space weapons ban. In the Committee on Disarmament in Geneva, you need consensus from everybody to discuss it. The US vetoed it. And every year there's a resolution in the General Assembly, prevention of an arms race in outer space. Russia and China propose it and support it, and the US says no. And now we formed a separate space force, masters in space, Then this was very interesting because we're hearing all this talk about cyber attacks after the Stuxnet virus, where the US and Israel boasted about how they, hit uranium enrichment facilities in Iran. Putin proposed to Obama that the US and Russia negotiate a cyber ban treaty. Doesn't that sound good? No. We turned it down. And there's a story in the Times. And then, they were having this 75th anniversary of World War II in Europe, and they did not invite Russia. And Putin gave this speech saying that neglecting the lessons of history inevitably leads to a harsh payback. We will firmly uphold the truth based on documented historical facts. We will continue to be honest and impartial about the events of World War II. This includes a large-scale project to establish Russia's largest collection of archival records, film, photo materials about the history of World War II and the pre-war period. And I think we have a good partner over there in Putin. If we want to do a truth report, we should make it like we should get more Russians involved with us. It shouldn't just be Americans. It should, because they want to do it, And even the new arms race, Putin gave a speech in, I think it was 2018 or 17, how they begged us not to walk out of that anti-ballistic missile treaty. And then they tried so hard to negotiate. And finally, they decided they had to improve their weapons. And then we use that as an excuse for why we're spending more money in an arms race. And of course, we've heard all these economic drivers, and it's insane because we have so much to do for the climate. Look at Texas. They need a whole new grid. We're looking for jobs and manufacturers. They let a snowstorm kill all the electric in Texas. We need windmills. We need solar panels. We need to change our farming over. There's so much work that we could be doing for this incredible money that we're spending on the military. So right now, we got a treaty negotiated with 122 countries that just got disgusted with the nuclear weapon states that weren't following their promises in the non-proliferation treaty for good faith efforts in nuclear disarmament. But there's no treaty that actually said nuclear weapons are illegal. So we negotiated that. It passed. We won the Nobel Peace Prize for this international campaign to abolish nuclear weapons. None of the nuclear weapon states were there. Interestingly, North Korea voted for the negotiations in the UN. They were the only nuclear weapon state that did. Like the Western states, US, Russia, England, France, and Israel voted no. India, China, and Pakistan abstained. And North Korea voted yes. This was like the first vote whether negotiations should go forward. And then they went forward and we got a treaty, and it just became entered into force because there wasn't 50 countries. And so that's something that we should be promoting here. And I mean, we have to get Obama we really have to get him to change his tune. We got him to change his tune on the big economic bill they just passed. You know, that wasn't his love from the old neoliberal, which got us Trump in the first place. So there's like a new talk somehow of we're not there yet, but we have to mobilize here. And am I up? Is my time up? I wasn't.
Pretty much, Alice.
Yeah, then I'll finish there and just urge you to, I'm working with World Beyond War. I mean, it's no good to just stop this war or that weapon. We have to get rid of the whole war system. And now with the plague and the climate catastrophe and the nuclear weapons pointed, ready to destroy, you know, we have to shift out of war. So I recommend everybody to do the World Beyond War and the ICANN campaign, where you can work to get the US, they should definitely stop any kind of manufacturer and all the arms controllers that destroy the message boards. And they're now talking about no first use, which is ridiculous because we're using them already just by having them. Dan Ellsberg always says that. It's like if a bank robber walks into a bank with a gun, you don't have to shoot it, you're already using it, and we're using them. So that's how they came up after this whole new treaty to ban the bomb. We now have all the foundations in America that are part of the military, and the Mickey Mac that McGovern calls it, you know, military industrial academic congressional think tank complex is now pushing no first use, which doesn't mean anything. So ban the bomb, and you know, let's get the message out. Thank you.
Thank you, Alice. And I think you've mentioned a project, U.S.-Russia collaboration on a truth commission. So
yes,
a good
well,
project.
This is the opening shot.
Yeah, right on. Thank you, Alice. And Frank is going to introduce our next speaker, giving testimony as we continue to put the U.S. Cold War on trial. Frank?
All right, thanks, Rachel. Thanks, Alice. It's my privilege to introduce Norman Solomon. Norman is the National Director of Roots Action and the author of many books, including War Made Easy, How the Presidents and Pundits Keep Spinning Us to Death. And it was made into a really important anti-war film narrated by Sean Penn, and also Norman narrates it too. One of my favorite anti-war films. Norman was a Bernie Sanders delegate from California to the 2016 and 2020 Democratic National Conventions. And Norman is the founder and executive director of the Institute for Public Accuracy. And here's Norman Solomon.
Hey, thanks to everybody who's been making this wonderful commission event possible. I'm speaking on this topic, why so many progressives joined in with the Russiagate frenzy, which I would date to the last 5 years, basically, and it ain't over, as we've seen in the last several days. I just saw in the chat a few minutes ago, somebody wrote, Putin is no hero, but Biden has no standing to call him a killer. I also don't know that Biden has a theological background to pronounce whether Putin has a soul, but that's sort of a side note. If you think about the last 5 years, just guesstimate how many airtime minutes on MSNBC Rachel Maddow devoted to Russiagate and talking about the evils of Russia, compared to the number of airtime minutes talking about the dangers of nuclear weapons and nuclear war. The study hasn't been done, but I would be sure that the ratio is thousands to 1. And that tells us a lot about the US mass media coverage of issues between the United States and Russia, and really how badly, extremely out of whack and dangerous the coverage is. The reality is, I mean, if we look at from 2016 to this moment, there is a vast number of people who call themselves progressives, including many who have described themselves as anti-war, peace-oriented people, who were, to a very large extent, on the Russiagate train, villainizing the Russian government, villainizing Putin, blaming Russia for fundamental flaws in the 2016 election and in the lack of democracy in the United States. And this has had profound and huge impacts that carry forward to this day and are very ominous and frankly could contribute to an eventual nuclear holocaust. So I think it's very important to ask ourselves, how could so many progressives be on board with a line of propaganda that increases the chances of nuclear war? There's certainly a lot of factors. There's not, in my 10 minutes, really enough time to really go into them, but certainly, yes, there was sort of an enemy is my friend counterpart, where if Trump was doing X and war hawks like Adam Schiff were saying Y, then because Trump was so awful, then people would start to identify with a war hawk like Adam Schiff and not see the implications. And what are the implications? I think that's a question that the admirers of Rachel Maddow and countless other Russiagate enthusiasts in media, these are implications that just are never or have rarely been explored to the endpoint. The endpoint is that what is the final foreseeable result of continuing to bang on the anti-Russia drum? And as the person who wrote in the chat said, and I certainly agree, Putin's no hero. I'm not holding him up as some great peace advocate. I think an examination of the record shows the United States, as Alice has pointed out, in the last couple of decades, the United States has been much more at fault in escalating the nuclear arms race. But Putin's no saint, but that's not the point. The point is that Russia and the United States have more than 90% of the nuclear weapons on this planet. The point is that the endpoint, the foreseeable endpoint of the Russiagate frenzy and all this anti-Russia stuff that is over the top in the news media, often, at least through silence, aided and abetted by groups that say they're for peace and disarmament. The endpoint is that we move closer and closer to diplomatic, rhetorical, geopolitical, and yes, military conflict between the United States and Russia. So it's like the equivalent of the CEO of a huge corporation that doesn't want to think past the next quarter or two. It's people who think, well, we didn't like Trump, so we'll use this against Trump. And now it's, well, we've got to support Biden on all of this denunciation of Russia because, well, we support Biden. It makes no friggin' sense at all. It's just buying into a mass media and political establishment gravy train that helps the military industrial complex to make the sale for more and more weapons, keep the Pentagon military budget higher and higher. This is the agenda. And we've got to make sure that not only do we not buy into it, but that in the days, weeks, and months ahead, peace and disarmament and generally progressive groups stop being part of that problem, either by somehow echoing the mass media, now Biden administration line, or by silence. And let's talk about silence. I mean, you can make a list of dozens and dozens into the hundreds of groups, national, regional, local, that are peace-oriented and sincerely, we want to assume, are trying to bring about disarmament and peace. And you can look down that list and then assess how many of them challenge the Russiagate narrative, that the Kremlin has been and continues to be this mortal threat to democracy, implicitly more than the Koch brothers, more than Wall Street, more than the military contractors. I mean, it's preposterous, and yet it's been ratified in effect, if not actively, at least in silence, by the vast majority of that list you would have made of groups. So, I'm very glad that me and my colleagues at rootsaction.org, we've been challenging that narrative from the beginning actively. as well as my colleagues at the Institute for Public Accuracy. I know there are other groups that have been doing that actively in the last 5 years. But we have a tremendous amount of work to do to, in solidarity, challenge many activists and groups that even today are either agreeing with implicitly or being silent about what the Biden administration is doing, the pronouncements, the saber rattling towards Russia and China. And so we've got not only Biden, who is saying, reaffirming his assessment, his theological assessment that Putin has no soul, but also that he's a killer, as though somebody who supported the Iraq war can go around preaching about being a killer. But we also have Antony Blinken, who, by the way, was supported by some peace and disarmament groups quite avidly to be Secretary of State when he was nominated. He's going off and threatening China, going to Alaska and beyond to say that China is a huge threat. So as the saying goes, we've seen this movie before. We know where it is headed, and where it is headed, unless we can avert it, is further war, further catastrophe, and unfortunately, a great possibility of thermonuclear war. And so I just want to close by saying that we have an opportunity to, as the saying goes, do a reset. That maybe the last few days can be a useful shock to those who didn't want to talk about what was wrong with the Russiagate narrative, didn't want to talk about the anti-Russia frenzy, but we have to talk about it. We have to challenge it, because that's what peacemaking is all about.
Thank you so much, Norman. Such important testimony. And, you know, leading to an action that tomorrow's Monday again. And if you weren't heard earlier, let's contact Congress. I mean, you know, this Truth Commission is happening just at a time when heightened tensions, awareness, fear. And so maybe, you know, it's time that we can say that we were at this webinar. We can send the links to our representatives, let them know that this isn't just now, this is a pattern, and we're now putting the Cold War on trial and showing the pattern of US aggression around the world. And if anyone is truly sincere about January 6th and fear, as they are, you know, in Congress, the true, you know, fear, then let's let them know that this is no accident, it's a pattern. So we're going to have Frank, and he is going to introduce, we have a reading, and he's going to introduce the two people who made this reading possible, and then I'm going to introduce our reader.
What about the song? You're muted. She's muted.
After the song, musical break.
Song. Gil Scott Aaron.
Back when Eisenhower was the president, golf courses is where most of his time was spent. So I never really listened to what the president said, because in general, I believed that the general was politically dead. But he always seemed to know when the muscles were about to be flexed, because I remember him saying something, mumbling something about a military-industrial complex. Americans no longer fight to keep their shores safe, just to keep the jobs going in the arms-making workplace. And then they pretend to be gripped by some sort of political reflex, but all they're doing is paying dues to the military-industrial complex. Military and the monetary. Military and the monetary. Military and the monetary. The military and the monetary get together whenever they think it's necessary. They turn our brothers and sisters into mercenaries. They are turning the planet to a cemetery. The military and the monetary use the media as intermediaries. They are determined to keep the citizens secondary. They make so many decisions that are arbitrary. were marching behind the commander-in-chief who was standing under a spotlight shaking like a leaf. But the ship of state had landed on an economic reef, so we knew he was going to bring us messages of grief. The military and the monetary were shielded by January and went storming into February. Brought us pot-bellied generals as luminaries. 2 weeks ago I hadn't heard the sumbitch, now all of a sudden he's legendary. They took the honor from the honorary, they took the dignity from the dignitaries, they took the secrets from the secretary, but they left the bitch an obituary. The military and the monetary from thousands of miles away in a Saudi Arabian sanctuary had us all scrambling for our dictionaries because we couldn't understand the fucking vocabulary. Yeah, there were some smart bombs, but there were some dumb ones as well. Scared the hell out of CNN in that Baghdad hotel. The military and the monetary, they get together whenever they think it's necessary. War in the desert sometimes sure is scary, but they beamed out the war to all their subsidiaries, tried to make so damn insane a worthy adversary, keeping the citizens secondary, scaring old folks into coronaries. The military and the monetary from thousands of miles in a Saudi Arabian sanctuary kept us all wondering if all of this was really truly necessary. We've got to work for peace. Peace ain't coming this way. If we only work for peace, if everyone believed in peace the way they say they do, we'd have peace. The only thing wrong with peace is that you can't make no money from it. The military and the monetary, they get together whenever they think it's necessary. They've turned our brothers and sisters into mercenaries. They are turning the planet into a cemetery. We've got to work for peace. Peace ain't coming this way. We should not allow ourselves to be misled by talk of entering a time of peace. Peace is not the absence of war, it is the absence of the rumors of war and the threats of war and the preparation for war. Peace is not the absence of war, it is the time when we will all bring ourselves closer to each other, closer to building a structure that is unique within ourselves because we have finally come to peace within ourselves. Military and the monetary, military and the monetary, military and the monetary get together whenever they think it's necessary. They have turned our brothers and sisters into mercenaries. They are turning parts of the planet into a cemetery. What you gonna do? Military and the monetary, military and the monetary. What you gonna do? We hounded the Ayatollah religiously, bombed Libya and killed Gaddafi's son hideously. We turned our back on our allies, the Panamanians, and saw Ali North selling guns to the Iranians. Watched Gorbachev slaughtering the Lithuanians. We better warn the Amish, they may bomb the Pennsylvanians. The military and the monetary get together whenever they think it's necessary. They have turned our brothers and sisters into mercenaries. They are turning the planet into a cemetery. They got folks out there working for war. 2, 3, 4. Make a whole lot of money, start a little trouble, it's a war. Turn this planet into north and south, it's a war. Start a few rumors over there, make money with a war. Peace. Say it to yourself. I believe we got to work for peace. Peace ain't gonna be free, you gotta work for peace. You believe in peace, gotta go to work. They got folks out there working for war. Start a little trouble over here, what you got is war. Turn these folks in the north and south, it's war. Start a little trouble over here, what you got is war. Tell everybody you know, we gotta work for peace. Gotta work, gotta work. You believe in peace, time to go to work. I don't want to sound like no late night commercial, but it's a matter of fact that there are thousands of children all over the world in Asia and Africa and South America who need our help. When they start talking about 55 cents a day and 70 cents a day, I know a lot of folks feel as though that's not really any kind of contribution to make, but we had to give up $1.50 just to get in the subway nowadays. So this is a song about tomorrow and about how tomorrow can be better if we all, each one reach one, each one try to teach one. Nobody can do everything, but everybody can do something. Everyone must play a part. Everyone got to go to work. Work for peace. Spirit say work. Work for peace. You believe in peace, say go to work. You believe in peace, time go to work. Can't be waving your hand no more, go to work. Everything you ever really wanted, had to go to work.
You're up, Frank.
Thanks for that musical interlude, Rachel. Wow, what a great song by Gil Scott-Heron. Okay, so our next presentation is going to be a reading from the books, three-part series books called Murder Incorporated, Empire, Genocide, and Manifest Destiny. The authors are Mumia Abu-Jamal and Stephen Victoria. I'm just going to read a little bit about them here. Mumia Abu-Jamal is an internationally celebrated Black writer and radio journalist, author of 6 books and hundreds of columns and articles. He's an organizer and inspiration for the prison lawyers movement, former member of the Black Panther Party, and supporter of Philadelphia's Radical Move organization. He has spent the last 30 years in prison, almost all of it in solitary confinement on Pennsylvania's death row. Millions of people in this country and around the world believe Mumia is innocent, and of course I do. Stephen Victoria is a film director and producer. His documentary films include Long Distance Revolutionary, a journey with Mumia Abu-Jamal, got emotional. What a great film, and One Bright Shining Moment, The Forgotten Summer of George McGovern. He has also co-authored with Mumia this new 3-part series titled Murder Incorporated, Empire, Genocide, and Manifest Destiny. Rachel.
Thank you. And we have an endorsement from them, and I'm going to read that and then introduce our reader. So Stephen Victoria says, Mumia Abu-Jamal and I were honored to include a passage from our Murder Incorporated book series. We're only reading one here. We'll post the other one. The importance of the Cold War Truth Commission can be found in 2 places. First, right in their very name, truth, offering sanity to a truly insane chapter of history. Secondly, more truth, found in the hearts of the folks who have undertaken this invaluable project. And our reader today will be Alexis Green. She is a California State University Chico alumna from Los Angeles. She is currently on a mission to write, illustrate, and distribute educational coloring books as the founder of Agee Books, a graphic design and book publishing service.
All right, can everyone hear me? Yes, perfect.
Yes.
So good afternoon or evening. Good evening, everyone. So as Ms. Brunke said, my name is Alexis Green. I'll be reading an excerpt from Murder Incorporated, Empire, Genocide, and Manifest Destiny by Mumia Abu-Jamal and Stephen Victoria. A segment from Book 3, Perfecting Tyranny, Chapter 6, Stasi 2.0. Citizens Commission to investigate the FBI. On 8 March 1971, 110 miles away from Media, Pennsylvania, a suburb of Philadelphia, Muhammad Ali and Joe Frazier were pummeling each other in Madison Square Garden. The eyes of the world were focused on the fight of the century, but that evening in Media, a sleepy Hamlet residence called Everyone's Hometown, a daring break-in was underway at a small FBI field office. More than 1,000 classified documents were retrieved by a small group of passionate American citizens who were active in both the civil rights and anti-war movements, ardent dissenters against the wanton murder in Southeast Asia, as well as the domestic terrorist actions underfoot by a U.S. intelligence community hostile to the recently slain MLK, civil rights, Black liberation, as well as other groups fighting for justice. This tight group, known as the Citizens Commission to investigate the FBI, knew it was time to do more than protest. As Ali peppered Smokin' Joe with a barrage of stinking jabs, and Joe countered with a historic left hook that sent the Louisville lip crashing to the canvas, the Bureau's malfeasance and corruption was about to be revealed by 8 activists who broke into the tiny FBI office and gathered up every document they could find. Among the documents, reports Democracy Now!, was one that bore the mysterious word COINTELPRO. One of the activists / burglars, John Raines, acknowledges the group consisted of whistleblowers before whistleblower had entered the lexicon. He also knew citizens had to do something bold, something intrepid. Yes, something intrepid, because Hoover, besides being diabolical, was also untouchable. He had presidents who were afraid of him, Raines explains. Nobody was holding him accountable, and that meant somebody had to get objective evidence of what his FBI was doing, get their files, and get what they're doing in their own handwriting. At the time, Betty Metzger was a reporter for the Washington Post. Shortly after the break-in, she received the cache of documents from Liberty Publications with a letter from the Citizens Commission to investigate the FBI, explaining where, when, and why the stash of evidence was collected. Metzger was shocked and stunned by the trail of criminal behavior perpetrated by the Bureau, and it quickly became apparent to the reporter that Hoover's FBI was especially fond of conducting, quote, blanket surveillance of African American people, unquote. The documents detailed surveillance programs in nearby Philadelphia, as well as various national programs. The documents also revealed that the illicit spying and counterintelligence was ubiquitous throughout the community. Churches, classrooms, stores down the street, just everything. In fact, the FBI was grooming informants in every walk of life, all of them targeting domestic dissenters. The revelations also exposed the FBI's directive to, quote, enhance the paranoia, unquote, of anti-war activists through harassment, intimidation, rumors, lies, and installing agent provocateurs everywhere. The surveillance, quote, the surveillance was so enormous, unquote, explains Metzger, that it led various people, rather sedate people in editorial offices and in Congress, to compare it to the Stasi, the dreaded secret police of East Germany. The 8 media whistleblowers protected their anonymity for more than 40 years, forcing the press and public to focus on the substantive content rather than the worn out and predictable debate over whether the burglars were treasonous or not, as was the case with Daniel Ellsberg and the release of his Pentagon Papers just 3 months later. On that fateful night, Frazier narrowly beat Ali, and while the 2 warriors nursed their wounds in a building anchored between 7th Avenue and 34th Street, 8 other warriors set up shop in a Pennsylvania farmhouse and dropped a dime on the Bureau's ugly and illegal operation. The exposure of Hoover's massive and secretive COINTELPRO hijinks, along with his iniquitous violations of civil liberties, helped pave a way for the notable church committee headed by Senator Frank Church of Idaho, that investigated the entire spectrum of U.S. intelligence operations. In fact, the Church Committee's damning report triggered various congressional intelligence oversight committees, including the House Select Committee on Assassinations, as well as the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Court, or FISA, which, as we've seen, sort of, kept U.S. surveillance in check for a short time. As expected, control by FISA waned as the various agencies kicked back, and then the subsequent reform measures dramatically dried up with the election of Ronald Reagan. But on 8th of March in 1971, in the quiet suburbs west of Philadelphia, 8 courageous men and women with ice in their veins decided to hell with civil obedience and put everything on the line in an audacious move to alert their fellow citizens that treachery was underfoot. In a move that defined self-sacrifice, these 8 unexpected, swashbuckling activists bring to mind the essence of William Kunstler's words when he spoke of the tragedy, courage, and death at Kent State University. So these were his words. The 4 who died here, the 9 who were wounded here, they did more for their country than all the Nixons and the Agnews, I believe, and the Reagans could possibly do. End excerpt.
Thank you, Alexis. And our next testimony will be, we're actually going to submit it into the record. It's a video I made with Julia Scoville. Julia Scoville is a 98-year-old retired nurse and lifelong activist for social justice. She was in a leadership position at CORE and the Congress on Racial Equality, and has been an organizer for over 12 years with the San Pedro Neighbors for Peace and Justice. She and I did a longer Zoom. It will be submitted into the record. But as a retired nurse, she was given, her boss called her in one day and gave her a list of all the groups that she was basically a part of and asked if she had been a member of any of them. And to save her job, she lies and she tells the story about how a lifelong wonderful person was persecuted by our country. So we will go on to the next testimony, and that is a short video, also from an older woman. Her name is Susan Gossman. She has been a lifelong activist for social justice and peace. She is testifying here on her family history of the U.S. Cold War and McCarthyism.
Hello, my name is Susan Gossman. I understand you're asking what life was like during the Cold War. You should know at the outset that I am not a student of history, nor am I particularly great at political analysis. But here's hoping that talking about my experiences and feelings during that time will give you some insight. According to Wikipedia, the dates of the Cold War were 1945 to 1991. But to me, the beginning of the Cold War was March 7th, 1932, the date of the Fort Hunger March. The march took place years before I was born, but because my father was one of its organizers, I have always accepted it as part of my history, and the names of the 3 young men, Coleman Lenny, Joe York, organizer of the Michigan Young Communist League, and Joe de Blasio, killed by Ford's private police force, stay etched in my memory. A year later, C. Williams, a black worker, died from wounds received that day. That violence was set off at gunpoint by Harry Bennett, head of Ford's murderous service department. I was born on January 1st, 1944. World War II would soon be over. The Fort Hunger March was behind us. The Rosenbergs were alive, and Joseph McCarthy had not yet required my father's presence at one of his infamous hearings. So, what was my life like during the Cold War years? My family had been party members for many years. I remember meetings, bazaars, fundraising parties, and sing-alongs, being taken to see Salt of the Earth, another movie with Charlotta Bass and Paul Robeson, my mother explaining from each to each, and telling me communism would not be a reality for many generations. The 50s for me are framed by the Rosenbergs' execution in 1953 and by Joseph McCarthy. My father appeared before HUAC in 1958. The feeling was there may have been a connection between his subpoena and the fact that he had been an organizer of a PW bazaar. It was an exciting and scary time. I felt that I had been accepted into a special secret society, and anti-communist fervor was high. At school, I was asked if I was a communist when I said my grandparents were from Russia. I learned not to say I was Jewish and to keep my mouth shut whenever communism was mentioned. If you were Jewish, you were ridiculed, asked why you didn't have a big nose, if you were rich, and on and on and on. Communists, my friends had been taught, wanted to conquer the world. They were as evil as Nazis. Here's an excerpt from the annual report for the year 1958, prepared and released by the Committee on Un-American Activities, U.S. House of Representatives, Washington, D.C., which compares communists to Nazis. I found it while doing some research for this little presentation, and my anger at reading it is so intense I can still feel it. So they, communists, like the Nazis, divide people into those who deserve to exist and others who don't. And just like the Nazis, they proceed to exterminate, break, suppress all those who do not fit the image of the ruling class. Just like the Nazi state, the communist state is one in which murder has been elevated to the dignity of governmental policy. So, 1958, when I was 14, was quite a year. One weekend morning, as my parents slept in, there was a knock on our door. I answered to two men in suits and hats. "Is your father home?" one said. "He's at work," I answered. Then, glimpsing his car in the driveway, I said, "Oh, just a minute," and went to wake him up. Well, those men were FBI agents, and they served my dad papers to appear before HUAC. They asked for my mother, but Dad growled, "You'll have to find her yourselves," and shut the door in their faces. And the next thing I knew, we were packing our clothes, and I was crying my heart out, scared and ashamed at what I thought I had done. We spent the summer hiding out at Alamitos Bay in Long Beach. My father continued to work and joined us on weekends. My sister and I were told to say our last name was Schaefer if anyone asked. And in case you think all was grim in Long Beach, I'll share a little story with you. My sister had become friendly with a little girl her age, and when it became time for her family to leave, the two decided to exchange phone numbers. Each took a piece of paper to write their name and phone number. As they were doing this, all of a sudden, my sister looked up and said, "Hey, Mom, how do you spell Schaefer?" But this is far-reaching stuff. Imagine my shock when, as president of my union chapter, I learned that many of my union, quote, comrades, still believe in the evil of communism. And a dear friend believes that there is no free will under communism, and that communists will break and suppress all those who do not fit the image of the ruling class. And of course, this year, January 6th, brought us concrete and horrible proof of the staying power of this abomination. Now let's be clear. The fight for good and right will go on, and it will be won. So I end this by quoting my great-great-Aunt Mary. It is from a letter she wrote to her daughter Sylvia in 1970. Aunt Mary was 90 then, and this is what she writes. "My life was not wasted, and in my small way, I feel I contributed a little bit for progress, not just for myself and mine, but for others too. This is the way I live, and the way I wish to be remembered by my children and grandchildren and great-grandchildren. And maybe some others will remember me too, if for nothing else than for my belief in Marxism, and that I tried my best to live up to it. For this, I consider myself happy." She ends the letter by saying, "I never did learn to spell, but I can think. Love, Mary."
Thank you, Susan, for that testimony submitted now into the record. Our next testifier will be Gregory Godells, and he is an author with ML Today. Marxism-Leninism Today is the electronic journal of Marxist-Leninist thought. Gregory? You got to unmute.
Okay. You can hear me?
Yep.
Great. this is a great event, and this is a needed event. I can't speak to how needed this is. In my opinion, probably the greatest obstacle to progress in our time today is to overcome the twin evils of anti-communism and racism. I think they're the obstacles to our moving forward. I appreciate the invite. Too often when you study anti-communism in the United States, it's relegated to the celebrities, the Hollywood 10, professors that were repressed, or liberals who were painted with the same brush and were unfairly treated as though they were communist and persecuted accordingly. Very few studies are devoted to the small people, the little people that in fact were communist. And they're often nameless victims. There were thousands, maybe 10,000s of them in the course of the Cold War. Pittsburgh, where I live, is an area that was hit particularly hard for several reasons. One reason because the Communist Party here had a large working class character. It represented many ethnic groups and had strong Black membership and leadership in the area. In addition, of course, this is a center, Pittsburgh's a center of corporate America, and that made it a particularly hot area. For that reason, a commentator like David Cott, in his book, The Great Fear, the Anti-Communist Purge under Truman and Eisenhower, described Pittsburgh as the epicenter of the repression in a chapter entitled Hell in Pittsburgh. Well, I can't name all the victims. I wish I could. Most are long forgotten. I did have the privilege of meeting many of those victims when I came to Pittsburgh in 1969. They suffered job losses, public shaming, they lost their friends and their relationships. Some went to jail. I can't mention more than a few, but I'd like to give you the flavor. I think their names should not be missing from history. Unfortunately, they have been. One was Becky Horowitz. She was a housewife. Her husband was a plumber in the Communist Party. She was petitioning for ballot status for the Communist Party in the 30s. The Pittsburgh Press, one of our then local newspapers, I competed for this kind of activity, printed the names, the addresses, and the occupations of all the petitioners. That was put out to the public in order to embarrass these people. She was arrested for falsifying petitions because the authorities had then gotten people to attest that they were offered things if they would sign a petition, or they were threatened or bullied to sign a petition. The Communist Party in Western Pennsylvania decided not to contest these arrests because they did not want to embarrass or bring forth charges against the people that were making them, even though they were victimizing people. Becky, in her case, she had a young son in school, went to jail for 6 or 8 months based upon this anti-communism. A couple of wonderful people that I met when I moved here that had the most integrity that I've ever experienced. Alan Thomas and Joseph Sonny Robinson. They both worked at Crucible Steel in Pittsburgh. They're both steel workers, both elected union officials. They had things planted in their lockers. The police came in, they arrested them, they fired them, they lost their jobs. They were left to find some kind of other employment. In the case of Alan, it's a funny incident. He appealed this to the union, and he petitioned the union on a third occasion. They asked him if he supported the Second Front. If you follow World War II politics, you know the Second Front was when most people in this country wanted to see the US attack the Germans and form a second front to fight the Germans when the Soviets were carrying the burden of the war. And of course, he says he was really for a second front in Mississippi. That went over like a lead balloon, and he was not allowed to get back his job. Another old comrade was Leon Swimmer, a baker. He was a young man, and along with a number of progressives and communists, decided they were going to integrate a pool in Pittsburgh. Pools were all the public pools were segregated. So they went to Highland Park, a small area in Pittsburgh, and they jumped in the pools. They were chased out. Leon was beaten badly as a consequence of this, but it was one of the shining moments of his life in his fight. And maybe the most egregious example is Lou Bortz. He was an absolutely wonderful human being, a veteran of the Spanish Civil War, a veteran of World War II, made his living as an appliance repairman. He was called before the McCarthy hearings, not HUAC, not the House Un-American Activity Committee, but the McCarthy hearings. Appeared without a lawyer, was charged with planning the assassination of Senator McCarthy. The same day he appeared, a Jewish American, the Rosenbergs were executed. So you can imagine the atmosphere at that time. As a result of this, of course, he lost his jobs. He lost his family, alienated his friends, hacked out a living. These were all victims of other personalities in Pittsburgh whose names should never be forgotten. And they were the snitches. They were the informers. Harvey Matuso, Joseph Mazai, Mats Vedic. As time proceeded, as the courts generated and went through these cases, they were all identified as liars, alcoholics, unreliable, and so on. But the damage was done to these people and hundreds of other people in Pittsburgh. I had the pleasure of meeting them. I had the pleasure of knowing these people, and they were some of the greatest people I ever met. But what they went through was unconscionable. But more unconscionable is the fact that their legacy, and the legacy of others remains undefended, unnoticed, unacknowledged. I'm reminded of a Pittsburgh songwriter, folk singer that you all know, I'm sure, Ann Feeney, a people singer who died recently. And she has a song, she's dead, but she has a song about where she asked, who was jailed for justice? I wish she had written another stanza, and that stanza would have been, who has been persecuted, scandalized, who has been lost their job, lost their family, their friends, who has been jailed and surveilled by the FBI, who has an FBI number. And I'm very proud to say that having known these people, I got my own FBI number. So I am immortalized too in the files of the FBI, and proud to be. And I ask that people now, so-called progressives today, who are seeing the FBI as heroes, revisit this era, revisit this history, and learn who the FBI really is. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Gregory. And it's great to see you. We've chatted, and I really love your writing on ML today.
Thank you.
And yes, yeah, I'm asking you in the chat if people would do this, if you have a brief comment you want to make, if you have any stories like the last couple that we've heard. We want to hear, just get the flavor of McCarthyism. Of course, it wasn't just in Washington, D.C. They took it on a roadshow, and it was all over the United States persecuting. I'm not sure, ladies running the show, if you have pictures to put up right now, but in case you don't, I'm just going to, okay, good. Your ladies are good. Woo! I don't even need my book, my copy. This is an amazing, amazing book. I just spent 3 straight days reading it. A conspiracy so immense. It was one of the things that spurred me to a few of us to start this a few years ago. So it's a frightening book. So we will have another testifier, and he is Richard Moser, and it will be a filmed testimony. And Richard Moser, he is a historian and recent America, and author of The New Winter Soldiers, GI and Veteran Dissent During the Vietnam Era. Moser also worked as a staff organizer for District 65, the American Association of University Professors, and the American Federation of Teachers. You can follow his writing at befreedom.co. Richard Mosers, please.
Hi, I'm Richard Moser. I'm an activist and an organizer and a historian of recent America. You can follow my work at befreedom.co and in the pages of Counterpunch. My contribution to the Cold War Truth Commission today is going to be talking about the domestic impacts of the Cold War. The American people lost the Cold War. We did. Because under the cover of the Cold War and anti-communism, the US established itself as the dominant global empire, which immediately led to a series of institutional and systematic changes that killed off the last remnants of democratic and constitutional government. We paid a very high price for the Cold War. After World War II, the American people were tired of fighting. Truman was convinced that he had to scare the hell out of people. And he did. That's just what he did. So evil was the Soviet Union, so alien was their way of life, that the Red Scare summons up its opposite, America, and American identity as innocent, good, chosen, and exceptional. Our new enemy was made out to be an existential threat, even though they had just lost 20 million people in World War II fighting by our side against Nazi Germany. And our global superiority was based upon the fact that all our competitors were crushed in the war. Our empire was the last in a long line of European empires because we assimilated and reorganized the broken pieces of the British Empire, the French, and yes, the German Nazi Empire. We assimilated that too. So Cold War anti-communism was really like ruling class magic, because under its hypnotic spell, people stopped seeing the empire at all. It made the empire disappear. We were not, according to the official story, an empire at all, but the world's greatest democracy defending the free world from communism. But no justification could hide forever the fact that the empire changed the United States. A new form of government came to be that was often called the national security state. These changes were sweeping. They decisively undermined checks and balances, separation of powers, and the rule of law. Soon, the executive branch grew far beyond anything the Constitution had ever called for, and it turned into what we sometimes call the imperial presidency, a new tyrannical executive branch. You know, I mean, the United States president has wars powers that a king would be jealous of. Even though the Constitution is crystal clear, only Congress can declare war. You all know that we have not had a declared war since World War II. And once that keystone is removed and surrendered, that power is surrendered by Congress, the remaining edifice of the Constitution and of the Republic, which was never strong to begin with, began to crumble. Tyranny was soon to follow. You know, it's an old story after all, how empires destroy the republics that give them birth. Another part of these institutional changes was the rise of militarism. Before the Korean War, the United States had no standing army. We had a small army and an officer corps, and armies were raised through the draft. And when the war was over, the soldiers were sent home. There was no military-industrial complex. There were auto factories and airplane factories, and they were converted to wartime use and converted back. Of course, there were war profiteers, but never a powerful, permanent war industry directly bonded to government. So we have a violent warlike past, but we're not militarists, and that's an important distinction. President Eisenhower was so disturbed by what he saw that he warned us in his farewell address. And I'm going to read a short quote from it. The conjunction of an immense military establishment and a large arms industry is new in the American experience. The total influence, economic, political, spiritual, is felt in every city, every state house, every office of the federal government. The potential for the disastrous rise of misplaced power exists and will persist. We should take nothing for granted. And Eisenhower was the last president to speak honestly about this to the American people. So today, war is big, big business, and the MIC has only grown. Since 9/11 and the first Gulf War, the military-industrial complex now includes hundreds of security and intelligence corporations, including the big tech. Another part of this institutional shift is the emergence of secret police forces. During the Cold War, there was a rapid growth of secret police forces. We now have 18 of them. Of course, we call them the intelligence community. That's a euphemism. These are secret police forces, and they are real players in domestic politics in the United States, intervening in our own elections, and suppressing free speech by spying routinely on millions of Americans. According to those documents liberated by Edward Snowden, they spy on us more than they spy on Russians and more than they spy on Chinese. How do we explain that? You probably remember from the last primary that the night before the Nevada caucus, the intelligence community comes out and says that Bernie Sanders is the choice of the Russians. They offer no evidence. They never did, never have. That is a gross violation of their power, abuse of their power. So the imperial presidency, militarism, secret police forces, these have had a profound effect. And that effect is to hollow out the remnants of the US Constitution and the American Republic. So tyranny is the price of empire, always has been, always will be. But empires are shot through with contradictions, and they're very difficult to maintain. So one of the key things maintaining empire, holding it together, like the republic it destroyed, is whiteness, is white racial identity. Because white racism has long been the primary form of class collaboration, in which everyday white people identify with the ruling class instead of with their fellow workers. Now, over the centuries, there's been white privileges, and they were sometimes quite substantial. And it allowed white people to think that the government was on our side and that we were part of it. But maintaining whiteness is now caught on the horns of a dilemma, of an imperial dilemma. Because the empire strives for full spectrum dominance, to use their own term. They want to dominate everything at every level. And the corporations are driven by a very similar imperative, which is maximum possible profits, not profits, maximum possible profits. So these two imperatives demand austerity from the entire working class, including the white working class. And that's the dilemma they're in, and we're in too. The 45 years of austerity that begin in the mid-1970s works contrary to the special material benefits needed to win over whites and other people. And if my interpretation is correct, then the empire destroys the last vestiges of democratic government, even for whites, and puts whiteness on a path to decline, if not its ultimate distinction. The recent failure of government to raise wages to even the paltry sum of $15 an hour is a prime example of the dilemma faced by the rulers. And they chose austerity again, because that $15 would raise wages for the entire working class, something they simply cannot allow. So when you see millions of people, white workers, young white workers, out protesting at BLM last summer, I think part of it is motivated by the realization that they too have no future, and that making common cause with blacks is far smarter than waiting on the government. Now, the only play left for the ruling class, since it is unable to provide material advantages, is to increase what W.E.B. Du Bois called the psychological wage. So they can't provide material wages, so they must provide psychological wages. And what that means
is do everything, whatever you want to do, okay?
Supremacy, the Trump Republicans, and the neo-fascist gangs, and more shallow and transparent forms of corporate identity from the Democrats and corporate Republicans. Both are ploys to create a vertical cross-class alliance bonding working people to the existing order. Just as important, the ruling class is going to try and solve its internal problems with the new Cold War. Like the old Cold War, the new one is going to be driven by fear, first and foremost fear, but also mass conspiracy theories in which Russiagate, QAnon have replaced the old international communist conspiracy. And of course, it is also driven by the shared glory of world supremacy. But this time, it must encourage white people and others to revel in the greatness of empire with a bare minimum of material rewards and benefits. I'm not sure it's going to work. But maybe this is why a majority of Americans are tired of war. On the other hand, the war propaganda for the new Cold War is powerful. It is bipartisan, and it is working. Can the new Cold War satisfy the psychological payoff to keep whites and others in line without significant material payoffs? This crisis and opportunity it presents for a new peace movement is why an anti-imperialist perspective is so important, and one of the reasons this view has also been so marginalized. But the opportunities for peace and democracy awaits us if we can intervene in this crisis of empire. Well, thanks for having me and thanks for listening. And again, you can follow my work at befreedom.co.
Thank you. Richard, Frank will introduce our next testifier giving testimony.
Okay, thanks, Rachel. Mickey Huff is a professor of social science, history, and journalism, chair of journalism, co-chair of history at Diablo Valley College in California. He is director of the media watchdog Project Censored and president of its parent nonprofit, the Media Freedom Foundation. Recently, he was co-author of The United States of Distraction, Media Manipulation in Post-Truth America and What We Can Do About It. And he's the co-editor of Project Censored's State of the Free Press 2021. Mickey, you're on.
Unmute. You gotta unmute.
Thanks so much. I was just given permission to unmute. So thanks so much for having me. Of course, Code Pink, Frank, Rachel, all of you, thanks so much for this very, very important, momentous, historic event itself about the significance of history. And so again, it's a real honor to be here with so many wonderful people, many of whom I know, and others whom I haven't met that I greatly admire. Teaching history matters, and that's what I do. I'm sort of at the intersection of both history and journalism, recent historiography, and the importance of journalism, more specifically independent truth-telling journalism that speaks truth to power and speaks truth as power. And I'm going to repeat again that teaching history matters. Censoring the truth during the U.S. Cold War up to the present is the title of the brief presentation today. So I'm going to kind of pack in a number of things that I think are pretty significant. There's been so many fantastic people before me here today that have mentioned a lot of these things, so I don't want to be too redundant. A number of fantastic people to follow, including my great friend Peter Phillips, the former director of Project Censored. William Faulkner once wrote that the past is never dead, it's not even past. And it's so important for us to acknowledge that. Mark Twain quipped once upon a time that history may not repeat itself, but it rhymes. And we are certainly in a Dr. Seuss moment historiographically, never mind the fact that Dr. Seuss is back in the news for other reasons. We'll talk about that maybe some other time. I'd also like to riff briefly here with a nod to the Covert Action Quarterly folks. Paraphrasing Ralph McGehee, the great CIA whistleblower, today's fake news is tomorrow's fake history. And so yesterday's fake history frames today's fake news. So this is a Cold War redux feedback loop, right? And what is fake news again? It's nothing new. It's misinformation. It's disinformation. It's propaganda. It's information control. And you go back to the 1960s, you recall the Grahams over at the Washington Post. Yes, that's still the CIA paper of record with Jeff Bezos and the $600 million cloud contract they've gotten. Journalism is the first rough draft of history. And if that's the case, we really need to get it right the first time. And I don't mean with the disinformation that we saw in these legacy papers buttressing Cold War propaganda. I mean, going back to George Seldes and I.F. Stone, meaning that the role of journalists is to tell the public what's actually going on. And if we do go back in our history and the independent alternative annals of our past, we have long had truth tellers. We've long had people telling us what was happening, whether it's long before the Cold War, during, or since in its next or new recent iteration. So, the Cold War itself is some time in the making, officially 45 years long, but the actual hostility toward Russia or communism, or specifically, long predates the Cold War. The real reasons for our hostilities against civil rights and labor movements in the United States were long shrouded. It's been through xenophobia, fear of immigration, fear of taking jobs, fear of invasion, fear of rivals trying to threaten to take Americans' freedom. None of those things have actually really been true. And this is why we need untold histories to be told, with a nod to Peter Kuznick and Oliver Stone. Peter earlier today, speaking with everyone. So if you go back and follow this hostility rooted in U.S. oppression against civil rights and labor movements, wage slavery, pro-capitalist plutocratic forces go way back before the Civil War. We heard that earlier today, too, with the abolitionist women and so on. Really ramped up significantly with the Haymarket Massacre in 1886. Right, there's a gross hostility towards labor rights and this type of actual freedom in our history. There's a strong anti-capitalist sort of fear that the establishment has, that they want to cramp down. And so that predates the Cold War specifically. We saw it during the, working with the police at the Haymarket Square, working with private Pinkertons in places like Homestead and other places, all the way up through the beginning of the FBI, later COINTELPRO. There's been a serious effort to control narratives and suppress narratives that don't jive with the fear mongering that takes place from the top down. And so, the U.S. is, of course, involved not only in the suppression of critics during World War I at home, but the U.S. also meddled in the Bolshevik Revolution, the whole first Red Scare that spawned the Soviet arc, right? The hostility against people from Emma Goldman to presidential candidate socialists like Eugene Debs, the Espionage and Sedition Act, largely aimed not just to suppress critics of World War I, but to suppress critics of pro-capitalism and to suppress any support for the Bolshevik Revolution. This, by the way, is a story that's been told by filmmakers like Scott Noble, just directed a brand new series called The War at Home that I highly recommend. I wrote a review for, and you can see it at projectcensored.org. There are many folks, as I'm saying, that have talked about the history of suppression and the suppression of the truth in our historiographic narratives. But historically, World War I was really a big kickoff. That's where we saw Eddie Bernays, the nephew of Sigmund Freud, working with the Creel Commission to fashion false narratives against Germany at the time, but also those morphed into anti-Russia, anti-Soviet, anti-communism type narratives. If you go back and look what Bernays said in 1928, the conscious and intelligent manipulation and organized habits and opinions of the masses is an important element in, quote, democratic society, right? And it is those who manipulate this unseen mechanism of society constitute an invisible government, which is the ruling power of the country. It is they who pull the wires which control the public mind. And it is from that period forward, right, that we will see this effort to control narratives, right? Where is it gone down the memory hole of the 1934 business plot to overthrow FDR, who claimed he saved capitalism in 8 days? He's not even a socialist, right? Smedley Butler, the most decorated Marine in U.S. history, warned us that war was a racket, not about democracy, not about liberation, but it was about suppression of people's movements for actual freedom and economic liberty. So, this is a long-standing conflict that we see coming through the Great Depression. It led, of course, to, the U.S., don't forget, during this period, supported major corporations in the U.S., supported the rise of Hitler to power, supported the Nazis in Germany against the Soviet Union at the time. And then, of course, we significantly ramped up our efforts against the Soviet Union again at the ending of World War II with the bombing of Japan, as Peter Kuznick and Oliver Stone point out, the betrayal of Henry Wallace and so forth. So we have a rich history that tells these stories, but we don't really get to teach it. Not enough people teach this history moving forward. And it's important that we do. because the Cold War is a long period of our time that was marked by the murder of tens of millions of people, the suppression of the rights of millions of people at home, further collaboration with Nazis and neo-Nazis from Operation Paperclip all the way through with the Klan, all the way through the Obama-Biden administration with working with neo-Nazis in Ukraine. This is our untold history. After World War II, we get the second Red Scare under McCarthy, building off of the House Un-American Activities Committee, the ramping up of COINTELPRO, the suppression of anti-war and civil rights movement, the lies of the Gulf of Tonkin incident that Norm Solomon eloquently points out in his work. That he compares with the WMD's lies. You know, again, there's been a long raft of propaganda, suppression, and lies that are all in maintenance of the US as a corporation, as a major global hegemon, right? Vietnam, one of the longest of those, including the Kent State oppression, the killing of people at Kent State. We see all the way through COINTELPRO, through the Church Committee hearings, only to re-kick off another kind of Cold War raft in the 1980s against mostly the Middle East and Latin and South America. Again, history may not repeat itself, but surely it seems to rhyme. The war on drugs is a big part of this, as we heard earlier, and great truth tellers and whistleblowers like Gary Webb calling attention to that. We've only seen this sort of get doubled down in the so-called war on terror era, where the same playbook has been used over and over and over to demonize countries, and Russia has been back in that playbook for the last decade. So I would like, again, to remind everybody that this serious ramping up of the anti-Russia is a throwback to a Cold War that is not actually ended. We see it now with open threats against Russia, calling Putin a killer, which perhaps, of course, he is. But that doesn't exonerate the US or NATO that have been further expanding and is responsible for the deaths of millions of people, even since the so-called ending of the Cold War in Iraq, in the Middle East. These are real, serious, and ongoing problems that we really need to turn our attention to. The latest iteration of this in Russian meddling and this canard, I know will be addressed later by people like David Swanson, most recently by Matt Taibbi. We really need to call on their face these bald-faced lies. We need to call them for what they are. We need to really support pro-democracy and freedom movements, not just at home, but abroad. And we need to not succumb to the fear-mongering of this third Red Scare, as we have called it and written about it in Counterpunch, and the work we've done at Project Censored continues to call out these bogus and false top-down narratives and maintenance of US power. So I know my time is up, but I'd like to remind us all that a better world is possible. Organizations that sponsored this event and put them on make it possible, but we can't do it without understanding our history. And in order to understand our history, we have to uncensor it, and we need journalistic integrity in the present that goes back and resurrects that history so that we can have more contextualized narratives in the present that call out the current lies and propaganda moving forward. And with that, I'd like to thank all of you for all the amazing work you do, and you can follow more of our work at projectcensored.org. Many thanks to all of you.
Right on. Woo. Wonderful. Very, very inspiring. And teachers, you're a college professor. I'm a high school teacher. Y'all need to try and get into the high schools however you can, because the teachers politics, the politics of teachers at the level where I'm teaching at, and how they're teaching history is why they're coming to you in college not knowing anything. So it's very important we reach down to the younger kids also. I want to say also, maybe January 6th was one of the best things that ever happened, because it freaked a lot of people out. One of the calls right now is tomorrow, Monday. Call our Congress people on this, put them on notice for this larger picture that we're coming to understand and put more into the public eye. And please, if someone can find and remembers the reference, those pictures of January 6th, when they're finally flooding up the stairs. I've been looking on the internet. You see it on the video, but there's no still shot. Please, someone tell me in the chat that they have seen it also. You've seen it dozens of times. There's one sign at the top of that stair. There's a bunch of crazy people and a bunch of flags, a bunch of Trump people, a bunch of guns, but there's one white sign, and it says, "The true hidden enemy is communism." People, if we have that still shot and we go tomorrow to our Congress people and say, do you understand that you've been making this and you've been allowing this and you've been appeasing this for 75 years? maybe they'll start to understand, because people are genuinely freaked out, and we have to honor that. But that sign, find that, it's very powerful. We have a dear friend of mine organized for a long time with me, or I have with him. He is pretty much the head of lead organizer with San Pedro Neighbors for Peace and Justice, which is a group that started right after the second invasion of Iraq and has done many things, but has been on the corner in downtown San Pedro for over 850 Fridays after our invasion of Iraq, speaking truth to power and peace in the streets. And the 98-year-old woman that I mentioned before, Julia Scoville, she was right there along with them for years and years and years. So Chris Venn will speak on a very, very important part of the Cold War.
Thank you, Rachel. Thank you, Frank. Thank you for this opportunity. I'm going to speak on the housing crisis, land accumulation, and Cold War ideology. And I'm going to focus on Ronald Reagan and the part he played. Under Reagan, the number of homeless people went from something so little it wasn't even written about widely in the late 1970s to more than 2 million when Reagan left office. The single most devastating thing Reagan did to create homelessness was when he cut the budget for the Department of Housing and Urban Development by 3/4, from $32 billion in 1981 to $7.5 billion by 1988. I want to step back from my remarks. As Rachel mentioned, we're a group called San Pedro Neighbors for Peace and Justice. So we've been on the street corner, as Rachel mentioned, for 850 Fridays. We stopped because of the COVID pandemic out of concern for our fellow activists, and also not to give the wrong impression that somehow, as peace activists, we wanted to, display any casual attitude toward this horrible pandemic. So as social justice activists, we belong to a group, by the way, we're in California, part of Los Angeles. We're a part of a group of 37 different organizations called Services Not Sweeps. It refers to actions by the Los Angeles Police Department and the Department of Sanitation to attack and destroy unhoused encampments throughout the city. To share with you, Los Angeles has the largest unhoused community for a city in the country. So that's kind of why Rachel asked for this presentation about Ronald Reagan. So as I mentioned, the Department of Housing and Urban Development dropped by 3/4 from 32 billion in 1981 to 7.5 billion by 1988, all at Reagan's urging. The department was the main governmental supporter. This Department of Housing and Urban Development was the main governmental supporter of subsidized housing for the poor. Add to this was Reagan's overhaul of tax codes to reduce incentives for private developers to create low-income homes, and you had a major crisis for low-income families and individuals. Under Reagan, the number of people living beneath the federal poverty line rose from 24.5 million in 1978 to 32.5 million in 1988, all under Reagan's watch. Also under his watch, The income gap between the rich and everyone else in America widened. Wages for the average worker declined, and the nation's homeownership rate fell. During Reagan's 2 terms in the White House, which were boom times for the rich, the poverty rate in cities grew. Reagan also presided, so there's a, but this isn't simply a question of you know, the loss of housing, but just a whole restructuring of government under Reagan. Reagan also presided over the dramatic deregulation of the nation's savings and loan industry, allowing S&Ls to end their reliance on home mortgages and engage in an orgy of commercial real estate speculation. The result was widespread corruption, mismanagement, and the collapse of hundreds of thrift institutions that ultimately led to a taxpayer bailout that cost hundreds of billions of dollars. By the end of Reagan's term in office, federal assistance to local governments was cut 60%. Reagan eliminated general revenue sharing to cities, slashed funding for public service jobs and job training, almost dismantled federally funded legal services for the poor, cut the anti-poverty community development block grant program, and reduced funds for public transit. The most dramatic cut in domestic spending during the Reagan years was for low-income housing subsidies. Reagan appointed a housing task force dominated by politically connected developers, landlords, and bankers. In 1982, the task force released a report that called for free and deregulated markets as an alternative to government assistance. Advice Reagan followed. In his first year in office, Reagan halved the budget for public housing and Section 8 to $17.5 billion. And for the next few years, he sought to eliminate federal housing assistance to the poor altogether. Sorry to be so wonky. I wanted to just give a plug for this wonderful book that has been the source of some of these remarks, called Mean Streets, a book recently, 2020, released by Don Mitchell. Just a real eye-opening look at kind of the history of homelessness in this country, which goes back, you know, over 100 years. So just finally, to summarize, and again, it's such a pleasure to be here. With the Reagan Revolution, tent cities returned, already declining during the Carter administration. These tent cities were declining. The public housing budget was cut in half in the first Reagan budget, and slashed again over the years that followed. Disability and mental health support budgets were likewise slashed, and have the horrible legacy of Reagan cutting mental health support in California, and the inevitable effects of unsupported deinstitutionalization quickly made themselves in cities. And just so finally, deindustrialization played its role. Loss of jobs, closing of factories, eliminating jobs and livelihoods, leading to foreclosures and sending thousands of workers and their families out on the road looking for better opportunities. All these processes hit people of color the hardest. That's it, and thank you so much.
Thank you, Chris. Hi, Kathy. Thank you for your testimony. And I would just say, to a capitalist, perhaps the greatest crime of socialism is the idea that housing is a human right, or that land is a human right. So all of the land reform movements around the world that tried to come after World War II that were crushed as communists. That's one of the worst things you can do, is give land or housing to someone. Thank you so much. Free? My goodness. So we have another testimony, and that will be from Carly Town. Hey, Carly. Carly is the co-director of Code Pink and coordinates the Defund the Pentagon program. Thank you, Carly.
Thank you, Rachel, and thanks everyone for being here this afternoon or this evening, wherever you are. And I just want to go ahead and share my screen quickly. Thanks so much for that wonderful introduction, and good to see you as well, Chris. So as Rachel said, my name is Carly Town. I'm co-director of Code Pink. I work on our Divest from the War Machine campaign, which works to divest our schools, our cities, our politicians, and other financial institutions from the war machine. I want to thank everyone again for putting on this amazing event. Today, I'm going to talk a little bit about an important legacy of the Cold War, which is military spending. So with that, I want to talk about current levels of U.S. military spending in the United States. I think this is a really important graphic. I'm sure many people here have seen it, but important to show, right? It means that right now the United States spends more than the next 10 nations combined on our Pentagon budget. You can see that there. Some important things about this. It's important to note that the category of quote unquote defense in budget accounting doesn't include programs that would probably be classified as part of spending on national security. So most obviously, right, those are separate accounts for the Department of Homeland Security, the Department of Veterans Affairs. So when we look at a graphic like this and you see that number, it's important to understand that doesn't even capture the entirety of US spending on militarized programs within the United States. Okay, so we see how much more we spend on the Pentagon budget compared to other countries, right? So I wanted to explore a little bit about the Pentagon budget a little more. So in 2021, right, the Pentagon budget is $740 billion, which means if we break that down, we'll spend over $1 million a minute on the Pentagon in 2021. So by the time I'm done with this presentation, probably $10 million. Half of that budget will go directly to private quote unquote defense contractors, including weapons companies like Raytheon, Northrop Grumman, Boeing, which represents a huge increase in spending on private defense contractors since 2001 alone. So that's the Pentagon budget today. We dedicate so much of the Pentagon budget to creating and maintaining weapons that the US military sends quote unquote excess military grade weaponry to local police forces through something called the 1033 program. And the 1033 program was created in the 1990s during the quote unquote war on drugs, and has since transferred over $7.4 billion that we know of in excess property, including weapons, to local police forces. And you see that photo there is from a protest from this summer in Miami. Where a police officer watches from an armored vehicle. So, I think that these numbers are shocking, right? And at the end of the day, really demonstrate what our real priorities are as a nation. And, it's important to put them into a broader context, right? When I say $740 billion on the Pentagon budget, you can see here, just 10% of that could help end homelessness in the United States, right? Something Chris was mentioning. 20% of that could make public college tuition free for 2 years. 50% of the Pentagon budget could end world hunger by 2030, right? So within that context, it's really important to understand, how do we get to this point where our budget priorities are so skewed, right? And today, right, I'm going to talk a little bit about how we can't talk about our current military spending without understanding it as part of the many legacies of the Cold War, right? This is really, really important. So I want to show people here another graph. This one shows us more of a timeline of our spending on national defense over the years. So, many current discussions about the US military budget began around the early 2000s, right? during the beginning of the so-called War on Terror. You'll see that first pink arrow there pointing to that. But if we take defense spending historically in a broader context, current spending on defense and nuclear weapons, the latter is under the auspices of the Department of Energy, actually exceeds levels during the Korean War, the Vietnam War, and the Reagan buildup in the 1980s, which I also pointed out in the graph there with that pink arrow. But also, we need to understand that US nuclear capability has primarily been motivated by and justified by, right after World War II, a parallel buildup in the Soviet Union. The Vietnam War was often justified by reference to the domino theory, that through Vietnam, of course, right, communism would spread to the rest of Southeast Asia. That was the domino theory. And after the end of World War II, if you go to the final arrow there, you can see a sharp increase in military spending, which has not dipped below spending levels in the post-war period of the 1950s since, right? So while we see a large uptick in military spending during the so-called War on Terror, you have to look back historically to see when this large uptick in military spending really started and has since not dipped below, right? So that's really important. Another thing that's an important legacy of the Cold War is from the cost of war data, which shows a similar trajectory. So on the screen, you actually see an animated photo, which is showing you over the years, the number of US military bases abroad. And again, that the United States has been the world's dominant military power since the end of World War II and the beginning of the Cold War. US military bases around the world, of course, right, really serve as a physical testament to the legacy of US military buildup during and after the Cold War. So I think this is another really important legacy that we have to remember when we talk about current levels of Pentagon spending, to put it into that historical context. So all of this, I think, can be a little bit overwhelming. Understanding the enormity of the Pentagon budget can really feel that way. But I think it's also important for us today to recognize that the tide is turning. You know, we're officially a little over 1 year into a really devastating public health crisis that is really wreaking havoc on the lives of millions of people across the globe and in the United States. And many people are really waking up to the fact that we can't continue the failed strategy of pouring hundreds of billions into the Pentagon budget while we underfund things like public health programs, the Green New Deal, that sort of thing, right? And I think this tweet from Cori Bush is excellent to remind yourself that the tide is turning on the conversation around the Pentagon budget. So I also just wanted to end with a quick, what can we do, right? It's not all doom and gloom. So a recent study from the Security Policy Reform Institute found a direct correlation between contributions from the defense industry and voting to maintain or increase military spending, right? We all know that that link is there, but there's a study now showing that. And at Code Pink, we're calling on everyone to reach out to their congressional representatives to sign the Code Pink pledge to commit to stop taking campaign contributions from weapons companies. I posted that link in the chat box right before I started speaking. So you can see the pledge here. We're asking people to commit to refuse money from weapons makers. It's a very simple pledge. It's a really great way to start talking to your local congressional representative. And if they say no, that they're unwilling to stop taking campaign contributions from weapons makers, that's a really important piece of information for you and for activists in your area. Why is it that your congressional representative won't commit to stop taking money from weapons makers? And we have a list of some of the folks that we've already asked to sign on who have agreed. I'll leave this on the screen for a couple of seconds here, and make sure you ask yourself, has your representative signed our pledge to stop taking campaign contributions from weapons manufacturers? And if they haven't, right, it's really important that they do. Again, I posted a link in the chat box, which takes you to it. I also wanted to mention, the importance of this pledge. The Security Policy Reform Institute also recently did a study of every Congress member who has signed our pledge to divest from war, who has also voted unanimously to move funds from the Pentagon to the people, right? So this is, again, a really important tool that I'd love for people to check out. And last thing before I wrap up, having your congressional representatives sign our pledge to stop taking campaign contributions from weapons companies is really important first step. We also need to show our politicians that we have concrete ways they can reduce the Pentagon budget and invest in our local communities, which is why we have a Code Pink Guide to Pentagon Cuts. I also posted in the chat for people. When you go to that website, you'll see the specific cuts that we're asking our representatives to make. It's a way to also educate them about what actually is contained within the Pentagon budget. As I said, it's enormous, and even our congressional representatives don't know what's inside. So I just wanted to end with a way for people to take action today. It's also in the chat box. And with that, I want to thank everyone for a really excellent event. And I will go ahead and stop sharing my screen now.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Carly. And we will have testimony now. And Frank will introduce our next speaker.
All right, thanks, Rachel. Thank you, Carly. Bruce Gagnon is the coordinator of the Global Network Against Weapons and Nuclear Power in Space. He's been working on space issues since 1982. He's the Vietnam War era veteran, and he's a member of Veterans for Peace, and he's a great guy. Bruce Gagnon.
Thank you, Frank. Great to be with everyone. I want to thank Chris for his words about Ronald Reagan. It reminds me of a story that in the early 80s, I was living in Orlando, Florida, and Reagan came to make his famous Russia evil people speech at a big hotel. And I organized a protest outside of that speech. In that particular speech, Reagan said that Russia was the epitome of evil in the world. And it reminds me of what Biden said just in the last few days, that Vladimir Putin had no soul. And so it really, I think, underscores dramatically how things haven't changed that much, if any at all, in regard to the US demonization of Russia. I want to start talking about space, taking us back to World War II at the time of the end of the war, when the US military created a secret program called Operation Paperclip and smuggled 1,500 top Nazi operatives, Hitler's generals and scientists and all different kinds of people, intelligence people, to the US. And throughout the military industrial complex, these Nazis were seeded. And 100 of these people were Wernher von Braun and the rocket team that created the V-1 and V-2 rockets that Hitler used to terrorize the cities of London and Paris and Brussels near the end of World War II. One of these people that came along with von Braun was Major General Walter Dornberger, who was Hitler's liaison to the rocket team. So his job was to make sure that von Braun had everything he needed, and he reported back to Hitler on the progress of this rocket operation. And so when they came to the US, they brought 100 copies of the V-2 rocket to Huntsville, Alabama, to the Army's Redstone Arsenal, to begin working on creating the US space program. And Major General Walter Dornberger, Hitler's liaison, became vice president of Bell Aerospace in New York. In the 1950s, Dornberger testified before the Congress of the United States, where he said, "Gentlemen, I didn't come to this country to lose the Third World War. I lost 2 already." And he went on to lay out his vision for the future with orbiting battle stations in space that would be used to determine who could get on and off the planet Earth. I call it the Nazi prophecy. Well, in the late 1990s, the US Space Command created this document called Vision for 2020. And in here, they talked about how the United States would control space, dominate space, and deny other nations access to space when necessary. And in fact, at the Space Command headquarters in Colorado Springs, at Peterson Air Force Base, above their doorway, the logo Master of Space is emblazoned there, something that they wear as a patch on their uniform as well. So this is the, I would say, Nazi prophecy that's come to fruition in the current moment. Earlier, Alice Slater mentioned the ABM Treaty, the Anti-Ballistic Missile Treaty that George W. Bush pulled out of in 2002. This kept the mutually assured destruction, MAD, sort of in a kind of weird way. MAD created some stability because neither side had a real advantage over the other. There was this rough equivalency between nuclear forces. The ABM Treaty blocked this idea of having a shield to be used after you launched a first strike attack on another country. But after the US withdrawal of the ABM Treaty during the Bush administration and then following during the Obama administration, the missile defense systems went on steroids, being tested and deployed, encircling both Russia and China. And it was during that period, especially during the Obama administration, where Russia and China kept repeatedly saying very publicly that we really can't afford to get rid of our nuclear retaliatory capability because of the withdrawal from the ABM Treaty. And now the deployments of these missile defense forces, which are the shield to be used after a US first strike attack. It's important to remember that Russia and China have long ago renounced first strike, while the US refuses to do so, saying that we have to keep all options on the table. Today, the United States has created a missile defense launch facility in Romania, and they're building one in Poland right now. They will be able to launch these interceptors, the shield, after a US first strike attack. And at the same time, these launch platforms have the capability to fire first strike attack Tomahawk cruise missiles, which are nuclear capable. And they would be able to reach Moscow in 10 minutes time from Romania and Poland. You've read nothing about this in the American media. I wonder why. But if Russia was to try to do something like this, or China was to try to do something like this by putting similar capabilities in Mexico or Canada, the United States would go ballistic. At the end of the Soviet Union, at the time of its collapse in 1991, George Herbert Walker Bush, Daddy Bush, was president, and his Secretary of State, Jim Baker, promised Gorbachev that NATO would not expand 1 inch towards the Russian borders. And this was the agreement that was necessary to get Russia to agree to a unified Germany, both East and West Germany coming back together again. But then when Clinton became president, he violated that promise and began a major NATO expansion program that today is on steroids. And the US and NATO are pressing right up against literally the Russian border, now trying to get into Belarus, trying to get into Ukraine, trying to get into Georgia as well. In fact, NATO is going global as an alliance. They're now setting up partnerships with countries, particularly in the Asia Pacific and in Latin America. And the idea is that NATO wants to replace the United Nations as the foremost international organization. Why? It was because at the UN Security Council, both Russia and China have the ability to veto resolutions brought by the US and NATO to declare war on particular countries. And so by creating an alternative alliance, which would be this expanded international NATO, the United States would then be able to say, we have the backing of the world to go in and do these particular invasions in XYZ country. Recently, you all know that during the Trump administration, Space Force was created. It's important to remember that at the time of this vote in the Congress to authorize, to create the law, to create Space Force, the Democrats controlled the House of Representatives and could have blocked, could have killed Space Force right then and there. But the only thing the Democrats asked for was to instead call it the Space Corps rather than Space Force, making the name just a little more benign, a little nicer sounding. But that wasn't even passed. And so today we've got to ask, what is the mission? What is the job of the Space Force? And I would say it's two fundamental things. One is to give corporate capitalism control of the planet Earth. We know that with all space technology that exists today and the ground stations around the world that enable and beam on the satellites from orbiting military satellites, they beam the messages, the signals in real time, split-second time. The Pentagon is able to see everything on the Earth. They're able to hear everything on the Earth by intercepting all phone, fax, and email communications, and ultimately target everything on the Earth. So this document, Vision for 2020, talks about if we have control and domination of space, we will be able to win all the wars on planet Earth. So that's one job of the Space Force, is to put that in motion, is to create the technologies to make it possible. But secondly, there's another job, and that is to control what's called the Earth-Moon gravity well. Think of a wishing well. Imagine someone is down inside the bottom of a well and you're at the top. You have the advantage because of gravity. You can determine really whether they get out of that well or not. Well, it's the same way getting off the planet Earth. There's an Earth-Moon gravity well. And one of the things that Major General Walter Dornberger was talking about, the former Nazi, when he talked to the Congress in the 1950s, when he said we need to have orbiting battle stations, he was talking about placing them at the top of the Earth-Moon gravity well, so that the United States would be able to control which countries could go on and off the planet Earth. So today, as the United States, during the Obama administration, passed a new law saying that American individuals, American corporations can make land claims, can claim ownership of various planetary bodies, which would violate the UN's Outer Space Treaty and the Moon Treaty that say the planetary bodies are the province of all humankind. So now it's getting possible with technology development to be able to go out and mine the sky. And so we're seeing this privatization now of launch. Elon Musk, Jeff Bezos, all kinds of other private launch companies now getting contracts from the US to launch military satellites, and this whole 5G explosion. They want to put tens of thousands of satellites into space, orbiting the planet. So every single human being on the planet 24/7 would have a 5G satellite over their head, enabling them to use these 5G systems that the Pentagon is saying are going to be instrumental in helping them develop major new weapon systems because of the speed of 5G. So 5G is really a military operation. But anyway, this idea of mining the sky now is becoming quite popular. And so I think this is one of the drivers then of this goal to control the pathway on and off the planet, to determine which country, which corporation, which individuals can go out and mine the heavens. And at the same time, the nuclear industry views space as a new market. They want to have nuclear powered mining colonies on the moon and Mars and other planetary bodies. And they want to have nuclear reactors on board rockets, cutting in half the amount of time it takes to get to Mars. Recently, I found out about a Rand Corporation study. You remember the Rand Corporation that where our friend Daniel Ellsberg was working during the Vietnam War, helping to write the government's secret history of the Vietnam War. He bravely smuggled out the this Pentagon Papers to the New York Times and other newspapers around the country broke the story open. Well, that was the Rand Corporation. But today they have a new study calling for the breakup or the balkanization of Russia into smaller constituent countries so that the oil corporations, the fossil fuel resource extraction corporations, would have a better job of controlling the Arctic region. Because of climate crisis and the melting of the Arctic ice, it's now going to be possible to drill, baby, drill in the Arctic. And these Western corporations look at a map and they see that Russia has the largest land border of any country on the planet with the Arctic. And so this must be changed. Thus, this Rand Corporation study. And thus, these current moves by US and NATO to have war games up in the Nordic region, right along the Russian border, and Finland and Norway, Sweden and Denmark, all these particular parts of the world now are having these war games. And the US is storing equipment in Norway, military hardware. After these war games are over, they're stored at a weapons hub in Norway and also one in Poland. As the war games are held in that part of Eastern Europe near the Russian border, they're storing these weapon systems in Poland for eventual use. So it's very clear to me that one of the major reasons for this constant demonization of Russia is to prepare the American people and the people throughout the West for this breakup, this balkanization of Russia, so that the weapons corporations can take control, so that the oil corporations, the resource extraction corporations can take control of the planet, so that Wall Street will benefit from this unipolar control of the planet. Right now, with Russia and China and Iran and Venezuela and Brazil and many other countries around the world rising, becoming competitors to the US global unipolar empire, the United States is desperate and freaking out. And desperate people do desperate things. And so I think the US is as much a danger to the world as it's ever been, as it tries now to hang on to its place as this unipolar power, this unipolar empire of the world. And so I want to really underscore and really thank Norman Solomon for his words, speaking directly to the peace movement here today, saying, stop buying this Russia demonization, this China demonization. Can't you see what the real agenda is? Don't believe it, don't follow it, and speak out against it. Thank you all very much for listening. Good luck to everybody.
Thank you. And Frank is going to introduce our next speaker giving testimony.
Thank you, Rachel. Thank you, Bruce, very much. Our next testifier is David Vine. He's a professor of political anthropology at American University in Washington, D.C., and he's the author of a newly released book titled The United States of War, A Global History of America's Endless Conflicts from Columbus to the Islamic State. David is also the author of the books Islands of Shame and Base Nation. And I'll just say, I found out about David when I heard him on Democracy Now! With Amy Gibbons sometime in the last year. And I looked him up and we've been communicating and I got his book and I'm glad to present him today. David, you're on.
Thank you so much, Frank. And thank you to everyone who has helped put on this amazing Cold War Truth Commission. Thank you especially to Rachel as well and to Code Pink. Of course, this is especially appropriate being held the week of the 18th anniversary of the US invasion and war in Iraq. I have learned so much already, and I must say my commitment to my students and reading their papers is going to be severely tested tonight as I debate between wanting to watch more and working on their work. I should say the truth is getting out. I hope if you didn't see the front page of the USA Today in just a few weeks ago, a reckoning is near. America has a vast overseas military empire. Does it still need it? This is the USA Today. the nation's newspaper. A reckoning is near. There's little I can say that hasn't been said already. Miguel Angel at the beginning, Rachel, Frank, Gerald, Horne, Carly Town, and many, many others have already shown us that there was nothing cold about the Cold War. If we just look at the deaths of the so-called Cold War alone, among many other forms of destruction, I think we have to ask, how can we call this war cold, given that it killed 3 to 4 million people in Korea, an estimated 3.8 million in Vietnam, Laos, and Cambodia, 500,000 in a US-backed genocide in Indonesia, around 1 million in Afghanistan in the 1980s, 50,000 in Nicaragua, 75,000 in El Salvador, 200,000 in the Guatemalan genocide, among many others that I sadly don't have time to name. Calling the Cold War cold, of course, is so deeply troubling because it contributes to ignoring the many victims of the not Cold War, the dead, as well as the injured, the displaced, the traumatized, including victims here in the United States. Just as a quick aside, I don't think language choices are our most important political priority. I think we should continually call attention to the offensive inaccuracy of the name Cold War, and at least consider pushing for a renaming of the war in the media and in history textbooks, among other places. Using the term so-called Cold War, I think, is a good start. For now, I'll use the term the not Cold War. The main thing I want to say today, echoing again what others have already said so powerfully, is that among the tens of millions of victims of the not Cold War, we should count the 6 Asian American women, and 2 others murdered in last week's racist, misogynist massacre in Atlanta. Why should we consider them among the victims of the Cold War, the not Cold War? Because racism, of course, has fueled much of the US-led violence during and since the not Cold War in ways that in turn have further fueled racism, which in turn has fueled further war and violence to this day, including the massacre and, for that matter, the January 6th coup attempt in Washington, D.C. Perhaps put more simply and hopefully more clearly, racism has fueled US wars and other violence, which has fueled racism, which has fueled US wars and violence, which has fueled racism, and so on in a repeating cycle. In a March 19th article in The Nation, I'll put a link in the chat shortly, Christine Ahn, Terry Park, and Kathleen Richards show us the connections between rising anti-Asian violence across the country and, quote, a long history of US foreign policy in Asia centered on domination and violence fueled by racism, unquote. I'm going to quote from them at length because I think they demonstrate and explain these connections far better than I can. Belittling and dehumanizing Asians has helped justify endless wars and the expansion of US militarism. Christine Ahn, Terry Park, and Kathleen Richards write, and this has deadly consequences for Asians and Asian Americans, especially women. Anti-Asian violence through US foreign policy has manifested in the wars that have killed millions, torn families apart, and led to massive displacement, in the nuclear tests and chemical weapons storage that resulted in environmental contamination in Okinawa, Guam, and the Marshall Islands, and beyond, in the widespread use of napalm and Agent Orange in Vietnam, Laos, and Korea, in the US military bases that have destroyed villages and entire communities, in the violence perpetrated by US soldiers on Asian women's bodies. They continue, if we are to successfully stop anti-Asian hatred here in the United States, we must recognize how US foreign policy perpetuates it and end US militarism and wars throughout Asia Pacific. As we address violence against Asians and women and dismantle white supremacy at home, they say, we must also fundamentally reorient US foreign policy in the Asia Pacific region, and I'd add worldwide, away from domination and control, and toward true human security for all. Building on the words of Christine Ahn, Terry Park, and Kathleen Richards, let me close by saying that I hope today's event and last week's really horrific massacre inspire us to demand with new urgency this kind of fundamental transformation of US foreign policy. Demanding such change is not only the right and moral thing to do, it may be the only thing that saves us. Without such a transformation, the United States will likely continue to lurch from one racist war to the next, one white supremacist attack to the next, abroad and at home. As the nation's newspaper has said, and as last week's massacre demands, a reckoning is near. We must make it so. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Frank?
Thank you, David. Thank you so much for your presentation. I'd like to have you as a professor. Anyway, it's my honor now to introduce Kathy Kelly, who I've known for many years. She's a peace activist whose efforts have sometimes led to her living in war zones. Are we got Kathy there somewhere? Yes. Okay. Anyway, oh, there she is. Hi, Kathy. War zones and prisons. Believing where you stand determines what you see. Kathy and her companions have lived in war zones alongside ordinary people in Iraq, Afghanistan, Gaza, Lebanon, Bosnia, and Nicaragua. During the Cold War, she was arrested dozens of times for resisting US intervention in Central America, was sentenced to 1 year in prison for nuclear disarmament action. She planted corn on a nuclear missile silo site and became a lifelong war tax refuser. And I was with Kathy 1 year at the Fort Benning at the School of the Americas protest, and Kathy went through the fence onto Fort Benning. And I remember, and Kathy's not a big person, and they roughed her up really bad. The soldiers, the police roughed her up real bad. And Kathy asked them, why are you doing this to me? I'm not resisting. And then she went to jail. But when Kathy goes to jail, she organizes. So anyway, I love you, Kathy. It's my honor to introduce Kathy Kelly, everybody.
Well, hello and thank you. Thank you, Frank, for that introduction. Thank you to everybody who has participated. What a important, crucial time it is to be receivers of this education and, of course, to be active. You know, Frank had written and said, please say something about Yemen. And so I want to start by saying that I was very surprised to see that the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia has hired consulting companies well beyond Washington, D.C. and New York in places like Maine and North Carolina, Des Moines, Iowa. And their strategy is to improve the image of Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman, who has gone on Saudi TV to say that the long, hideous war in Yemen is actually in their favor. They want to improve his image amongst people whom they're pretty sure really never heard of Yemen in the first place, and who wouldn't really be troubled by the murder of Jamal Khashoggi. Well, I think that's a signal to us of how important the work you're doing today is, to be able to go out to the heartland and make sure people do know where Yemen is and what's happening in Yemen, and that the people in Yemen are no threat whatsoever to people in the United States. Earlier, Daniel Ellsberg had talked about how the annual subsidization of aerospace industry goes on in the United States and greatly benefits companies like Raytheon. He mentioned that Raytheon now will have the contract to install new nuclear weapons, underground intercontinental ballistic nuclear weapons. And these will bring enormous rewards financially to the Raytheon Corporation and other subsidiary groups. And Daniel Ellsberg just kind of begged people, don't let this happen. We should be organizing regionally to try and prevent it. And as Frank mentioned, well, my first lengthy imprisonment, well, not lengthy compared to the hideous long sentences that are handed out to so many people, but I did spend a year in prison for planting corn on top of nuclear missile silo sites. And I think it is crucial for us to resist this ground-based deterrent strategy that is completely dependent on people believing that we should be afraid of Russia, we should be afraid of China, we have to enter into a new Cold War. And of course, what we actually so much need when the greatest terror we all face is the threat of what we're doing to our own environment, what we desperately need is an enhanced capacity to cooperate, to collaborate with Russia and with China, to be learning their languages, to be better understanding cultures, to see what kinds of problems they mainly face, to see how scientifically we can join our resources and our abilities, and particularly not only facing climate catastrophe, but also a time of pandemic and with rising numbers of people fleeing from the various wars that we've started. So sort of as a tale that I think points us in such a different direction. I want to speak briefly about people in a village in Yemen called Ahab. And these were people who were poor, rural farmers, herders, and they were in great troubles because they were running out of water. Their flocks were thirsting to death and they couldn't irrigate their crops. And so they did something that was risky, but so very needed, or they all might not survive. They pooled their resources and they collectively hired a rig so that they could dig down deeper into the earth and hope to hit water. Well, they weren't successful at first, and it got to be very, very agonizing. They thought, well, we've given money we didn't have, or borrowed money. Now we're going to find out that this was a wasted project, or maybe we've been conned by an unfair group. Anyway, one night, finally, they hit water, and it was like eureka. They had a wonderful celebration. People danced and they sang into the wee hours of the morning. And as they were sort of heading back to their homes, well, some had heard that the Saudis were in the habit of bombing wells in Yemen. But they thought, well, we're so removed from any place that's strategic or crucial, nobody's going to waste a bomb on us, but they were wrong. Coming from Arizona, a Raytheon manufactured bomb was dropped by a Saudi pilot. It dangled in the air on a fuse, and then when that fuse is cut, 3 fins sprout out, the bomb comes to life, and that bomb hurtled down to exactly where those people celebrating having collectively found water had been heading back home. And immediately when the bomb's nose count hits the ground, then that releases 2 tons of explosives. The shards of the bomb travel 8 times the speed of light. If such a shard were to hit your body, you could be disemboweled, you could be decapitated, your limbs could be cut off from your torso. And this is what happened to the revelers who were celebrating having hit water. Jeffrey Stern with people what the bomb had done to them. He spoke with a particular man who took his hand and put his hand on his cheek, and Jeffrey Stern felt the presence of metal in the man's cheekbone and in his forehead. And he said it was an amazing thing to have traveled from Arizona to point us collectively toward working constantly to put an end to war, to wean ourselves out of the military industrial congressional media complex, and to find ways to deal with the real terrors we face, the terror of what we're doing to our own environment. Thank you.
Thank you, Kathy, so much. Okay, someone's freezing sometimes. Our next testimony, and before we do that, I want to obviously acknowledge we're running super late. There's so much to be said, but we are going to move a couple of the taped pieces. John Hankey's piece, we're going to move that to the end, to after, especially our East Coast speakers. And Ed Rumpel, please forgive me and give me a text if you don't, but we're going to move your tape to after also. And so that's going to move up our speakers a little bit and our testifiers. And a couple of these next testifiers are pretty brief. And so, but our next testifier will be David Swanson. And David Swanson is an author, activist, journalist, and radio host. He is executive director of World Beyond War and campaign coordinator for Roots Action. Swanson's books include War is a Lie, When the World Outlawed War, and others. Welcome, David.
Thank you. And I'm going to go ahead and share screen if that's okay, except that I can't. I can. Here we go. Let me know if you're having any trouble seeing or hearing. The Cold War did not have a hard and fast beginning that transformed the world or that turned heroic anti-Nazi Soviets into satanic commies on a particular afternoon. The rise of Nazism had been facilitated in part by Western governments' pre-existing enmity for the USSR. That same enmity was a factor in the delay of D-Day by 2.5 years. The destruction of Dresden was a message originally scheduled for the same day as the meeting at Yalta. Upon victory in Europe, Churchill proposed using Nazi troops together with Allied troops to attack the Soviet Union. It was not an off-the-cuff proposal. The US and UK had sought and achieved partial German surrenders, had kept German troops armed and ready, and had debriefed German commanders. General George Patton, Hitler's replacement, Admiral Karl Donitz, and Alan Dulles favored immediate hot war. The US and UK violated their agreements with the USSR and arranged new right-wing governments with bans on the leftists who had fought the Nazis in places like Italy and Greece and France. The destruction of Hiroshima and Nagasaki was in part a message to the USSR. Among the deep and horrible flaws one can attribute to the USSR, starting the Cold War is not one of them. The US could have chosen hot war, but could also have chosen peace. But the Cold War was not carefully and deliberately arrived at as a wise policy over a period of time. The worst president the United States has ever had, Harry Truman, advanced it in 1945 and announced its rapid expansion as an urgent necessity in 1947, laying out a doctrine that soon established a major permanent military-industrial complex, the CIA, the NSC, the Federal Employee Loyalty Program, NATO, a permanent empire of bases, the upsurge in US-backed coups, the permanent taxation of working people for a permanent war budget, and massive nuclear stockpiles, all of which, with some variations, are still with us. The general pattern during the Cold War was one of the US leading the USSR in weapons and driving the arms race, while pretending to be losing it as a justification for escalation. Much of the US propaganda was the work of former Nazis in the US military, those folks Bruce was talking about a minute ago. Many of the particular lies are still used in variation today. The missile gaps, the domino effects, the reborn Hitlers everywhere. Major Cold War themes so control common thinking as to be hardly visible. They include the idea that the United States should dominate the globe, The idea that shortcomings within a foreign country are grounds for bombing its people. And if you think anti-Asian hatred is mysterious, imagine how confused you'd be if people who consume US media were able to imagine they could recognize people of Russian ancestry. Or the idea that progressive reforms in the United States should be blocked if they can be associated with a foreign enemy. The Cold War was not just foreign policy. Nothing has done more to make the US public the worst off wealthy nation on earth. Or the idea that government secrecy and surveillance are justified. The Cold War created the habit of living with the risk of apocalypse and conditioned people through their survival over what they imagined to be a long period of time to think the threat was overblown. Many of them assume the climate threat is overblown too. The notion that the Cold War had something to do with democracy was addressed by Lyndon Johnson to the Greek ambassador to the United States when he said, quote, "Fuck your parliament and your constitution. America is an elephant. Cyprus is a flea. If these two fleas continue itching the elephant, they may just get whacked by the elephant's trunk and whacked good." The most important fact about the Cold War is its incredible stupidity. Building weapons to destroy the earth numerous times over while hiding under school desks and backyards should be viewed as roughly as sensible as burning witches. The second most important fact about the Cold War is that it was not cold. While wealthy nations have not fought each other, the proxy wars and wars on poor nations and coups have killed millions and have never let up. The US in 2021 arms, trains, and/or funds the militaries of 48 of the 50 most oppressive governments on earth with no need of a communist threat to justify it. It's normal now. The third most important fact about the Cold War is that it was not won by militarism. The USSR was damaged by its militarism and dismantled by nonviolent activism, but the US was deeply damaged too. The nuclear danger is now greater than ever. The proximity between parties in Eastern Europe is greater, and the ridiculous claims are more firmly than ever a matter of faith. Pentagon officials admit to the media that they're lying about Russia or China to sell weapons and maintain bureaucracies, yet nothing changes. Russiagate depicted a US president engaged in numerous acts of hostility toward Russia as secretly a servant of the Russian president. In many countries, a major effort would have been needed to get people to believe such a thing, not in post-Cold War United States. That US academics can sit through 2 decades of devastating US wars on Western and Central Asia and then hysterically denounce the public referendum in Crimea to rejoin Russia as the greatest threat to the peaceful world order in modern times is a product of the Cold War. Wildly exaggerated and distorted tales about China and the Uyghurs, not to mention Hillary Clinton's claiming of the entire Pacific, is a product of the Cold War. When Biden called Putin a killer and Putin wished Biden good health, the New Yorker informed me that Putin's comment was clearly a threat. That is a product of the Cold War. There were serious scholars who believed that when the USSR ended, so would US militarism. Earlier, others had believed the same about the end of the wars on the Native Americans. But the mad drive to dominate everyone and the corruption of the weapons business will not end because a particular sales pitch ends. New spins will be found and old standbys revived until benevolent imperialism is simply normal. There is, sadly, vastly more evidence that the United States Senate hates you and wants you to suffer than there is that Russia or China does. The war business is an uncontrollable monster. It creates the nuclear risk, erodes civil liberties, destroys self-governance, fuels bigotry, devastates the natural environment and climate, and kills first and foremost by diverting resources into war and away from human and environmental needs, or what Dr. King called programs of social uplift, but which we're all most familiar with under the name socialism, or its earlier variation, godless commie evil. So don't let them misdirect your anger. Stay energized, but stay focused on the right targets. Thanks for including me here.
Great presentation, David. Excellent. Very good.
Thanks, Frank.
I don't know where Rachel went, but I guess I can go ahead and introduce Jeff Cohen, huh? Rachel's not there. Okay, I'll just do it. Thanks so much, David. You're always fantastic. Jeff Cohen, founder of the Media Watch Group FAIR and co-founded Roots Action. He is a columnist. Is Jeff there?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
He is a columnist. There he is. Former TV pundit and author of Cable News Confidential, My Misadventures in Corporate Media. He has a new show on Free Speech TV called Just Solutions. And I also want to mention that you were, I believe, the producer for Phil Donahue when he was on NBC, and that whole story where they dumped the show when you were the #1 rated show because they were talking about what we're talking about today. Anyway, Jeff, take it away.
All right. Thanks so much, Frank. And I'm going to talk about the Phil Donahue censorship. Thanks to the organizers of this event. I've learned an awful lot. Today, progressives are valiantly fighting against racism and inequality in our country. But a lot of progressive groups never talk about US foreign policy. As my colleague David Swanson's always saying, they seem to be ignoring 96% of humanity. And I would argue that racism is at least as devastating in US foreign policy as it is in US domestic policy. And that racism has been an underpinning of US foreign policy, certainly through the decades of the Cold War, which was allegedly a conflict between the United States and the Soviet Union, but few Russians were killed. While US foreign policy was massacring people of color, largely civilians from Southeast Asia to Southern Africa to Central America and beyond. Midway through the Cold War, Martin Luther King Jr. in April '67 came to New York City and did a speech at Riverside Church. It was not just a speech against the Vietnam War. Indeed, the speech was titled Beyond Vietnam. It was a criticism of the racist and imperial underpinnings of US foreign policy during the Cold War. King said that the US was on the wrong side of a world revolution from Vietnam to South Africa to Latin America. King criticized what he called our alliance with the landed gentry of Latin America. He asked, why is the US suppressing revolutions of the shirtless and barefoot people of Global South instead of supporting these revolutions? And then he commented, complaining of, quote, capitalists of the West investing huge sums of money in Asia, Africa, and South America, only to take the profits out with no concern for the social betterment of the countries, unquote. That speech is generally not allowed to be heard in mainstream media today, but it was heard loud and clear back in 1967, and it was a reflection of the Cold War hysteria in the US news media that so many liberal outlets denounced King's speech. The New York Times had an editorial denouncing the speech. The Washington Post patronized, quote, King has diminished his usefulness to his cause, his country, his people, unquote. Life magazine engaged in classic media red baiting when they referred to the speech as, quote, demagogic slander that sounded like a script for Radio Hanoi, unquote. Now, as soon as the Cold War started in the 1940s, it was accompanied by red baiting and the blacklist here in the US that deeply undermined US media and did so for many decades, including up to the 2003, when I was at MSNBC and was politically purged from my job alongside Phil Donahue. Overseas wars, whether they're hot wars or cold wars, have always led to repression and censorship here at home. The blacklist, of course, had a devastating impact on Hollywood. We heard from an earlier speaker, a devastating impact on unions and union activists, but it also had a devastating impact on the US news media, where reporters, editors, producers had to pledge loyalty against communism. George Clooney made an excellent movie celebrating Edward R. Murrow for having taken on the red-baiting Senator Joe McCarthy late in 1953. But I've never seen a Hollywood movie about the US journalists that were red-baited and purged, including friends of Edward R. Murrow that he did not defend, and journalists at other outlets. Television remains a dominant medium in our country. And it was forged, it was birthed at the time of the Cold War and the blacklist. And that put a stamp on television and television news that has continued up through the present day. I founded the Media Watch Group Fair in 1986. And I immediately started having meetings with executives at television news, CNN, PBS, ABC News. And this was decades after the blacklist had ended. And with documentation, I went to these executives and I said, in your debates of the right versus the left, you have fire-breathing right-wingers like Pat Buchanan and Bob Novick, but you don't allow any genuine leftists, even mild-mannered leftists, to appear with the fire-breathing right-wingers. Instead, the left is represented by these forever backpedaling, retreating, mealy-mouthed corporate Cold War liberals. And these executives knew what they were doing. Noam Chomsky, for example, was off limits at these TV news channels. Noam Chomsky, who appeared at that time and now in mainstream news outlets across the globe, on public television across the globe, except in the country where he lives and the country that he analyzes the most closely. At CNN, an executive tried to placate me by reminding me that he had once worked in a campaign that was led by Jim Hightower. And I had to point out to him, but you don't allow Jim Hightower or other genuine progressives to appear on CNN. When I was at ABC, I had this discussion with Ted Koppel, where I said, FAIR's research has proven that if you're going to be a US guest that discusses US foreign policy on Nightline, you have to have been someone with experience in the US foreign policy establishment. So I said, given that requirement, I'm wondering, why have you never booked Daniel Ellsberg as a guest? Because he was in the foreign policy establishment before he joined the peace movement. And Koppel's reaction was, I think Daniel Ellsberg is very brave. He shows a lot of courage, but he strikes me as something of an extremist. At which point I immediately responded that FAIR's research had shown that extremism shouldn't bother you at all, Mr. Koppel. Your most frequent guests, the ones that appear over and over, are Elliot Abrams, Jerry Falwell, Patrick Buchanan, Al Haig, and Kissinger. Now, the Cold War continued to narrow the political spectrum and who's allowed into the debate long after the Soviet Union collapsed. I could still feel the Cold War's impact in 2002 and 2003 when I was working at MSNBC, run by NBC News, and a new war against Iraq was being cranked up. And I was the senior producer, as Frank said, on the most watched program on MSNBC, the Phil Donahue primetime show. And I want to end my remarks by talking about what I witnessed during that period. One night we booked Ramsey Clark, the former US Attorney General who talked eloquently against this push to invade Iraq. And the next morning, we learned from management how we had screwed up, that Ramsey Clark is not supposed to appear on MSNBC. This is nearly 50 years after Joe McCarthy, and there was some sort of blacklist that no one had told us about, and we'd made the mistake of booking Ramsey Clark. Management warned us repeatedly that Phil Donahue was coming across to viewers as un-American, and they actually used that word. As the Iraq invasion grew closer, management took over the Phil Donahue show and they imposed a quota system. They said if we wanted to book one guest who was opposed to the push toward an invasion of Iraq, we had to have 2 guests that were pro-invasion. If we booked 2 guests on the left, we had to have 3 guests on the right. At one meeting, a producer said, I think I could book Michael Moore for Thursday, and Michael was known as a serious critic of the push toward invading Iraq. And the producer was told, you'll have to have 3 right-wingers for ideological balance. I thought privately about proposing Noam Chomsky as a guest, but you can imagine the problem. Our stage couldn't accommodate the 28 right-wingers we would have needed for ideological balance. 10 days after the biggest peace demonstrations in global history, MSNBC canceled the Donahue show for purely political reasons. Did management say, wow, look at the size of these demonstrations. If we unleash Phil Donahue, we're going to have a huge audience. No, for political reasons, they terminated our show. How do I know it was political? Well, memos started leaking out from NBC News. And one of the memos worried that Donahue would be, quote, a home for the liberal anti-war agenda at the same time that our competitors are waving the flag at every opportunity, unquote. That memo asserted that Donahue represents, quote, a difficult face for NBC News in a time of war. So Donahue primetime was canceled by MSNBC 3 weeks before the invasion of Iraq. And a few days before we were canceled, something weird happened. MSNBC announced that they were hiring someone new to host a new program. And the person they were hiring was the far-right racist radio talk show host, Michael Savage. So think about that. This legend of television, Phil Donahue, was not an appropriate face for NBC News, but Michael Savage was. And I want to remind you, and this is my final comment, this was 50 years after, 50 years after the rise of Senator Joe McCarthy and more than a decade after the Soviet Union collapsed. The Cold War was persisting in US news media and still does to this day. Thank you. And thanks for organizing this event.
Thanks so much, Jeff.
Thank you.
Main man. Okay, well, Rachel's not there again, so I guess I'll go ahead and introduce our next speaker and testifier, being Professor Peter McLaren.
No, oh, sorry.
Oh, okay, sorry, there you are.
Sorry, Frank.
I'll take it back.
No, I'm sorry. I was muted on the other place. That was devastating testimony, Jeff. And do you know, Frank, that we are passing, we're putting Ed to the end? Okay, I just want to say that. So people came on. Thank you. Sorry, my bad, Frank. That we are moving Ed Rumpel's testimony to the end, but I want to say, give him a shout out that he came up with the first project. We're all looking for what to do. He came up with the first project. We are going to help put on a Cold War film festival after this. So this is not the end of it. We want more and more things to come from this. And so far I have 3 or 4 things: a film festival, Ed Rumpel. Alice Slater has suggested a US-Russia Cold War Truth Commission. Let's involve the Russians in this. Mickey Huff was mentioning congressional action tomorrow, and I say tomorrow, and taking on the Cold War and mixing it with the January 6th debacle at the Capitol. So thank you very much, and continue, Frank. And then we're going to move into a portion that talks about right-wing religion in this country. And Frank is going to introduce that.
Okay. Peter McLaren is a professor of education and critical studies at Chapman University here in Southern California. He is the author of many books on the topic of critical pedagogy and revolutionary politics, including the recent Critical Pedagogy and Insurrection. Peter, are you there?
I'm there. Yeah. Can you hear me?
All right.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. And thanks to Frank and Rachel and to Code Pink and everyone who made this really amazing and important event possible. I'm going to be speaking primarily about liberation theology, its birth, and the historical assault on liberation theology. Recognizing the historical alliances that the church had made with colonial powers and empires of pillage and plunder, Pope John Paul the 23rd through the 1962, actually to 65, Second Vatican Council attempted to reclaim the early roots of the church of the first 300 years before it was recognized by its critics as the persecuting church that had, among other things, infamously ignited the Crusades and the Spanish Inquisition and was complicit in helping Nazis escape to Latin America after World War II. The Conference of the Latin American Bishops that was held in 1968 in Medellin, Colombia, marked the beginning of a seismic shift within the Catholic Church as it began to arc somewhat towards the left. And it was here that bishops from all over Latin America agreed that the church should take a specific stand, which they called a preferential option for the poor, while developing a catechism of liberation undergirded by the gospel teachings of Jesus so that the poor could, in effect, liberate themselves from the institutionalized violence of poverty and capitalist exploitation. And the philosophy that underlay liberation theology, one that combined Christianity with a Marxist critique of political economy, had been drawn up at a meeting of Latin American theologians initiated by Gustavo Gutierrez in Rio de Janeiro, Brazil in 1964. Archbishop Helder Câmara, who was famous for stating, "When I give food to the poor, they call me a saint, but when I ask why they are poor, they call me a communist." He led 40 bishops late at night into the catacombs of Domitilla outside of Rome. And after celebrating the Eucharist, they signed a document under the title, The Pact of the Catacombs, challenging themselves and others to live lives of poverty and to dedicate themselves to serving the 2/3 of humanity who live in poverty. So liberation theology became a powerful movement for social justice within the Catholic Church throughout the 1970s and 1980s, in brushing against the grain of traditional Catholic catechesis. For decades, the Catholic Church had been extremely adverse to social justice movements involving members of its ecclesiastical ranks, often associating such movements with communism. And this was made clear as early as the anti-communist encyclical, Divini Redemptoris, written by Pope Pius XI in 1937, that formalized the Vatican's inevitable opposition against left-wing social movements, such as Dorothy Day's famous Catholic worker movement. Now, ironically, today, Dorothy Day has been named a servant of God by the Vatican and seems destined for sainthood. So the persecution of priests who supported liberation theology became rampant in countries such as Brazil, Chile, El Salvador, Guatemala, Colombia, Honduras, and Nicaragua. Storied educator Paulo Freire, a Catholic, was thrown into prison in June 1964 for his support of teaching campesino communities through the practice of what came to be known as a pedagogy of the oppressed. Father Ernesto Cardenal, the Nicaraguan priest and poet who became the Sandinista Minister of Culture, famously remarked, "For me, the four Gospels are all equally communist." I'm a Marxist who believes in God, follows Christ, and is a revolutionary for the sake of his kingdom. It was interesting because I once sat beside Father Cardinal on Hugo Chavez's TV show, A lo Presidente in Caracas. What an amazing experience that was, but that's for another time. Liberation theology gained international attention after the government assassination of 6 Jesuit scholars, their housekeeper and their daughter, on the 16th of November, 1989, on the campus of the Centro Americana University in San Salvador, El Salvador. These Jesuit priests were shot dead by soldiers because they had pushed for negotiations between the government and left-wing radicals. And prior to these horrific murders, which made international headlines, the now canonized Archbishop Oscar Romero had been assassinated in 1980 while offering Mass in the chapel of the Hospital of Divine Providence after famously speaking out against poverty, social injustice, and torture, and urging President Jimmy Carter to stop sending helicopter gunships to assist the Salvadorian military. Pope John Paul II was very much opposed to communism, obviously, and he considered liberation theology a dangerous development within the church. In the late 1970s, shortly after he was elected Pope, he began to oppose liberation theology directly, and the church hierarchy moved decidedly to the right. It's been written that he gave cameo public endorsements for military dictatorships during visits to Argentina in 1982 and Chile in 1987. Early in the history of liberation theology, one of its most virulent opponents in North America, of course, was Ronald Reagan, who was intent on its utter destruction. As Noam Chomsky explains, and I quote, "The United States, not content to sit back and watch an openly Marxist theology take hold in Latin America, a theology which threatened the US's economic and military domination of the region, quickly moved to wipe out this emerging movement through violence. It did this through its strategic and logistical support of military dictatorships and its training of their death squads in the School of the Americas in Fort Benning, Georgia. As early as 1969, the Rockefeller Report identified liberation theology as a threat to the corporate interests and the security of the United States. Following this, the clandestine Operation Condor was put in place. Operation Condor was a major plan of inter-service and regional cooperation and a sharing of joint intelligence among the US and the right-wing dictatorships of the southern cone of South America, including Argentina, Chile, Uruguay, Paraguay, Bolivia, and Brazil, in order to maintain an intelligence sharing program of state terror and political repression. Well, the program actually began in 1968, but was fully implemented by 1975 and was responsible for as many or more than 60,000 deaths up until 1989. In Argentina alone, over 150 priests and nuns were killed, along with peasants, workers, intellectuals, and anyone associated with being part of or sympathetic towards leftist guerrilla movements or liberation theology. The program, which can be traced to the infamous School of the Americas, of course renamed the Western Hemisphere Institute for Security Cooperation because of its historical association with the training of Latin American death squads, was created to advance joint counterinsurgency operations designed to eradicate communist subversives and ideas, to suppress the influence of liberation theology and other oppositional political and or ideological positions. Through the Central Intelligence Agency, the military, and the State Department, the US government helped to bring military dictatorships to power and secure their stability by imposing sanctions designed to destabilize the economies of socialist-leaning regimes and by supporting and training, quote, black op and execution squads. While the USA was not an official member of the Condor Consortium, documents that were later uncovered revealed that during this time, the United States provided major organizational, financial, and technical assistance to the repressive regimes involved. The secret papers of the 17th Conference of the American Armies in Mar del Plata in 1987 revealed that the US military initiated numerous discussions about how to wage socio-psychological warfare against liberation theology, ecclesial and base communities through low-intensity conflict strategies using misinformation and ideological subversion. So I agree with Noam Chomsky, who says that the US has often been bitterly opposed to Christianity and describes the attacks on liberation theology by the US administration as, quote, the first religious war of the 21st century. And then to conclude, after the election of Reagan, the Christian right became a dominant force in the Republican Party, of course, and in American politics in general, as Jerry Falwell and Christian leaders supported the evangelization of Latin America. Basically, Falwell said, I want you guys to get involved in politics and do missionary work in Latin America to counter left-wing Catholic teachers. That was one of a number of their goals. And during the 1980s, we see an amplification, of course, of anti-communism in the organizations, such as the Moral Majority, the Religious Roundtable, Focus on the Family, Free Congress Foundation, the Heritage Foundation, and the Christian Broadcasting Network. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter, for that very, very important testimony. It will be definitely put into the record. And I want to just say thank you, Peter, for calling out or sounding out Gustavo Gutierrez. I was a university student in Peru at La Católica in the late 80s, and he was a professor there, and everyone knew it was very special. So everyone knew him. So thank you, Presente. I want to just alert everyone, I think pretty soon in the chat, you're going to be getting the agenda again. But if you want to, if you care, if you're just sitting back and watching, great. But I just want to let you know a couple of changes that'll shorten the program on this page. One, Reverend Steve Wilson, he's my minister from Pacific Unitarian Church. Wonderful minister. He has foregone his testimony. He's going to put it into the record. Lots of UUs out there all these years being persecuted. We're going to have Gail Walker up next, but before I introduce her, we are also going to move John, and I told you in the chat, his wonderful. So John Hankey not only filmed a testimony, he's made sort of a mini movie. So it's fabulous, and you want to see it because he goes into the kind of deep, I want to say spiritual and ethical reasons for all of this. It's quite good. Jerry Condon, one of our Vets for Peace, is going to submit his testimony into the record. And then the youth voices will be up after Gail Walker. And so let me introduce Gail. Sorry, and all my. So Gail, I don't even know to read, but so Gail Walker is Executive Director of IFCO Pastors for Peace, and I will let her take it away.
Great. Can you hear me, Rachel?
Yeah.
Okay, great. Thank you, and Frank and the whole team. What a tremendously rich and important event. I've learned a lot. I'm just going to try to make this concise. Wanted to follow up on the role of the faith community in the fight against the Cold War. Peter's just his presentation, I think, was just so rich and so powerful. Too often we know that the religious right has attempted to claim what it means to be a person of faith, but it has been my experience to see clergy that I respect, and for me, especially Black clergy, case in point was the radical MLK that Jeff Cohen just referred to. It's been my experience to see them step up to support movements and issues of concern to those of us fighting against injustice, from the savagery of slavery to the vicious impact of Jim Crow, from the criminal legacy of police brutality to the campaigns of wicked barbarity waged by the US empire at home and abroad. And as Dr. Leah Gunning Francis, who wrote about the role of spirituality during the uprising in Ferguson, Missouri, following the murder of Michael Brown, said, quote, "Being called to lead a faithful life can take us to places we never expected to go, with people who never expected us to join hands with them." I just always feel that that's such a powerful statement. But liberation theology has historically been connected to the fight for social justice, as Peter was laying out, in a world that oppresses, and as such is a tangible expression of what it means to work with God, to embrace a future filled with hope is what it means to walk with God. So whether you identify as a person of faith or not, we all benefit from embracing hope. And I've been asked to just say a few words this evening about the legacy of my father, the late Reverend Lucius Walker, a visionary pastor for peace. who wore so many hats, but I just want to speak briefly about his work with IFCO, the Interreligious Foundation for Community Organization. For the past 53 years, IFCO, much of it under the leadership of my father, has followed in that tradition of liberation theology. IFCO has organized and supported a variety of social justice issues and campaigns across the world associated with the historic and current Cold War. Domestically involved in the call for reparations, support of Native American rights, farm labor organizers fighting injustice for forced sterilization of women, calling for the brutality of the Klan, other white supremacists and modern day right-wing extremists, and standing up for political prisoners, working on issues like hunger and homelessness and environmental racism. Internationally, IFCO's work has involved campaigns supporting our brothers and sisters in Africa and Central America, Chiapas, Mexico, Cuba, Haiti, Palestine, Venezuela, and more. Some of you know that IFCO's work to identify the hypocrisy of the so-called low-intensity warfare in Central America is what led to the creation of a special project that my father labeled Pastors for Peace. And I was with him in 1988 when a passenger ferry carrying 200 Nicaraguan civilians and an IFCO study delegation were attacked by US-funded Contras, who Ronald Reagan called, quote, freedom fighters, right? The attack started with individual gunfire, followed by automatic machine gun fire, and then heavy artillery that violently shook the ferry boat from side to side. The weapons that the Contras used in that attack and the countless others that the Nicaraguan civilian population were forced to endure throughout the Reagan era were all paid for with US tax dollars. And that attack resulted in the deaths of 2 people, dozens wounded, including my father. The first caravan, the first Pastors for Peace caravan, returned to Nicaragua 6 months later on Christmas Eve with a busload of material aid for communities, from communities in the United States where clergy and activists had stopped to educate US citizens about the reality of the brutal US foreign policy in the region. Our caravan served to illustrate an alternative people-to-people foreign policy model based on love and mutual respect. And since then, IFCO's continued to illustrate that commitment to social justice, working alongside people of conscience and people of faith. So whether that faith be in our fellow human beings or in a particular religious belief, we've worked together. We've organized dozens of caravans throughout Central America and the Caribbean, embracing our commitment to fundamental social change, not charity. In short, it was my dad's belief that all people who struggled for justice were pastors. So at IFCO, we continue that work. We continue to work with all kinds of pastors for peace. And we continue to work because we believe that the foundation that he helped to build is really served as a blueprint for us to continue the important work of fighting for justice through action and education, encouraging us all to be shepherds for peace. And as he would call us to do time and time again, to step up and be real revolutionaries by practicing our faith. I think now we're going to have, courtesy of my dear friend Rachel Brunke, a beautiful but brief video tribute to my father, the Reverend Lucius Walker, whose revolutionary spirit lives on. Thank you.
Lucius Walker, founder of IFCO Pastors for Peace, was a highly effective and infectious thorn in the side of the U.S.'s hateful Cold War policies. While in Nicaragua in the 1980s, he was shot by Contra mercenary fire. he was inspired to begin solidarity caravans of aid to Central America, and later, after the fall of the Soviet Union, to Cuba as the United States tightened its economic blockade against the island nation. The caravans have been going ever since, and for decades crisscrossed the entire United States on an annual basis, countering the U.S. Cold War lies about Cuba and its importance to the world. Lucius was a bold and principled man of the cloth. He was a revolutionary thinker who never asked permission to build friendships between people or nations that the United States told us to fear and to hate. In fact, we should need permission to wage war, not permission to make peace. Love, he said, was the only license we needed to go to Cuba. Lucius Walker was a great visionary and a liberator of minds and hearts. He passed away in 2010, and to me, he was our king in the Cuba Solidarity movement. His profound work to bust through the U.S. Cold War blockade against Cuba is carried on today by his daughter, Gail Walker, director of IFCO. She is pictured here alongside American graduates of the Latin American School of Medicine in Havana, Cuba. They are now doctors, part of more than 150 Americans who have graduated along with tens of thousands of others from around the world from the free medical school. If you know of any young Americans under the age of 25 from economically disadvantaged backgrounds who have dreamed of becoming a doctor, please let them know about this opportunity and to contact IFCO, Pastors for Peace. Lucius Walker, presente. Presente. That's my gift to you, Gail. John and Mai's gift to you. Thank you. We're going to go into the couple of youth voices portion of this program. And the first will be a TikTok video from Emily Dorrell, who is running this show extraordinaire. And she is social media and communications director of Code Pink and Frank's lovely daughter also.
So yesterday's showdown at the Capitol was shocking, but it's important to remember that this violence, this is what the US government does to other countries all over the world. This, but worse. And they've been doing it for centuries. Within the past 30 years alone, the US government has violently intervened in over a dozen different countries. Iraq, Afghanistan, Venezuela, Haiti, Ecuador. I could go on. This is how the US treats other countries. We're just finally starting to get a taste.
Ooh. Watch out for Emily Dorrell. Watch out, imperialism. Here comes Emily. Next up is my lovely daughter, Alma Brunke. And she is going to be speaking on the Pledge of Allegiance, God, and the U.S. Cold War. She is youth coordinator at the Women's Journey Foundation here in Orange County. Take it away, baby.
Can you hear me now? Okay, sorry. Oh no.
Okay, go.
The controversial phrase, under God, was not always part of the Pledge of Allegiance. In the beginning of the U.S. Cold War, the United States passed a law that added the words, under God, to the pledge on June 14th, 1954. It was a way to counter the idea of godless communism, a phrase that was used throughout the 1950s to alienate progressives from the rest of society. Many countries have an oath of allegiance, but the United States is one of the few to make it part of the primary education requirement. It's like a loyalty oath for kids. I am here to testify about what happened to me when I was in 8th grade in regards to the Pledge of Allegiance in schools and my First Amendment rights. So for a few weeks after starting 8th grade, I had stood for the pledge like all obedient American kids. Then I had heard about Colin Kaepernick kneeling to end the killing of Black people. I'm biracial, and because his demonstration was important to me, it led me to the idea to finally not stand for the pledge. When I started not standing, my teacher yelled at me and said, "Do you know what this looks like? It looks like you're not happy to be in this country." She said I wasn't grateful and that I was disloyal. I still didn't stand. My mom and I went to James Allen, publisher of the independent LA Harbor newspaper, Random Lengths News, and asked for help. What were my rights? He told us that it was my right to not stand nor to say the pledge. In 1943, in West Virginia State Board of Education versus Barnett, the U.S. Supreme Court ruled that students cannot be compelled to recite the Pledge of Allegiance, nor can they be punished for not doing so. We went back to my principal and my teacher with a copy of the Supreme Court case, and she never bothered me again. Thank you, Cold War Truth Commission, for allowing me to submit my testimony.
Wonderful job, baby. Frank, you and I are very proud parents right now. Thank you. Next, we are going to have, to round out our educational perspective, we're going to have a taped testimony. It's quite wonderful, from Marcy Winograd on the Cold War in the U.S. classroom. Marcy Winograd is the coordinator of Code Pink Congress and former congressional peace candidate. You can join her and co-host Medea Benjamin and Hanai Jodat Behrens each Tuesday night at 5 p.m. Pacific time for a Code Pink Congress Zoom on demilitarization and U.S. foreign policy.
I'm Marcy Winograd, and I want to thank Rachel Brunke and Frank Dorrell for this fantastic Cold War Truth Commission, a comprehensive look at the Cold War, what we inherited during that time. And as a teacher or retired teacher with the Los Angeles Unified School District, I'll be focusing on what it was like growing up as a student during the Cold War, as well as the red baiting of teachers throughout the country. I was born in 1953. This was several years after the US dropped atomic bombs on Japan, incinerating hundreds of thousands of people in a matter of days. 1953, the year I was born, was also the year the CIA overthrew Mossadegh in Iran following his nationalization of the oil industry. So while I was growing up in my New York City apartment building towers out of blocks, Mossadegh was sitting in a prison cell in Iran for 3 years. After that, he was transferred and placed under house arrest at his home, where he died quietly to avoid a political uprising over US criminality in Iran. In 1957, when I was 4 years old, the Soviet Union launched the first artificial satellite, Sputnik, into space. People here were like, how could this be? How could the Soviets have beaten us into space? This is terrible. We must crank up our science education, and that's what happened. Congress passed the National Defense Education Act, which increased funding for education at all levels, particularly science, and they included low-interest loans for college students, obviously not low enough, for students who went into science and technology. This focus on science and technology continues to this day, as we see with the proliferation of STEM programs in our high schools and colleges. STEM standing for science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. These programs are basically incubators for the military-industrial complex. They groom students for jobs in weapons production and surveillance. And there is pushback on college campuses, as well as at Code Pink, where I volunteer at Code Pink Congress. Let's flash back to 1962. This is when the Soviets, in response to US attempts to overthrow Castro in Cuba in the Bay of Pigs, installed nuclear missiles in Cuba, 90 miles off the coast of Florida. It was a tense 13 days. I was 9 years old, I remember this. Rushing off to the grocery store, and at this point in the San Fernando Valley with my mother, to stock up. We were frantically up and down, running up and down the aisles, putting canned goods and other items in our grocery basket, thinking that we needed to hunker down. to survive, to endure a nuclear catastrophe. We know that now. We know that this was crazy, right? But this is what we were doing then. We did not have a bomb shelter, so I'm not sure where we were going to hunker down, or why people thought bomb shelters would protect them from radioactive fallout. But a lot of people were building bomb shelters in Los Angeles and throughout the country. The president was telling us, build a bomb shelter, it will protect you. And people were hoarding food to put in these shelters. They didn't want people showing up in the middle of the night asking to stay with them or for a bite to eat because the grocery stores were empty. Years later, we recognized these fallout shelters were absurd, and a global nuclear disarmament movement followed, and people looked at these fallout shelters and said, what are we going to do with these? And they became wine cellars or just storage spaces. By this time, by the 60s, Los Angeles had become the largest military aerospace complex in the world, with companies like Lockheed and Hughes and McDonnell Douglas profiting off the arms race. In school, we practiced duck and cover drills. Our teacher would say, drop, and we would drop and duck under our desks, all of us collectively in the classroom. I remember this. And we would put our hands over our head, over our neck, thinking this was going to somehow shield us from radioactive fallout. I can still hear the song, the duck and cover song. I'm not going to sing because I don't have much of a voice. But together with the song, we saw a little video with Bert the Turtle, who, in an effort to get away from this evil-looking monkey who was dangling a lit firecracker, maybe supposed to be, symbolic of a nuclear weapon, Bert would climb back into his shell, and that's what we were doing. We were climbing under our desks, ducking and covering. In the 7th grade, 1965, during the Vietnam War, my social studies teacher, who I revered, used to periodically pause in the middle of a lesson about the 13 colonies, a lesson that never included anything about the racism inherent in colonization or the pernicious effects of genocide. He would pause his lesson and he would take his yardstick and he would walk over to the wall where he had a giant map of Southeast Asia. And he would say, this is where Vietnam is, and this is where we must win. We must win the Vietnam War, because if we do not, then communists will creep up on our beaches in Santa Monica. They will invade our living rooms. The whole world will become a totalitarian dystopian nightmare ruled by autocrats. And truthfully, I believed him. I didn't know much about the Vietnam War. And it wasn't until later, when I was in high school and my father screamed sense into my sister's boyfriend who wanted to enlist to go to Vietnam and fight, that I realized that my history teacher was all wrong. And that propelled me into the anti-war movement. I participated in moratoriums at UCLA. I marched in San Francisco. And by and large, my adult life has been a commitment to the anti-war movement. So getting back to my 7th grade class and the domino theory, the theory that he was espousing was that if one country went communist, all of the surrounding regional countries would go communist, thinking that it was monolithic. And it had nothing to do with class struggle or revolutions about social injustice. No, that was not part of the thinking, at least not in that classroom. As a teacher applying for a job in 1993 with the Los Angeles Unified School District, I remember being taken aback because I was asked to sign a loyalty oath, something to the effect of, I am not a communist and I have no intention of overthrowing the US government. I signed. All of us were expected to sign this. If we didn't get a job. These loyalty oaths, when did these pop up? During the Cold War. This was a pet project of the American Legion, together with the Daughters of the American Revolution and the Chambers of Commerce. They were pushing legislation across the country to adopt loyalty oaths, and state by state. They were also promoting curriculum and supporting anti-communist or communist hunting newspaper publishers like William Randolph Hearst, who was intent on weeding out the communist teachers in our academic institutions. During the Cold War, hundreds of teachers lost their jobs. They were forced out of teaching because They refused to testify before congressional committees, before HUAC, to name names about other teachers who might have been involved in organizing efforts. And where was the teachers union in all of this? Well, the AFT, the American Federation of Teachers, took a principal policy position in opposition, public opposition to these loyalty oaths, and in opposition to requiring teachers to testify before these red baiting committees. There is controversy over how committed to this position the teachers union was at the time, how strong it was. And others have pointed out that it was the ACLU that really fought to protect teachers who were accused of membership in the Communist Party. In addition to these loyalty oaths, as I briefly mentioned, the American Legion also pushed a curriculum which was adopted by some districts, but plenty of others rejected it. It included accepted literature, unaccepted literature, and also a mandate that was widely accepted. And that mandate was that if you were teaching in the United States in a public school, you better put up an American flag in your classroom. And you had better have your students recite the Pledge of Allegiance every day. And by and large, to this day, if you walk into a classroom in the United States, you will hear students reciting the Pledge of Allegiance, unless you happen to walk into a classroom like one that another person, somebody very close to me, taught in, where no one was expected to recite the Pledge of Allegiance or to believe in nationalism. Thank you so much for your time today. And I know others want to share their views on the Cold War. And I appreciate everything that the organizers of this event are doing to bring out the truth and to fight the next Cold War. Thank you.
Go Marcy, definitely in the record. Frank?
Thanks, Marcy. Thanks, Rachel. It's my pleasure to now introduce Eric Mann. He's the host of Voices from the Front Lines, heard on KPFK FM 90.7 radio in Los Angeles here. He's a veteran of the Congress of Racial Equality and Students for a Democratic Society. And he's director of the Labor Community Strategy and co-chair of the Bus Riders Union. He's the author of Playbook for Progressives, the 16 Qualities of the Successful Organizer. I just want to thank Aaron for having Rachel and myself on his show this Tuesday on KPFK. Eric, you there?
I hope so. Hi, everybody. This is a deeply moving experience. You can't hear me, right? Okay. Deeply moving experience. You know, I was, like most of you, I think, very active in some way in the United Front to defeat Donald Trump and to elect Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. It was a tremendous victory in what we would call a United Front against fascism. But it was not a united front against imperialism. And now we're faced rapidly with the Biden administration moving even in a more hawk-like fashion than the Trump administration. In fact, he ran on saying that Trump was soft on dictators from Venezuela to Russia to China. So we're now in a very difficult situation, which I think the Biden administration is trying essentially to integrate a multiracial imperialism to shore up some of the weaknesses of the present empire, but also carrying out the most extreme anti-Asian violence as we speak. With just recently, Antony Blinken and Lloyd Austin and Biden have threatened China in the most fundamental way. Imagine that the Department of so-called Defense is involved in creating a new US power in the Pacific. Now, I come out of the tradition where the Black movement and the anti-imperialist movement were both integral, and that the Black movement drove the anti-imperialist movement and vice versa. So the first thing that was important to understand is we believe that Black people were a nation inside the United States, that Chicanos were a nation, indigenous people were an oppressed nation. We did not believe the United States was capitalist, but we believed it was imperialist. And therefore, when I joined the Congress of Racial Equality and SNCC, MFDP, there was all talk about Black nationalism, Black liberation, and therefore Vietnamese liberation and Black liberation, would be integral. The white movement was very important, Dr. Spock, the great Daniel Ellsberg, but there's no question the Black movement was the cutting edge and must be again of any successful anti-war, anti-imperialist movement. So it was SNCC that said, hell no, we won't go to Vietnam. It was Dr. King who said, the US is the greatest purveyor of violence in the world. It was Malcolm who said, we will not fight in Vietnam. It was Muhammad Ali who said, the Viet Cong never called me the N-word. It was John Carlos and Tommy Smith who raised their hands at an Olympic and basically said, we don't represent the United States. We represent the third world and a Black nation. It was Fred Hampton and the Black Panthers, if you read the book, Blacks Against Empire. But that's a great story, but we have to see the other side of it. Dr. King was assassinated. Malcolm was assassinated. Fred Hampton was assassinated. SNCC was repressed. Every one of us was repressed. Paul Robeson was repressed. The Rosenbergs were murdered. So when the Rosenbergs simply said, we don't want to give nuclear weapons to the United States, but not also to the Soviet Union, they were murdered for being peace organizers. So the reason I say that is because the teach-in cannot simply be an exposure to the Cold War, but has to be a challenge to each of us to answer the question, what are we willing to do about it? Which is what my life has always been about. So interestingly, in the real world, in the present, brother, friend, Channing Martinez from the Labor Community Strategy Center, but running independently, he ran for the city council in the 10th district in Los Angeles, not even a majority Black district anymore because of the genocide that the United States is carrying out against Black people, including the liberal Democrats of Los Angeles, such as, unfortunately, Mayor Garcetti. But he ran on no police in the schools, no police on the MTA buses and trains. 50% of all new jobs must go to Black applicants. Open borders for all immigrants. Free public transportation, no stop attack on Black passengers, which in itself was phenomenally radical. But then he said, US hands off Venezuela, Russia, China, Iran, Iraq. And here's something important. The United States is not simply a ruling class. It's an imperialist country in which the majority of white people, in my opinion, are directly involved in national oppression. They're not simply confused by it, but they're active participants. And the effort of the United States through its armies, through its prisons, is trying to organize everyone to be a pro-imperialist bloc. Now, Channing got 5% of the vote. If you know anything about real elections, that's phenomenal for a first candidate. And he got 10% of the Black vote. And what we say and what I teach is set the edge, split the room, and then move the room to you. And what we saw is when you're at a candidates night talking about these issues intelligently and thoughtfully, people who are pro-imperialist start to move because the logic of the argument, the morality of the argument. So one reason they wanted to keep the communists out of the trade unions, keep the communists out of the schools, is because even in the midst of all this institutional power, they can't win the damn argument. They have to keep us out. Because if you're good organizers and you know how to work with people, not pontificate, but communicate and listen, these are very compelling arguments, starting, of course, with Black people who have been enslaved and indigenous people and Mexican people. So it's critical that the anti-imperialist movement be an integral part of the social reality of this country and not somewhat on the outside. Now, Michael Meeropol did a great job about books. I'm deeply moved by the book, The Jakarta Method, which is terrifying about what the United States did in Indonesia after the Bandung Conference, by the way, in Indonesia. Then there's my book, Comrade George, an investigation into the life, political thought, and Assassination of George Jackson. Another one of my books, and it's interesting, called Katrina's Legacy: The Black Nation and the People of the World Confront the US imperialist white settler state and its genocidal climate crimes. I think we have to go beyond talking about white supremacy to talk about a white settler state as integral to the country that we're trying to change. And then there's my book, Playbook for Progressives, the 16 Qualities of the Successful Organizer, because if you're not an organizer, as Marcy Winograd is, you can't succeed. And I want to end with a very encouraging story, which is difficult. In September of 1969, I organized a demonstration against the Harvard Center for International Affairs. I had already been part of SDS at Columbia, where we took on the Institute for Defense Analyses. This was not a friendly demonstration. This was Henry Kissinger's Center for Death. We went in, we broke windows, we turned over desks, we sprayed death to US imperialism. The Black nation will rise. Ho, 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 Chi Minh, the UNRF will go on to win. And my good friend Howard Zinn said that was a very good nonviolent demonstration because no one was attacked except for us. However, I was sentenced to 2 years in prison for that demonstration, and I served 18 months. Now, when I got into prison, 4 prisoners came up to me the first day I got there and said, "Eric, we've decided to become communists." I said, "Well, that's terrific. I didn't even get here yet. What led you to that conclusion?" He said, "Well, you know, Charlie Kraft speaking for Jimmy Drummy and the others said, you know, I was in the cell and Joe, the screw, the guard, said to me, 'Hey, Charlie, we hate communists, right?' And I said, 'Yeah, we hate communists.' He says, 'Good, because there's a guy coming we got to hate. His name is Eric Mann, and you're not going to like him at all. First of all, he's for the blacks.' And Charlie said, 'Oh, is he black?' 'No, I think he's one of those Jubies. You know, he's one of them. But he hates white people.' Charlie said, 'Wait, he likes black people, but he hates white people and he's a communist, right?' He says, 'Yeah. So we don't like him, right, Charlie?' Charlie said, 'Wait a minute. The person who's locking me up is telling me that I got to unite with him because we're both anti-communist. But if he's locking me up and he's anti-communist, then it must be logical that I must become a communist. And I'm going to tell all the other prisoners that apparently this guy coming in must be a real threat to them because the guards are trying to organize us.' So I'd end by saying this. If you're black, if you're Latino, Latinx, if you're Asian Pacific Islander, if you're indigenous, and yes, if you're white of conscience, and if the people who lock you up are pro-imperialist and anti-communist, wouldn't it be logical that you would become anti-imperialist and pro-communist? Because that's what I think you need to understand, is this country is locking us up and at the same time encouraging us to lock up the people all over the world. I believe we have a real chance to win. If you like this point of view, check me out at info@thestrategycenter.org. It's an honor to be part of this conversation.
Thank you so much, Eric. Wonderful testimony. It's going in the record. And Frank, you're going to introduce our next testifier.
Okay, thanks, Eric. And I want to introduce my friend, Carl Boggs. He's written 25 books, 10 on the topic of US imperialism and militarism. That includes most recently Origins of the Warfare State and the Hollywood War Machine. He has been involved with anti-war movement activities since the 1960s and was purged from his job as professor at Washington University in St. Louis because of his anti-war work. Carl has been a regular contributor to Counterpunch since 1995. I've been reading his latest book, Facing Catastrophe. It's really very heavy book. And I want to introduce Carl Box.
Thank you so much, Frank. Thanks so much. Can everybody hear me?
Yeah, yes.
Good. I'm so honored to be a part of this wonderful event. And I want to thank Frank and Rachel and Code Pink and everybody else involved. I think it would be a very good idea, in fact, to have something like this on a regular basis. I was just thinking, just sitting here, I was just thinking about the fact that it's been 55 years or 55, something like that, years since I first got involved in anti-war activity, fighting US militarism and imperialism, fighting the war in Vietnam. I was one of the student organizers for the Vietnam Day Committee in the spring of 1965 at UC Berkeley. And I believe it was one of, if not the first, one of the first major protests against the war in Vietnam. And I was very much involved in organizing that. It was right after the free speech movement in Berkeley. And then after that, I wound up going to Washington University in St. Louis, where there was a very, very intense anti-war movement. Our turnouts were thousands and thousands of people every single day for weeks and months and a couple of years. We burned down 2 ROTC buildings. The FBI infiltrated extensively. And after a couple of years working at Washington University, I realized that one of my research assistants was an FBI informant. And then one thing led to another, and I was eventually just purged from the place. I was blacklisted. Basically, my job was finished, my career was finished, and I was blacklisted by the mid to late 70s. And the corporate interests that ran the university included McDonnell Douglas, Monsanto, and a couple of others. So you can imagine the obstacles to doing anti-war movement there were considerable. We did set up a very historic project called McDonnell Douglas Anti-Corporate Project. And it was an attempt, one of the few, I think, in the country to merge working class struggles with anti-war struggles. And that lasted for a few years. And then again, the university eventually put the kibosh on that. I wanted to just mention, a number of people have mentioned the issue of racism in US foreign policy. And I thought about the fact that in the last over a century, the United States has done pretty much everything in its power to destroy 6 Asian countries. Hasn't completely succeeded, but not for trying. The Philippines, Japan, Korea, Vietnam, Cambodia, and Laos. You know, the element of racism in this was very, very intense. John Dower, a historian, wrote a book, War Without Mercy, talked about how the war in the Pacific was considerably more racist than the war in Europe. And in fact, at one point, this is before Hiroshima and Nagasaki, under the direction of Curtis LeMay, the United States Air Force obliterated 66 Japanese cities using incendiary weapons, napalm, and all sorts of other devices that were basically anti-personnel weapons. And that was the lead up to Hiroshima and Nagasaki. So basically every major city in Japan was annihilated. And that same modus operandi was carried forward into Korea, where at one point in time, in fact, President Truman was actually considering the use of thermonuclear weapons there. What's interesting there, and I was going to talk a little bit about the nuclear complex, and of course, that being part of the way in which the American power structure is able to establish its hegemony and maintain its hegemony. and use its leverage worldwide, because the whole issue of the war economy, the permanent war economy, and the empire of bases and so forth is solidified and magnified by the fact that there's the presence of such weapons of mass destruction. But what I've argued, and I've written about this before, is that there are actually 5 different types of weapons of mass destruction. And the United States, of course, is the only country to have used them all. Obviously, nuclear weapons in Japan, chemical weapons very extensively in the case of Vietnam and Indochina. And then in addition to that, what's not very widely known is that biological warfare was introduced in Korea. And it was not very successful, but it was used by the United States in Korea. And then 2 other weapons of mass destruction, one of which I just mentioned, was what I would call aerial terrorism. That is to say, saturation bombing of large cities with the intent of basically leveling them and destroying the civilian population there. That would have to be considered a weapon of mass destruction. And then the 5th, which the United States has used very liberally and very extensively over the last basically nearly a century, is economic sanctions. The worst, of course, being what the Clinton administration did against Iraq, killing upwards of 500,000 people, mostly children, in the 1990s. So the United States not only has conducted very extensively, forms of racist warfare in the Pacific and elsewhere, but has conducted these different forms of weapons of mass destruction throughout. And again, I think it's worth, because a lot of times people just think, when they think of WMD, they think in terms of nuclear weapons, and that may be about it. But there are actually 5 different types, and the United States has relied upon those, many of them fairly extensively, especially aerial terrorism and economic sanctions. I just wanted to basically talk a little bit about the degree to which the nuclear complex fits so centrally into the American power structure. Today, the American power structure is not only the most powerful, the most globalized, but also the most threatening power structure, I believe, in the history of the world. And the development of the nuclear complex and nuclear power fits very centrally within that. One of the things the United States has done against the statutes of the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty, the NPT, is to continue the modernization of nuclear weaponry, labs, facilities, deployments, subs, planes, bomb types, tactical nuclear weapons, networks in the field. There's an extensive U.S. nuclear deployment in Europe, some commentators have mentioned, and that is continuing and is expanding right now. So that is the process of modernization, which is earmarked really to cost about $1 trillion over the next 3 decades, is ongoing with the United States. That's in violation of the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty, because the treaty basically it has an injunction that states that all nuclear states should move towards disarmament, and of course the United States is moving in just the opposite direction. What I wanted to just point out here is that I think at this point in time, we are at a point where I think the threat of global nuclear catastrophe is probably as great, if not greater, than at any point in recent history. And I think that's the case for at least 4 reasons. One is this process of modernization. The process of modernization here, of course, inspires the process of modernization in Russia and China and elsewhere, which feeds into the nuclear arms races, which we continue to have. Even though the number of nuclear warheads is far less than what it was at the peak of the Cold War, where we had tens and tens of thousands, now there's globally maybe 15, 16,000 warheads. The fact is that the warheads that exist are much more powerful, much more accurate, and much more efficient than the earlier warheads. So it's misleading to think that there's been some sort of reduction in overall nuclear power available in the world. The threat of accidental war is also much greater at this point in time, owing to the possibilities of computer malfunction, faulty intelligence, power failures, human error, cyber warfare. All these things have, I think, exacerbated the threat of accidental nuclear war. We know, and I think that it's pointed out in Dan Ellsberg's book, that I think we've had 6 episodes just since the early 1980s of near nuclear war coming from this kind of accidental situation. Third, we see a mounting conflict between the United States and Russia, with the U.S. NATO push eastward, with deployments near Russian borders and military exercises there, economic sanctions, ongoing threats. This has been a process particularly intense since the 90s, with the dismemberment of Yugoslavia, the attack on Serbia, then subsequent attacks on involvements in Georgia and Ukraine, bringing the United States much closer to intense geopolitical conflict with Russia. That is continuing, and of course, what's exacerbated that is Russiagate, which has produced a new Cold War between the United States and Russia. And now we have a situation where the two nuclear powers are facing off against each other under the most tense of conditions. We know also, and Eric Mann mentioned this, and some others have mentioned it as well, we know that one of the neocon objectives is to target Russia, hoping to isolate and weaken the country, if not basically carry out some form of regime change. I believe regime change is basically on the agenda here as far as the neocons are concerned. I would say a fifth problem contributing to the possible intensification of or the possible increasing threat of thermonuclear war is the problem of nuclear proliferation. And that is not anything that the United States or any country really presently has done much to correct. So I would argue that the political alternative here is that given the present threat that we face, the only solution is some sort of radical move towards full-scale nuclear disarmament, consistent with the dictates of the NPT. That should be a prevailing goal of humanity. Unfortunately, it is the American power structure described above that remains the biggest impediment to such historic move. And insane and immoral US foreign policy must be changed, and very soon. And I think the fact that we see these recent moves towards the demonization, or we should say the further demonization of Russia and Putin, are not exactly contributing to this process. And I just make one final comment. I think it's really a sad commentary to think the degree to which many progressives and many leftists have sort of bought into this demonization process. It's not really helping the cause of peace. It's only helping the cause of war. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Carl. Very important testimony. We're going to have more on Cold War and the environment at the end of the program in the chat and a little bit live. Next, we have a super special guest. Medea is moving up in the program a little. Thank you so much on the East Coast for staying awake and with us, Medea. She will be speaking on her experience with seeing the Cold War's effect on the African liberation struggles in Africa. Medea Benjamin is the co-founder of the group Code Pink, Women for Peace, and the co-founder of the human rights group Global Exchange. She has been an advocate for social justice for more than 40 years. Medea writes books, she speaks at many anti-war events, she organizes and takes activists to other countries, and she has spoken out at government events, where she is often removed from the room for interrupting. But she is actually speaking truth to power. Medea?
Well, thank you so much, Rachel. And it's really amazing what you and Frank and Mary behind the scenes there have organized. I've met people or seen and heard them that I've long wanted to meet. And it just seems like such a rich bringing together of so many aspects of this Cold War. Like many of the other speakers, my life has really been shaped by the Cold War, including the Vietnam War. When I was in high school, I was taught that if we didn't stop communism over there, we would be fighting communism here at home. And then when my sister's boyfriend was drafted to go and fight in Vietnam, and he sent her home the ear of a Viet Cong as a souvenir, that's when I joined the anti-war movement, which I have never left. My government's hatred of communism really inspired me to learn more about it, not just by reading the books of Marx and Lenin, but also first as a hippie and later as a UN nutritionist and an economist, traveling the world in support of liberation and socialist struggles. And everywhere I went, I was devastated to find that my own government was supporting the most reactionary forces that were trying to quash any of these experiments. This was especially true in Africa, where anti-communism and US corporate interests colored virtually every aspect of US policy. Take, for example, the Congo, formerly a colony of Belgium, where the liberation leader, Patrice Lumumba, scared the US corporations. They feared they would lose access to the nation's vast minerals. They accused him of being close to the Soviets, and in 1961, the US government helped orchestrate a coup in which he was killed and replaced with the dictator, Mobutu Sese Seko, who robbed the nation's resources, ruled over the people brutally for 3 decades. Anti-communism put the US in bed with the despicable apartheid government in South Africa, the brutal Portuguese colonial rulers in Angola, Mozambique, and Guinea-Bissau, the white minority government of Ian Smith in Rhodesia, now Zimbabwe, which only yielded to majority rule in 1980. I worked in Africa for much of the latter part of the 70s and into the early part of the 80s, and I saw firsthand the devastation of the Cold War. I want to give the example when I went to work in Mozambique. Mozambique had just won its independence in 1975 after a long, grueling armed struggle. But there was elation that they were building something new, something exciting, something different. The president was Samora Machel. His wife was Graça Machel, who later married Nelson Mandela after Machel died in a mysterious plane crash. But Samora Machel was a terrific leader. He used to be a nurse. He left nursing to join the liberation struggle and fight with the movement for Frelimo. After independence, I remember he would gather thousands of people together every single week in the sports stadium. And first they would start out singing with 5-part harmony. And then he would give long talks and have discussions with the people and empower them about building a new society. The Portuguese had been among the worst, well, the worst colonizers in the world. They left a totally impoverished nation with a 95% illiteracy rate. Frelimo's motto was, each one teach one, and everywhere you looked, under the trees, under the rooftops, in the evenings in the schools, people would teach each other how to read and write, how to add and subtract. I was working as a nutritionist, and every day we work with farmers in the fields to increase yield so they could better feed the people. Everywhere there was tremendous excitement. We were building a new society, becoming a model for the rest of Africa, a model of cooperation, overcoming tribal differences, liberating women, empowering youth. But this cooperative model of empowered Black citizens was a threat to US allies in the white-ruled South Africa and Rhodesia. They labeled the Mozambican government communist and began funding an armed opposition movement called Renamo. Renamo began to attack villages. They burned entire villages, raped women, took them as sex slaves. They forced children to become soldiers. In fact, a third of their forces were children. They destroyed hospitals, roads, schools, any infrastructure that existed. This war lasted for 15 years. About 1 million people were killed or starved, 5 million displaced. The US government's own study said a large number of civilians in these attacks were victims of purposeful shooting deaths and executions, of axing, killing, bayoneting, burning to death, forced drowning and asphyxiation, and other forms of murder where no meaningful resistance or defense is present. This sounds very much like the extremist forces terroring Mozambicans today, who call themselves followers of ISIS and publicly behead women and children. One can make the argument that the breakdown of society during Renamo's long, brutal war paved the way for the devastating attacks today. While Africa continues to feel the consequences of the last Cold War, it's also the site of competition today between the United States and China. China is expanding its influence by building infrastructure and making investments all over the continent, including buying up land. The US is building military bases and beefing up AFRICOM. But if you want to see a real example of solidarity with Africa, look at the poor, small island nation of Cuba. While working in Africa, I met Cubans all over the continent. They weren't exploiting the resources or profiting from business ventures or building up military bases. No. Some of them were there as soldiers to stop right-wing forces, but most of them, over 100,000 Cubans, went to Africa working as much needed doctors, nurses, teachers, technicians, and living in some of the poorest villages on the continent. And tens of thousands of African youth were invited to Cuba to study for free, becoming doctors, engineers, and other professionals. Most recently, Cuban doctors and nurses have been traveling around the continent, treating people for COVID and stopping its spread. It's amazing that this impoverished island nation of 11 million people, battered by the United States for 60 years as part of the Cold War, exemplifies such a beautiful example of solidarity. As Mozambique's first president, Samora Machel, said back in 1975, international solidarity is not an act of charity. It's an act of unity between allies fighting on different terrains towards the same objectives. The foremost of these objectives, he said, is to aid the development of humanity to the highest level possible. Let us practice solidarity by working hard to shut down AFRICOM and US bases now littered across the continent. Let us work together with our African neighbors to fight COVID and other diseases, end hunger at home and abroad, and address the climate crisis that's creating millions of African refugees. As Samora Machel ended every talk with the people, a luta continua, victoria es certa. The struggle continues, victory is certain. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Medea. Brava. You know, and leave it to Medea to come up with another amazing project. Africa, let's steer this Cold War Truth Commission, definitely, and work on everything that you just mentioned. So incredible. We're doing a little shifting around into the program. So while everyone is congratulating Medea in the chat, let me find out where I am. Matthew in the house? If not, Frank, we are going to go to Roy. But I just want to, let's see.
Matthew Ho there?
Yeah, not sure. Okay. So I want to, while we're maybe trying to hear some response, just, you mentioned farmers, and I grow food here, in Latin America, been around farmers, and one of the things, because we're always looking for a solution, how do we get Americans to understand? I'll never forget in Cuba one time being on a boat, and all of a sudden everyone bursted out into song. They were singing Patsy Cline. I said, my God, if American South understood that Cubans love country music, could there be maybe a rapprochement in their heart? And so I think maybe the farmer to farmer connection is very important. And also with us urban farmers here, and then, maybe reaching out. And, I always think of American small farmers who are losing their land in a system that does not guarantee land or housing or well-being of families. If they knew, who they've been voting for all these years, and what we're doing to farmers abroad, maybe our people here in America are suffering enough that we might be able to eke out some empathy for people around the world, farmers around the world. And I want to say one thing, and I'm going to say it because it matters, and I don't want to sound trite, but I'm going to bring in animals right now. We don't have enough environmental in this program. It's going to be towards the late, but it's not to dishonor human beings, but there's a huge trauma from war, and I'm going to mention one trauma in Africa, and that is that 96 elephants a day are being slaughtered. And there's always, there's trauma everywhere, environmentally, human, around war, but something in particular, elephants have always been killed for their tusks and, for money, maybe subsistence, something like that, but it's way beyond that. And so people in the conservation community are on high alert. And the money is being used to buy arms to fight the wars that Medea has just showed us are completely unnecessary. They didn't have to be. So not only is it important just to say that, but also it's it's an alliance that we need to be fostering and helping also with the conservation community. Thank you. So next up, Frank, why don't we show Roy? Why don't you introduce Father Roy?
Okay, thanks, Rachel. Roy Bourgeois, Father Roy, as we like to call him. He served in the Navy as an officer in Vietnam, and after that he was moved by what he saw there, so he joined the Maryknoll missionaries. Same with Blaise was and Teresa Bonpane were, and ordained to the priesthood in 1972, and he served the poor in South and Central America. His experiences with despots there impelled him to oppose U.S. training of armies in counterinsurgency at Fort Benning, Georgia. Hundreds of thousands have demonstrated to close the infamous School of the Americas. Roy founded the School of Americas Watch in 1990. In 2008, he decided he must also address an injustice closer to home, that of the exclusion of women from the Roman Catholic priesthood. His refusal to recant and deny the dictates of his conscience eventually led to his being excommunicated as a priest by the Catholic Church. He was a Maryknoll priest for 45 years, and they didn't kick him out because he was fighting against U.S. foreign policy. They didn't kick him out because he wanted to close the School of Americas. They kicked him out because he wanted women to become priests. Anyway, we love Roy, and there's a clip we're going to show now. It's from the clip. This is a short clip, and it's from the film Paying the Price for Peace, the story of S. Brown Wilson, and it's about the School of Americas, and it features Roy, and Brian is also in it, and Martin Sheen are also in this clip we're going to see. You ready? I got the clip ready, girls, ladies? Here it is.
While this is coming on, and I know it will, just a super shout out to Emily and Mary. Emily right now doing tech is a monster of a program. Thank you, ladies.
I could say, I would tell anybody listening that Roy is not watching this because Roy doesn't have a computer. He does not have email. So that's why he wasn't able to join us live. But we're hoping we can get that clip to play with the sound on it. But for any of you who've ever been to Fort Benning for the protest, here we go. Let's see if we get this time.
The train attack drew attention to the U.S. military's involvement in illegal wars, highlighting its role in training secret armies for other countries. Most of the covert training took place in Fort Benning, Georgia, at the notorious School of the Americas.
Welcome our number one good troublemaker, Father Roy Bourgeois. Por favor, denle la bienvenida al Padre Roy.
As we gather today at the main gate of Fort Benning,
Mientras nos reunimos en estos portones del Fuerte Benning,
this is a very sacred moment.
este es un momento muy sagrado.
We cannot go about the business of killing without being changed. We cannot come back from Vietnam, Afghanistan, Iraq, and other wars and go on with our lives as before. No. You know, all these suicides, the PTSD that we're reading so much about now, the message is clear. We are not made for war.
This is where SOA Watch started, right here. And I realized something that was staggering to me, but it was something that all of you probably completely understand without having to go to war, and that was that we're all one. We're all connected, and how could I be possibly participating in killing other people I did not know just because I was ordered to do it? So I learned how to be disobedient.
When 525 Salvadoran soldiers arrived at Fort Benning, Georgia to start training there in combat, a small group of us went there to say not in our name. And what we found through the Freedom of Information Act was a school of assassins, as we learned it was well known in Latin America, a school for dictators, a school of torture. The Washington Post, front page, along with the New York Times, had a very big article about the torture manuals that were used at the School of the Americas. Techniques of torture. This is serious. This is serious stuff. We talk about crimes against humanity here. And it was time to put out the word. Let's gather here every November, that weekend before Thanksgiving. And in the name of solidarity, let us come and call for the closing of this school of assassins. And something happened. We started with 10, and then the next year, 100 came. And then the next year, 500, and then 1,000, then 3,000, 5,000, 10,000. All of a sudden, we had 20,000 people gathering here. And when they sent us to prison, it just energized the movement. It just brought more people the next year. And when they sent us to prison, what we learned was that they could not silence us. The truth cannot be silenced. And we organized from prison. We went to Latin America simply to request that they stop sending their troops here. And I'm happy to report that 5 countries made decisions to pull out. Those countries being Argentina, Uruguay, Venezuela, Bolivia. We went to Ecuador, where we met with President Rafael Correa. And at that meeting, he announced that Ecuador was pulling out of the School of the Americas. He said something very important, President Correa. He said this school should not exist.
We cannot live without cooperation. It's the most important characteristic of human survival. When we become so arrogant, we justify doing anything we want as if There's no consequences. It's insanity.
We've come to a level of divorcing ourselves from the reality of war. The West has taught the East how to solve problems, and it's basically through violence. You can't make war sacred.
Okay, thank you very much. Are you going to talk a moment of Barbara Trent, Frank?
I can.
And before, excuse me, Frank, before you go, so just to cut, we're a couple of people who are still speaking, who are on here, who are going to testify. If you're having any issues, please chat me so I know. Thank you.
Rachel, can you hear me?
Yes.
How about Danny Surgeon? Is he still there? Because he said he might have to leave.
Thank you. Well, let's deal with that in the chat. So why don't you talk about Barbara Trent? And
Okay.
her awesome work.
All right. Well, Barbara Trent, my friend Barbara Trent, is a legendary filmmaker. She produced and directed The Panama Deception, which won the Academy Award for Best Documentary in 1992, with her partner. I have to mention David Casper, who made the films with her. And in 1988, that one won the Academy Award. And in 1988, she directed and produced another fantastic documentary called Cover Up Behind the Iran-Contra Affair. These are two of the best anti-war films I've ever seen. See the pictures up there now. Both were narrated by Elizabeth Montgomery, who starred in Bewitched, playing Samantha, the Good Witch. And in 1986, Barbara made her film Destination Nicaragua, which is narrated by Tyne Daly. Barbara couldn't be here with us tonight because she's been dealing with some serious health issues, but we wanted to talk about her and her films. And I've always told Barbara, your films have made such a difference. They've been seen by so many people. These films, unlike a lot of anti-war films or documentaries, she got those films out and they took them all over the country, and they would show them on the weekends. And I know the story of, they showed it in some theater complex in New York, I think it was, where they outboxed the #1 movie. And this was, they were taking in more ticket sales than the #1 movie for their documentaries. So Barbara has done this incredible work, and in my film, and she allowed this to happen. David and her, and when I put my film together, what I've learned about U.S. foreign policy, I include 20 minutes of Cover Up Behind the Contra Affair and 20 minutes of The Panama Deception. And people actually told me, well, Barbara's going to sue you. And so Blaze and Teresa gave me her number, and I called her up. She was back in North Carolina. And I'll never forget when she didn't know me. And I said who I was. And I said, I just need a minute. And I'll never forget what Barbara said to me. She said, now tell me how much time you really want, you really need. So anyway, Barbara she's an actress over being a filmmaker, even though she's an Academy Award filmmaker, because she let me do it. And so I've been promoting her films within my film for all these years, and we've become good friends. And I just want to say to her, if you're watching, Barbara, I love you. You're fantastic. And David too, give a Casper. And
sorry.
Yeah, anyway, I don't know.
That's
it. Everybody, the links to these films are going to be put up by Emily and Mary. And if you haven't ever seen them, watch them. They're both fantastic anti-war films. Thank you, Barbara and David, for making them. And there's something you can show people. Okay.
Thank you, Frank. Yeah. Wonderful. Oh boy, this program's a mess. Okay, thank you very much. Danny Surgeons, I don't think is here anymore. Okay, I just want to mention him. I don't think he's here. He was added late to our program, but under suggestion. Is he here? Okay. And he has been doing great work. Thank you, Sharon. So you should all look at Cold War in the Heartland. It's a new, very important website out of the University of Kansas. Heartland, talking about farmers. And his talk was going to be patriotic dissent in the Cold War. He has it on film. He's going to be submitting testimony a little later, but he had to leave for his kids. But I just want to say again, that heartland perspective, we really need to reach rural America. And just if you think about it, a lot of the Trump commercials really highlighted the cost of war to American veterans, to people who've died, to families, a lot more than the Democrats ever did. I really found like a lot of sympathy. They were using that. So interesting. And we can too with the truth. And so next we are going to have, I'm not sure. Just again, if you have anyone who's speaking, if you're having issues and needing to go sooner, let us know. But if not, then we are going to, and this is the international portion of our program. And just so you know, it is so late. We started at 1 p.m. Western time because 4 months ago when we were starting to plan this, we thought we'd be watching Frank's movie for the last 2 hours, sitting chilling, and all you on the East Coast would be fine. Turned out a little different, but we're delighted. So, Nuri, Frank, you are going to introduce Nuri, please.
Okay, thanks, Rachel. My friend Nuri Iraniki was born in Iran. After the CIA coup in Iran in 1953, her family, was forced to migrate to the United States. She got her master's in economics from the University of Wisconsin. She's been a member of the Women's International League for Peace and Freedom for 50 years. She was a member of the National Alliance Against Racist and Political Repression. She established the Free Palestine Organization in Hawaii and was the founder of Education, Not Incarceration in Oakland. And she is the current co-founder of the U.S. Department of Peace. Nuri is a fantastic woman. She's bought 1,000 copies of Addicted for me. She gives them away for free to everybody. And she's such a wonderful woman. Nuri, are you there?
Yes. Thank you. Thank you for.
And Al.
I really wanted to save you all that time. Thank you so much, Rachel. Thank you, Frank. And forgo, but there are some interesting things that I would like to mention. I was born in Iran. And when I was 10 years old or younger, Mossadegh came to power. And so during Mossadegh, British, of course, because of our oil, it always is because of resources that United States wants to go and rob those countries, the same as everywhere else. So British went to war against Iran, and U.S. didn't come to help Iran, so we are used to sanctions from 70 years ago when I was a child. And then CIA, then Dr. Mossadegh nationalized oil, which was Iranian resource, and others. So U.S. during Eisenhower, I was 13 years old, they carried coup d'etat in 1953 against Dr. Mossadegh and overthrow him. While Mossadegh asked Eisenhower if he could go between Iran and British and be mediator and make peace. And Eisenhower not only didn't do that, but they also sanctioned Iran, didn't help financially, and they carried coup d'etat in 1953. Well, I was very young. My whole family had to migrate to United States. My brother was almost executed. He was a physician, just graduating, and he was about to be killed. That a friend of us saved him. Then we had to come to US. Then I became active in United States with American Soviet Friendship Society and other. So from childhood, I was active. Then my father died in then when my father died during Shah, was put back in power by United States. And the first thing our resources was used to attack Dhofar, which is Western Yemen. So Yemen, that we know the war is going on now, 70 years ago, or 68 years ago, Shah of Iran, with Iranian resources on behalf of United States, became gendarme of the region and start killing Middle Eastern any resistance. And so many 30,000 Dofari people were killed with Iranian money for United States benefit. And then they created Savak and Evin. Savak was famous torture center in Iran, and Evin was the prison that were imprisoning all progressives. And I never forget as a child that there was a music that was created by someone that they were going to execute him, and he was asking his daughter, "Kiss me goodbye for the last time." This became a music for Iranian for so many, many years, of so many that they were executed by Shah. And "Kiss Me Goodbye" was the famous song of so many that they were. So then we had to come to US. In US, when my father died in 1978, as American citizen, I had to go back. And when I went back, they arrested me and put me in solitary confinement in Evin prison. And I thought, wow, am I really that useful and that good that United States or Iranian government is afraid of me and putting me in solitary confinement? I was there for 2.5 months, but then the revolution was taking place in Iran and they had to get rid of me. I didn't worth all that. So, and I would see in prison, I would hear that they would pull the young men, that they would torture them, and they couldn't walk. You would hear, and you could see if I had a little hole in my prison, once in a while, they wouldn't drop the thing that they were in control to drop it, that I couldn't see outside. Once in a while they would forget, and I would look and I would see that they are pulling these political prisoners that they tortured already to take them to their cell after the torture. Or, you know, that kind of things that you could witness, that I would witness so regularly when I was in solitary confinement. So then I came to US, and then the revolution happened. And when the revolution happened, US, we had so many leaders from National Front, from Dr. Mossadegh, during Dr. Mossadegh, that they were candidated by people to become new leader. But United States felt at that point that Khomeini, who was enough anti-communist while the revolution was taking place. I shouldn't forget to tell you that there was a theater in Abadan that 600 young people that they went for watching movie, United States, they blocked everything and they burned the whole theater, and so many other things. And then at the time of hostage crisis, or so-called hostage crisis, I have the book I want to show. You will see that, what did I do with the book? I want to show. During hostage crisis, hostages, nothing happened to them. But the book, 6 books, it was really spy center in Iran, the American embassy, and they shredded the books. And Iranian students, they put these shredded together, and it's right here. Yeah. they put the books, they shredded thing that American embassy, top secret documents, they put it together and they created 6 books. This is number 4 that they translated to Persian. And this alone is what US was doing for so many years in Afghanistan. So, yeah, and then also, when I came to US, when so-called hostage crisis happened, I was saying that send Shah back so that hostages would be released. So they came from CIA, threatened me that they came to my home and said that they have orders to kill me if I continue to talk. I was Medical College of Virginia in Richmond, Virginia. I was studying for my medical record administration. That then they had to, supposedly college had to protect me. So now, and then, now what should we really do? I was thinking that we have been to hundreds of countries, killing so many people. My whole family had to come to US, and there are millions of Iranians, not only oil resources, the intelligent and education of all those countries. 7 in my family, MDs and PhDs and masters, they all live here, and their children was drawn from those countries and Iran and everywhere else. So I'm hoping that what to do would be maybe Destination Nicaragua was something that that Barbara Trent movie made. Americans were going to Nicaragua, and let us make friendship delegations from all those countries, Soviet Union, China, Iran, and bring them here, and we go visit them. They would love the people-to-people delegations and exchanges and educate. We get our education of what is our government doing around the world. And the nuclear disarmament that 122 countries they passed, and now it is ratified. It's a world thing that we could focus on and really stop that danger that everybody talked. I wanted to thank you again, Rachel and Frank. It's such a beautiful thing, and I'm going to use these days and weeks for many people to come. And by the way, it is New Year, Persian New Year. It's the second day of spring. Yesterday was Persian New Year. So happy Nowruz to all of you. The first day of spring is Persian New Year, and we have Hafsin, which is 7 S's, symbolic of love, symbolic of health, symbolic of all of these I put together that maybe I don't know if I can show it to you. Here we have, these are our 7 S's, symbolic of, we have fish, apple, greenery, and all of these things, symbol of love and peace and harmony and richness and wealth, prosperity. Let us focus on friendship and love and getting together. Let's do it. Thank you so much. I talk too much.
No, that was so beautiful. Thank you so much, Nuri. As part of Peace Weeks in the LA Harbor area, Christian Guzman, part of our organizing team, we put on for every Peace Week, we choose a country and we have a whole cultural night, and everyone comes to the Zoom or comes to the live meeting before the pandemic, and we share food and we hear stories. And the first one we did was on Iran 2 or 3 years ago. So we're doing that annually. We're going to do it much more. It's a beautiful, beautiful way. Definitely. Yeah, softens hearts. Thank you.
Eating together and enjoying.
Of course. That's what we all want. Okay. Thank you so much, Nuri. Frank, our next testimony.
Okay, thank you, Nuri and Alan. Thank you so much, Nuri. I love you, you know. The woman, she's always loving and smiling and happy. Okay, next speaker giving his testimony is Peter Phillips. He's a political sociology professor from Sonoma State University. He is the author of 14 Project Censored yearbooks from 1997 to 2011. His most recent book is Giants, the Global Power Elite from Seven Stories Press. And I'm pretty sure Peter was the director of Project. Are you there, Peter?
Yeah, hi.
Okay. Peter, you were the director of Project Censor for many years, I believe.
14 years, yeah.
14 years, okay. And Peter, I love you, man. Take it away.
Well, thank you, Frank and Rachel, for an inspiring program. I've really been enjoying the last few hours I've been here, and I know you've been here all day, so I will do this as quickly as I can. The main point of my book, The Giants, the Global Power Elite, was that if we look at what the Cold War and the US military empire is about, it's primarily the protection of concentrated global capital and the ability for people with money to move it anywhere in the world to invest without any interference from other governments or local populations. That's what a military empire is about, what it's for. That's the primary reason. So driving this engine of global wealth concentration are giant transnational investment companies like BlackRock, who controls $7 trillion worth of capital. In 2017, there were $17 trillion investment companies that were collectively worth $41.1 trillion in capital. There's about 20 now, and it's closer to 50 trillion. These firms all directly invest in each other. So there's this huge cluster of centralized capital managed by only 199 people. So part of my goal in my book was say, well, who are these people that are controlling this $50 trillion worth of wealth? And what are they doing with it? And who helps them? So when you think about Jeff Bezos, worth 100 billion or more, he's incredibly wealthy. But what we're really talking about is the idea that the mantra that Occupy gave us, the 1% versus the 99%. But even 1%, several hundred million people in the top 1%, is still a huge amount of people out of 8 billion in the world that they own almost everything. And so what we're really talking about is who are the managers of this money? How do they get the US military empire to support them? What are the policy makers in the direction? So these elites, and there's about 6,000 or 7,000 of them who go to Davos, that go to the big World Bank forums and all of that. They're the core of the transnational capitalist class and global capitalism. These elites interact through governmental policymaking organizations, privately funded by large corporations, which include the Council of 30, the Trilateral Commission, and the Atlantic Council. Now, the Atlantic Council just came out with a policy statement on China. They want to see regime change there in the next 20 years. They had come out with a policy statement on Putin. They wanted to see regime change in Russia. So you have a policy group funded by corporate money that's making recommendations to governments, the NATO, the intelligence services, security services, the Pentagon, transnational government groups, as to how they're going to manage global capital and what needs to be done. And that includes regime changes around the world. So they're also talking to G7, G20, the World Bank, International Monetary Fund, International Bank of Settlements. This is very core, it's global, massive amounts of money involved, trillions of dollars worth of wealth. And the power elites are in support of capital investment. They're collectively embedded in a system of mandatory growth. Failure for capital to achieve continued expansion leads to economic stagnation, which could result in depression, bank failures, currency collapses, and mass unemployment. So power elites are kind of trapped in a web of enforced growth that requires ongoing global management and the formation of new and ever expanding capital investment opportunities. They really would like to get into Siberia and invest there wildly. They want total control and penetration around the world. That's what this capital is essentially about. So the biggest problem the global power elite face is that they have more capital than there are safe investments and opportunities. So this can lead to risky speculative investments like the subprime mortgage debacle that we had in 2008 and almost total collapse of the world economic system. But also it leads to permanent war spending. A major part of the profits and the continued growth for global capital of 50 trillion is war spending. So wars meet that goal. They buy up products, they blow up bombs, they destroy things that have to be rebuilt. It's a massive profit-making mechanism. And so we see that. And then also the continued privatization of the commons. So everything that we hold in commons is up for grabs and privatizing. So the world's total wealth is estimated about 250 trillion. So we say, well, 50 trillion is only part of that wealth. Well, that's true. But this is the free-floating money part. This is a concentrated global capital money that can be invested basically anywhere that they can get a good return. And so that is what drives our military. That's what drives our governments. It drives all capital governments, and it's the motivating force behind the intelligence agencies and what they're doing worldwide. So we have 80% of the people in the world are living on less than $10 a day. And the poorest half of the global population lives on less than $2.50 a day. So the inequality is just massive. It's incredible. And there's more than 1.3 billion people in the world live on $1.25 a day. So, and then each day, every day, 30,000 people die from starvation and malnutrition internationally. And that's a staggering loss. 10 million fatalities a year just from chronic hunger. And hunger, that we have more than enough food in the world to feed everybody. Hunger is a failure to distribute that food where people can eat it and have access to it. But there's, in my book, The Global Power Elite, I identify 300 people individually with their bios, their net worth, where they went to college, how they're interconnected, what policy groups they're on. This is the they, when we say they are doing this to us. And I, for years, heard, they did this, they did that, they assassinated Kennedy. This is who benefits from military empire and global power. And these are the activists within that system, these 300 people. So I think it's really important to know who they are and to be able to act on that in a real open way. It's sort of like pulling the covers off the global elite and saying, this is who they are, and we need to be in their faces about what's happening in the world. So the danger is that global power elites will fail to recognize the inevitability and economic disasters. Capitalism it will collapse again. And next time we may be in for global war that goes along with that, massive unrest and starvation. We already know what a pandemic can do to the world. And so these are very important issues that we all face. So without significant corrective adjustments by the global power elite themselves, mass social movements and rebellions will occur, and they have to occur. They will occur and expand and challenge the global power elite, who already many of them are seeing the writing on the wall. That's what the Davos refit is all about. We're going to remake capitalism and have the top corporations of the world take care of everybody. That's not going to solve it. That is not going to be the end all and solve that whatever. Though it requires action at all levels. I'm certainly inspired about all the people here today. We need to be aware of who the elite are and what they're doing. And we need to be challenging them very openly, very directly, in person whenever possible. And and following a common code. And I end my book with reprinting the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, which I think is one of the best moral instruments out there for us in terms of a guidance for whatever social action we're engaging in. So I'll rest with that. Thank you.
And with that, he rests. Thank you. And your testimony will be submitted into the record. Thank you very much. Next, Frank.
All right. Thanks, Rachel. Thank you, Peter. It's my privilege to now introduce as our next speaker and truth teller, Ann Wright. Ann was in the U.S. Army for 29 years, and she retired as a colonel. She was also a U.S. diplomat for 16 years and worked in 9 embassies, including reopening the U.S. Embassy in Afghanistan in 2001. She resigned from the U.S. government 18 years ago in 2003 in opposition to the U.S. war on Iraq. Since 2003, she has worked for peace around the world through delegations to North Korea, Iran, Gaza, Afghanistan, Yemen, Pakistan, Cuba, Vietnam, Russia, China, South Korea, Japan, and Malaysia. And you really get around. And thanks for all you do. And you're on, Ann.
Aloha from the occupied nation of Hawaii, one of the victims of U.S. imperialism 120 years ago. I was on many Zoom calls today, and they were very poignant because they were talking about the Cold War that we have today. And one of them was a 2-hour conversation with women from the Asian countries that are here in Hawaii and from Hawaiians. You know, Hawaii probably has the most diverse, diverse population in the country, where the majority, like 90% of the people that live in this state, are of Asian background. And they are worried, even here in Hawaii, they're worried about the Cold War that we are now facing, that we're in the midst of, where Asians are being brutalized on the streets and murdered in their places of work. I also was on another call with an old friend from 20 years ago. She worked in the U.S. Embassy in Bishkek, Kyrgyzstan in Central Asia, but she's an ethnic Russian, but had lived in Kyrgyzstan all of her life, as all the Central Asian countries had a lot of ethnic Russians that lived there. She immigrated to the United States about 15 years ago. And as a new immigrant, I said, well, are you suffering any of this new Cold War where, the president of the United States is calling calling Putin a murderer and, all of the stuff that's been going on? And she said, well, yeah, we are. The Russian population in Portland, Oregon is feeling the effects of yet another Cold War. So there we are, a Cold War 40 years, 30 years after the last one kind of finished. I go back 60 years to the Cold War back in the 50s. I got acquainted with the Cold War through the Methodist Church, because the Methodist Church decided they would bring in the National Guard leader, and he would, every Sunday night, he'd tell all of us kids about the Cold War, that we'd better be scared of and that we'd better join the military. Well, I did. And as Frank mentioned, I stayed in an awful long time and then was a U.S. diplomat for the empire. So I have not been a part of this wonderful group that has been speaking for hours now about all of the, you've been speaking about a lot of the stuff that I was maybe not involved in, but I was certainly in the government during the time that a lot of this was going on. And I'm so grateful to all of these groups, whether Code Pink, Vets for Peace, Peace Action, that once I resigned, you took me in, you educated me, you gave me a really good education on what U.S. history was. And I've been trying my best to live up to the opportunity to really call out what the U.S. is doing. And in this new Cold War that we have, I just want to mention what's going on out here in the Pacific. And I know that Jody's going to be coming on in just a few minutes to talk specifically about China. But I just wanted to mention that, you know, the things that we do have, like on March 1st, we had a commemoration here in Honolulu about the largest nuclear weapon that the United States ever tested, which was during the Castle Bravo test in the Marshall Islands, where a weapon that was 1,000 times more powerful than the weapon that was dropped on Hiroshima and on Nagasaki. It brings to mind that the United States is still just spending like crazy on developing, continuing to develop nuclear weapons and having new plants that are built for these nuclear weapons. The new strategy that the US has for the Western Pacific and for Asia includes, you know, an inordinate amount of crazy spending. Right now, we in Hawaii are battling back a $1.9 billion homeland radar that wouldn't even work if they get it built. It's not even built for the types of weaponry that's going to be, if there is actually confrontation with other countries, this radar wouldn't work anyway. But it just shows the military congressional industrial complex, where our congressional delegation here in Honolulu in Hawaii is battling desperately for this $1.9 billion to come in to the Hawaiian Islands to build this radar that won't work. We're also the headquarters of the Indo-Pacific Command, which has the military purview of all of the Pacific and then all the way over into India. And the strategy that US military forces are developing for a potential, and now they're even calling it a war with China. You know, normally, US wording is a little more delicate than that, but now we're having actually the phrasing of a war with China, which is so scary, so disturbing, because right now we're having confrontations in the Western Pacific where we have armadas of US naval ships that are in the South China Sea that are doing what the US calls the freedom of navigation exercises, which are really war maneuvers of sending a lot of ships in through the South China Sea and weaving them among the islands, where actually the Chinese have built military installations on atolls, on coral areas, and then they've built them up. And they have their military on these islands. Then we're sending our military into it. And then the Trump administration, having decided that it would change the policy of the US from the last 45 years of kind of non-recognition of Taiwan officially, but of course we have dealings with them. Well, the Trump administration sent in all the highest level US government officials that had been in Taiwan in 40 years. And that made the PRC mad. And so all of a sudden, then we had an armada of aircraft that were flying from the mainland of China right to the edge of the air defense zone of Taiwan. So the things that are happening out here in the Pacific are very, very scary. It's a continuation, as Bruce Gagnon mentioned in his presentation about NATO, and that the NATO is spreading in different directions, and it's coming out here into the Pacific. The four partners of NATO, which are Australia, New Zealand, Japan, and South Korea, have been working with the United States on countering China. The NATO hierarchy has now put out a statement, that China is a threat to even NATO in the North Atlantic. One of the reasons being that the Chinese, who are very smart people and who decide that any sort of confrontation or challenge doesn't have to be military, it can be economic. And so they've been building roads all through Asia, all through Africa. They've been getting leases on ports. They have leases on parts of like 30 ports in Europe and the Mediterranean. And they even have some leases on some ports in the United States. So there is a definite challenge that China has, but even though they are increasing their military, but not nearly to the extent that the US has, and only 1/3 of the amount of money put on as their military budget. But in order for our military industrial complex and congressional complex to have a way to spend US taxpayers' money for their own benefit, you need to have threats. So now we have them, both the Russians and the Chinese. So that's the report from out here in the Pacific. And we want to thank you all very, very much for organizing this marathon that you've been doing. Thanks so much. Peace in the world. Aloha.
Woo! Thank you, Anne. Yes, it's a marathon. We are spending the day putting the Cold War on trial. That is for sure. Well, wonderful. Thank you so much for your testimony, and it will be put in the record. I want to show you a piece of paper I've been working on during our marathon session. I'm going to put it in Code Pink on the landing page for all of this material. You guys will be on the landing page on the Code Pink website. But I've come up with so far 12 projects from this, from all of your talks. So things that you've been bringing out. So anyway, we're going to list them. Our next testifier is Jody Evans, and thank you so much for being here. She is the co-founder of Code Pink, Women for Peace, and campaign coordinator for China is Not Our Enemy. She has been a visionary advocate for peace for several decades, whether in boardrooms or war zones, legislative offices, or neighborhood streets. Jody's enthusiasm for a world at peace infuses conciliation, optimism, and activism wherever she goes. And she's a very, very generous woman who opens up her home to have the Code Pink LA meetings there. Very much appreciated. Jody, your testimony.
Thank you, Rachel, for this brilliant organizing. Of course, you, Frank, for being just the rock star, tireless peace activist and organizer you are. I'm blown away by this day. Thank you for inviting me to talk about China and their history. I want to start with a little Vijay Prashad, who also warns that something gets lost in calling it a Cold War, instead of naming it as an aggression directed from the US foreign policy that desires to rule the world. So call it by its name, barbaric imperialism. I was living part-time in China before COVID changed our capacities to travel. And living there made me hyper aware of the propaganda of hate and lies that was flowing from scores of media sources toward China. It felt very familiar to the early days of the push for war in Iraq. That propaganda has already brought a war against Asians in the streets of the United States. This is a truth commission, and there has been so much truth and beauty shared today. I want to start by saying the names of the victims of the war this week that happened on the anniversary of the My Lai massacre. Soon Chung Park, Hyun Jung Grant, Soon Cha Kim, Young A. Ye, Delania Ashley Yon, Paul Andre Michaels, Chao-Ji Tan, Dayo Feng. May you rest in peace and love. There have been over 3,000 other attacks that have taken place in the last year, and Code Pink has been raising concerns about the Asian hate this propaganda is driving. We have a national call to action March 27th with a big coalition of groups. It's across the country. We hope you will join us. I'll put the links in the chat, including reaching out to Kamala Harris and the White House about ending their hateful language towards China. So the desire to crush China is not new. And we in the United States know little about China, so that's my offering today. The opposite of hate is love, which is compassion, and to be with another is to know a bit about them. We think of ourselves as affluent in the US, but we are impoverished Americans in our understanding of the world. Imperialist desires to own China go back to the Opium Wars of 1839. It starts with England wanting to dismantle China after raping and pillaging India. This is also the first invasion of Afghanistan, control the region by European powers. So let's begin with the awareness that China has experienced imperialist terror for a very long time. Before the Opium Wars in 1837, China represented 25% of global GDP, and Beijing was larger than London. After World War II, in 1949, China represented 5% global GDP, and was one of the 10 poorest countries in the world. In China, World War II started in 1937 with the Marco Polo Bridge incident, the beginning of the Second Sino-Japanese War. This is when the axis between Germany, Italy, and Japan were executing their plan to hit the Soviet Union from the east and west and crush China to take over the world. Before 1939, you can read in US foreign policy documents that they hoped Germany would take out Soviet Union and Japan would take out China. It's interesting to note that at this time, both the US and Germany are giving military support to the KMT in China. And Goebbels, who was a big supporter of Chiang Kai-shek, also had Chiang Kai-shek's son working for him in Germany. What few Americans know is that many Chinese died as Russians in World War II. They say around 27 million Soviets died and over 20 million Chinese died. There was also barbaric scientific research and biological warfare that was carried out on the Chinese by Japanese. At a museum in Harbin, China, there are photos of Japanese science literally executing barbaric acts, infecting living human beings with this biological warfare and leaving them standing in meadows until they succumb to the effects and then burying them there. Those scientists went back to become the leading scientists in Japan. I bring this up in light of the Quad Blinken gathered this week to remind us these alliances have a long history and how China might feel toward Japan. Another atrocity most Americans are not aware of is the rape of Nanjing in 1937, which also came to light in a war crimes tribunal, but that was in 1947. As we heard earlier, there was no need to drop the atomic bombs on Japan as surrender was near. This was also true in China. Nanjing had surrendered, but the Japanese entered. And in the next 6 weeks, somewhere between 300,000 were beheaded, raped, and subjected to barbaric violence. The loss of life close to that of the dropping of atomic bombs. Between the time of the Opium Wars and the Korean War, 100 million Chinese died in war at the hands of Europeans, American, Japanese, and internal civil wars. A century of invasion and violence. In 1949, China was 450 million citizens. That means more than 15% of their population had died. Just imagine that. They know this as the century of humiliation. Then China gets pulled into the US war in Korea. The barbarism and insanity of the US war in Korea is wretched and also not well known. I encourage you to follow the Women Cross the DMZ, as this is another violence against humanity by US foreign policy. But it was also a huge price paid by China. None of the generals in China wanted to support the Workers' Party of North Korea. They knew it was a bloodbath, that no one could win, and preferred to wait until the US was at their borders where they felt they could be more defensive. They are defensive in temperament and training. But Mao had a commitment to internationalism, a commitment to others. Who are you if you abandon your friends, those who have stood with you? He knew it was a big risk, and it could have been the end of China. It was the end of his son, who died in the battles with the US and North Korea, a huge and painful price. China had no tanks and no airplanes, and this was a loss of another million people. Here is when Sino-US relations fall apart because of China's support of the Workers' Party in Korea. And when it's over, the US sanctions against China are launched, and also they block China from becoming a member of the UN. My friend Georgia Kelly at Praxis for Peace Institute had security clearance in the 60s working on war papers at Stanford, where she read the intention of the US to isolate Afghanistan, Xinjiang, Tibet, Hong Kong, and Taiwan as tools to take over China. These reports start back in the 50s. Xinjiang has long been under the effects of US infiltration, including a request to the King of Saudi Arabia to bring Wahhabism to the Uyghurs, something the king even spoke about as strange. There was a plan to take over China, and we saw in these documents later a question, who lost China? Imperialist language in itself, as if they owned it priorly. They felt that because Mao didn't like Stalin, they could do what they always do as colonialists, divide and conquer. But here's where American foreign policy failed. Also, the British had wanted Tibet since the end of the 1800s, invading Tibet in an attempt to pull it away from China. But they were not interested in national liberation for the Tibetan people, but colonizing them. Then Tibet, a theocracy with slaves. The infiltration of Tibet by the CIA is what provoked China's pushback. The CIA Tibetan program was a nearly 2 decades long anti-Chinese covert operation focused on Tibet, which consisted of political action, propaganda, paramilitary, and intelligence operations based on US government arrangements made with the brothers of the 14th Dalai Lama. And it states, to keep the political concept of an autonomous Tibet alive within Tibet. This ended with Nixon's visit to China. Taiwan, there's no dispute, is Chinese territorial, under Chinese territorial control. But the US wants to use Taiwan as a base for military engagement and economic interests. Basically, it's Miami next to China. China's stuck. It can't allow US missiles sitting in Taiwan. How long did JFK allow Cuba to keep those missiles? You know, China sees it has 1.5 billion citizens to take care of, and it is not going to sit back and let US aggression bring military presence closer to China. Cold War. This is part of a bigger international issue, and we've heard a bit about this today, but if the US crushes China, it cripples the fight of people of the global South for possibly centuries. It cuts off progress for other ways to live together on this planet, and for many would cut off hope for the human race and life on Earth. A wave came from the West and destroyed everything: lives, culture, community, connectivity, and the health of the planet. We live in the dark times of this effect. We live in the belly of this beast. We need the wind that comes from the east to rebuild infrastructure and heal and create peace. European white maritime expansion started in 1492 to today with 500 years of European terror and white supremacy. Yet there was a Silk Road based on trade instead of war. Not the Europeans' concept of trade, which was slave trade, but the exchanging of wares and creation. It is what we see from China, an extension of the Silk Road. The question of how do we construct trade in a mutually beneficial way? Under the leadership of the CPC, China is the only country in recent decades that has become the world's second largest economy without resorting to warfare, colonialism, or slavery. For more than 10 consecutive years, China has contributed to over 30% of global GDP growth. 850 million people have been lifted out of poverty. China is the second largest contributor to the UN and has sent more than 40,000 UN peacekeeping personnel, outnumbering other permanent members of the Security Council. The CPC also enjoys the highest rate of support and satisfaction from the Chinese people, over 90% according to the latest Harvard study. Another fact about China is that it has had strong central government for 2,200 years, with a responsibility to society and a concern for the whole. So let us call this what it is: another boondoggle for the Pentagon and the weapons industry to distract, destabilize, destroy, and clean out the funds in the US needed to invest in a functioning society. We must change the narrative. No money for war. Funds need to be redirected to the needs of the people. Cut military spending, it leads to insecurity, death, and destruction. Yes to respecting human rights, starting with our own behaviors. We must not be used by the propaganda. It is being directed at the progressives and the lefts. We cannot spread hate. We must spread compassion. We cannot spread lies, but truth. We at Code Pink are here to help with tools, actions, and teachings. You can find them at Code Pink's China is Not Our Enemy. We have to be fierce in the face of Biden's foreign policy, as it is still mostly Trump's. I'll post ways to engage in the chat, and I thank you for attending, for your passion for peace. Onward.
Wow, thank you, Jody. That was beautiful, devastating. Very beautiful testimony. Thank you so much. And for those of us in the LA area or even the west of the United States, here we are benefiting financially from trade with China, yet allowing all of this anti-China hate. And so, Jody, your talk, we've talked about this a little bit, but I'm recommitted, I say right now on this call, to reaching out to the ILWU and the union that benefits so much from the trade with China, and there's crickets when it comes to our aggression against them. So thank you so much. We'll do some organizing around that. Thank you. Frank, you and I wrestled on who was going to introduce John. Hello, John, but he gets to introduce you.
Oh, okay. Well, thanks, Jody. That was great. And John Parker, my friend, who's here in LA with his beautiful wife, Maggie. They're a couple to do this together, I'll tell you. John is a member of the International Peace Delegations accompanied by former U.S. Attorney Ramsey Clark that traveled to many countries targeted by U.S. bombings, including Syria and Sudan. He is a member of the Socialist Unity Party and Harriet Tubman Center for Social Justice. And John, I've known you for a long time, and thanks for being here with us tonight. And thanks for all you guys do.
Thanks. Hey, I was wondering if I could share the screen here. It's not. If it's hard, it doesn't matter. I don't need to share it. I had a picture of the highway to death. That was the bombing in 1991 in February. The U.S. military jets and helicopters rained napalm and cluster bombs and 30-millimeter shells on convoys of Iraqi soldiers, civilians, refugees, and at least 1,000 people were burned alive or shot to death while fleeing. And there's a picture which shows, and it gives an image of, imagine this happening on the 101 or something like that on a highway, and you'd see all these cars and carnage, and it just to give a picture of what U.S. war looks like. The pilots called it a turkey shoot, the ones who did that highway of death killings. They said it was like shooting fish in a barrel. And it was one of the final acts of the massive bombing by the first Bush administration. It was named Operation Desert Storm, where they gave about 89,000 tons of bombs on Iraq, killing over hundreds of thousands of people, destroyed the country's oil refineries, power grids, water stations, its only plant for baby formula. And it just to make the point that these targets, of U.S. imperialism, they have a real human cost, and they're justified by vilification. The latest enemy of the U.S. that's getting in the way of U.S. profits is vilified, and but even if everything they said to make these wars happen is true, even if it was true, even though it never is in entirety, or if at all. Just think about how brutal the killings are of the U.S. presidents responsible for the killing of millions, not just once, but in almost every U.S. war, from the killing of millions in the Philippines, millions in North Korea, and the combined recent wars of Afghanistan, Iraq, and Libya today. And I didn't even mention Hiroshima and Nagasaki and the death by destabilization, starvation, our drones in Indonesia, Sudan, Congo, and Yemen, and Somalia, and Pakistan. And the UN now is estimating that 16 million people will die, mostly children, of starvation in Yemen due to the supported war by the US with Saudi Arabia and Yemen. Now, we often accused Syria of using chemical weapons, but the fact is the US employs them and pays others, including those who are fighting against the government in Syria, to use them often. From the usage in Vietnam to the continued use of napalm in Iraq, along with white phosphorus usage and other things. When I went to Iraq on the delegation there with Ramsey Clark, we visited hospitals, and we went there in 2013 after their claims of chemical weapon use by Syria. We went there, and around the hospitals in Damascus, we interviewed victims of sniper attacks and the bombings, and they gave detailed explanations of how they were attacked by the government, by anti-government forces. and never mentioned the government forces that were doing this. They said that they didn't, that's what the US was and the Western media was telling us, but they had another story. We spoke to refugees who lost their homes. We heard many stories about kidnappings and ransoms of £1 million Syrian pounds by anti-government forces. I spoke with a reporter from The Sun in the UK, and she was extremely frustrated that the evidence she found of the then chemical attack in 2013 being blamed on the government, that she had evidence that the so-called rebels were responsible for this, but she couldn't get her words published in the newspaper. Instead, they were taking evidence, so-called evidence, from a person who MI6 had already linked to ISIS, who lives in the UK, supposedly reporting from Syria. There are many lies that go on, and there are lies about the so-called chemical attack that supposedly happened in Douma in Syria, where many scientists, including and other folks, including Noam Chomsky, and internal reports that WikiLeaks leaked in 2019, saying that these reports about chemical attack by Syria were unfounded and weren't compatible with the truth. In fact, the BBC got caught in a lie and had to recount. BBC editor John Williams published in his blog what amounts to an apology for his news organization's coverage of the Hula massacre that took place in Syria in 2012 in May. It was blamed on the Syrian government, but he said he found evidence to the contrary after he'd ordered. Unfortunately, that recounting was not publicized nearly as much as the accusation. But he said he quoted a Western official and he said, those opposed to President Assad have an agenda, Williams points out. One senior Western official went as far as to describe their YouTube communications as brilliant. He linked them to PSYOPs, brainwashing techniques used by the US and other military to convince people of things that may not necessarily be true. And these lies and distortions about Muslim fighting the US being there to fight the Muslim terrorists, they had their birth during the Afghanistan intervention under Jimmy Carter. In fact, ISIS, Al-Qaeda, Nusra Front, Taliban were all given resources, weapons, and money to thrive. In the Taliban's case, this started with Jimmy Carter's administration, where the Mujahideen fighting the revolutionary government in Afghanistan was given billions in training to become the Taliban that we now know. And this should help folks understand that, imperialism is systemic. It's not Democratic or Republican Party, but they're all part of this capitalist system of its current capitalist system of imperialism. So when Trump said he was getting out of Syria, this is what really happened. I mean, the White House had made a tactical shift in an effort to pull Turkey back into the US and NATO orbit. And that shift followed the victories of Syria and its allies in 8 years of war over invading mercenary forces armed and paid by the US, Britain, France, Saudi Arabia, the United Arab Emirates, Qatar, Turkey, and Israel. So while Trump was tweeting about pulling out of Syria, days after several hundred US troops were transferred out of northern Syria, a US armored brigade invaded eastern Syria and seized the country's oil fields. And Trump said, "We're leaving soldiers to secure the oil." He said that he was speaking about the estimated 2.5 billion barrels of oil reserves. He said, "There's massive amounts of oil, and what I intend to do perhaps is make a deal with ExxonMobil or one of our great companies to go in there and do it properly." Mark Esper was the defense secretary at the time, threatened to use overwhelming force to keep Syria from using its own oil fields. You know what? I was going to set my timer. I forgot to set it. How am I doing on time here?
A few more minutes.
Okay.
Thanks, John.
All right. Let me skip over here a little bit. I know we don't want to take too long. See, so on November 6th at a White House meeting, Trump and the Pentagon officials agreed to expand the US military mission in Syria. So there goes all that talk about Trump getting out of Syria. Meanwhile, the US and armed and trained terrorist militias that had been driven from Syria returned under the protection of an invading NATO Turkish troops. And they attacked villagers, murdered civilians, and all the other things, the horrible things that they did. Trump encouraged the invasion. And on October 9th, they launched their offensive. Turkey had launched their offensive. And on October 10th, the US vetoed a United Nations Security Council resolution condemning the invasion. So now we have the bombing of Syria and Iraq recently by Biden to supposedly protect or retaliate, or the latest verbiage, which really amounts to the US enforcing an occupation in Iraq, which the government in Iraq said they wanted ended. So why are they there in the first place? Why is the US there in the first place? They're people's forces in Iraq who are trying to get rid of the US presence. And by international law, they have that right, since it's an illegal occupation unwanted by the Iraqi people. This attack by Biden was a statement saying the US doesn't care about international law or sovereignty as long as profits are to be made. And even though Biden denies it, the Syrian government and media report say that medias from Syria have also reported that the US coalition has continued to strengthen its illegal presence in northeastern Syria, establishing multiple bases to protect and train allied forces and terrorist organizations operating under their command and to guard oil fields, extracting resources. And it's estimated that about $30 million per month in oil is being stolen by the US, again, from Syria. Many have mentioned how this, I'm going to conclude here. Many have mentioned how the money for war is stolen from what we need in healthcare and food, et cetera. But how are we going to stop them? How do we make them do that? We have to increase our power to challenge their right to run this country. How do we do that? By building our solidarity with each other and all the struggles of people fighting US empire and their police domestically here, whether that be the fight against racist police murder against Black and brown people, our indigenous rights, our fight against sexism and LGBTQ oppression. We have to make all these struggles, especially the struggles against racism, as part of the anti-war movement, as an anti-war struggle, so that we can build the unified power necessary to not only stop US war, but in this capitalist system of racism, exploitation, poverty, and war. And hopefully I didn't go too long there.
Thank you, John. Thank you so much.
Thanks.
And for all your and Maggie's excellent organizing here in the LA area.
Thanks.
It will go into the record for sure. Miguel Ángel, ¿tú estás? Oh boy, yeah. Miguel
yeah,
Ángel?
sí.
Muy bien. Emily, so okay, so right now, mira, tú y yo tú vas a hablar, yo voy a traducir y vamos a enseñar las fotos, ¿ok? ¿Está bien, Miguel Ángel?
Okay.
Okay. Emily, if we're able to do this, I hope that the pictures are very powerful. So as Emily is getting up a short, it's not Emily, it's me. Okay, never mind. Okay. Emily, can I share? Okay, boy, didn't see that coming. Okay, hold on just a second, people. Thank you. Okay, I'm gonna do this. It really is worth it. I'm gonna go like this. Oh my goodness gracious. Okay. I think, no, this isn't it. Hey, John. Oh, can you all see sort of? Frank, can you see the picture?
I see sales team.
Darn. Okay, let me.
Extension 207. Click to call.
New share. Okay, I got it. Woo! I'm a high school teacher. I've been doing this for a year. You got this?
Lucho.
Okay, muy bien. Miguel Ángel, ¿tú estás listo? Miguel Ángel? Okay. Okay. Thank you. Quédate no en mute, por favor. Mira, okay, so at the top of the hours ago. I mentioned I'm with Witness for Peace Southwest, and I want to give a shout out to Gail Ferres, who I hope was with us for a little bit. She was the founder in 1982, one of the first Latin America solidarity organizations. And Miguel Angel, you will hear, we work with him. He's we're helping him coordinate. Miguel Angel was a Honduran student organizer with the Libre Party in opposition to the U.S.-backed coup against President Manuel Zelaya in 2009. Miguel was forced to flee death squads in his country 3 years ago, led one of the caravans to the U.S. border, the caravan number 2, and lived in a U.S. detention center for 9 long months. As a matter of fact, 3 different detention centers. He is coordinating with us, Witness for Peace Southwest. I want to tell you we have a couple of tough photos that he has submitted for the record. And what we want to come out of this, and he will mention it, but I just want to put it at the top of his talk, is that there are elections in November in Honduras, and anyone on this call right now, we are looking to work with all of the people who do this, but to get a delegation, we hope to be election observers down in November. That is his passion right now to make this happen. Miguel Ángel, tú hablas y yo traduzco.
Okay.
Okay.
¿Empezamos?
Sí.
Ok. Mi nombre es Miguel Ángel, tengo 25 años de edad, soy un asilado político aquí en este país.
My name is Miguel Ángel. I'm 25 years old, and I am a political exile here in this country.
Soy un joven desplazado por la política de Estados Unidos en Honduras.
I am a young person who is displaced by the politics of the United States.
Cuando yo tenía 13 años, empecé mi activismo por las injusticias que vivía el país.
Since I've been 13 years old, I've done activism for the injustices in my country.
Me metí en todo esto porque Honduras nunca, desde que yo he estado pequeño, nunca ha sido ni libre, ni soberano, ni independiente.
I've been this way because my country, Honduras, since I was a little kid, has never been free, has never been sovereign, have never been independent.
Ya que mi país ha sido golpeado muy duro durante décadas, sometidos primero por los españoles y después por la intervención de Estados Unidos en Honduras, ya que ellos ponen y quitan presidente.
We have had coups and overthrows and control ever since the Spanish, but then after that by the United States that keeps bringing people in and out of power in my country. Miguel Ángel, ¿tú ves las fotos?
Sí.
Okay, va pues.
En Honduras tuvimos un presidente que se llamó Manuel Zelaya Rosales, que en el 2005, 2004, 2006, él prometió que si llegaba a la presidencia, él iba a ayudar a la gente pobre y iba a ser presidente para los pobres.
Okay, thank you. And so we had a president, Manuel Zelaya, who from 2004, 2005, he was elected president, and he promised to be a president for the poor people.
Cuando él ingresó a la contienda con un partido de derecha llamado el Partido Liberal, él fue el candidato.
He was a candidate with the Liberal Party.
Él llegó a la presidencia porque la gente lo apoyó porque prometió muchas cosas en el 2006.
So in 2006, he promised a lot of things and the people voted for him and he came to power.
Cuando él fue presidente, él ayudó y dio todo lo que él prometió, ayudar a la gente pobre, darle casa a la gente pobre, darle semillas a los campesinos para que sembraran y ayudarlos.
Okay, and so when he was president, he actually followed through with all of his campaign promises, giving housing to the poor, seeds for the farmers. ¿Qué más políticas?
Él hizo muchas cosas que la embajada americana y la empresa privada con los ricos le dieron un golpe de estado.
Y mencionas más de las políticas que él hizo también.
Ya. Su política era más medicina, más libros, no armas, no violencia.
Books, no arms, more medicine. help for single women, madres solteras.
Las madres solteras, él apoyaba con los bonos de dinero para las madres solteras para que sus hijos pudieran optar por la educación, que tuvieran un respaldo.
So one of his policies was to help single women with money to help their children, kind of like a universal basic income for single women.
Él fue el mejor presidente de Honduras, por eso le dieron golpe de Estado, porque a los ricos no les gusta que un presidente que tenga un puesto tan grande le dé comida a los pobres, que pongan comida en el plato del pobre.
Yeah. So he was the best president we've ever had, but the wealthy don't like that someone in such a position of power gives a plate of food to the poor.
En el 2009 le dieron golpe de Estado, lo cual él tuvo que irse a refugiarse a la embajada de Brasil.
And so in 2009, there was a coup d'etat against him, and he had to flee into the Brazilian embassy.
Después de eso, él se fue para un país de República Dominicana para huir de la persecución que le estaban dando los mismos compañeros y la élite en Honduras.
And afterwards, he had to flee to the Dominican Republic because of the persecution.
Él regresó a Honduras en el 2011 para crear un partido del pueblo llamado Libertad Refundación.
He returned in 2011 to found a new political party in Honduras called the Libre Party.
Y como él tenía otros pensamientos buenos, la gente lo apoyó y él armó un partido que en el 2012 ganaron las elecciones y en el 2017 ganaron las elecciones, pero como él no es derechista, a él no lo dejan llegar al poder.
Yeah. So in 2012, they won elections. In 2017, they won elections, and they were fraudulently taken away because we're not allowed to win elections.
Y todo eso, las elecciones que se han robado, quitan el sistema, paran el sistema, hackean el sistema para que todos los números ellos los están fabricando de sus propias computadoras, pero no es la voluntad del pueblo.
Yeah. I just want to say quickly, we are not allowed to talk about fraudulent elections in this country. In Honduras, they had a blackout. They stopped the counting for several days, and we didn't know for 12 days who was the president in 2017, and that doesn't happen in our country. It was fraudulent.
Pero todo eso en Honduras lo que ha dejado es luto, madres sin sus hijos, muchos estudiantes muertos, muchos estudiantes presos y un 1% de los estudiantes que logran salir con vida de Honduras estamos refugiados en diferentes países.
Okay, so I'm trying to get all this. And so we leave our country in mourning, and there's many mothers killed, many children killed, many young people, and we have many people in the young people especially who have had to flee in all parts of the country, in different countries even.
Estados Unidos siempre envía mucho dinero a Honduras, pero todo ese dinero que envía solo llegan a las carteras de los ricos y también a que el gobierno con las Fuerzas Armadas, a financiar las Fuerzas Armadas para darles armas, equiparlos, ¿para qué? Para que maten al pueblo, a como Berta Cáceres, periodistas buenos, estudiantes buenos, una persecución y Estados Unidos.
So a lot of American money comes down to Honduras, a lot of money. But it all goes to the rich, it all goes to the military, it all goes to buy arms and kill good people like Berta Cáceres and harm students like us.
Ya que hay muchos militares que vienen con una ideología de escuadrones de la muerte, que sea el 316 en Honduras, y esos militares fueron entrenados en las escuelas de las Américas, en Georgia.
So they come in with death squads with a mentality, the 316, which is a death squad in my country. All these people are trained by School of the Americas.
El 99% de los derechos humanos me estuvieron ayudando para que no me asesinaran, ya que escuadrones de la muerte estuvieron cerca de arrebatarme mi vida, y yo soy una de las pocas personas que pudo salir del país y contar lo que viví y los que mis compañeros siguen viviendo en Honduras.
So this is what I was living. And I was a lead student organizer in the country. I was very well known. And then I became a target also. And so I had to leave. And 99%, I'm just going to show, we do this presentation together often. And I just want to say this, we offer this a longer presentation too. He and I could do this together, or anyone who can translate, but he has a longer presentation too. This is a picture of young people being taken out. And so this is what Miguel Angel knew that he was facing. And he had to flee in his own country. He lived for 1 year hiding from the death squads. And he says that 99% of the human rights workers in Honduras were helping him to hide him and eventually get him out of the country.
Ya en el 2018 tuve que salir en una caravana y huir desplazados de nuestros países por una política que viene desde aquí, desde Estados Unidos, un neoliberalismo que está asesinando el mundo con su ideología de guerra, de armas, querer controlar el mundo, y nosotros pagando las consecuencias de una guerra fría que nosotros como pueblo no tenemos culpa, solo por beneficio de los ricos, y arrastrando esto desde la Guerra Fría, que hoy en día la Guerra Fría sigue en el mundo y lo estamos viendo con el ejemplo de Mel Zelaya Rosales.
Yeah, he says, I had to leave my country because of the politics of this country, because of the politics, a warmongering politics, a politics for the rich, a politics that takes over other countries, he says, and the Cold War is continuing. It's continuing in a country like mine, and it's affecting the people who have nothing to do with it. And so my life was completely changed from the Cold War that's still continuing, because I had to come on this caravan to come here.
Cuando llegué a Tijuana con la cuando venía en caravana, con muchas personas de organizaciones y estudiantes de este país y de México, pude abrir un albergue en Tijuana antes de entregarme a detención.
Yeah. And so I just want to say, as he was about 22 at the time, he led the second caravan. Like I said, it had about 2,000 people. There was no one to lead it, and he just took charge. And when he got to the border of Tijuana, he says many Mexican organizations, U.S. organizations, this is when we met him. My friend and comrade Tanya Hardley met him. And he was able to open up a shelter for all of the people and a kitchen and everything.
Fue muy doloroso ver tantas personas llorar, tristes, dejando su país cuando no queremos abandonar el país, pero por la persecución que en día tenía en Honduras tuve que salir. Me entregué a detención y cuando yo pedí
mira, voy a traducir esa parte. He says it's so sad to see so many people didn't want to leave their country, but they had to. They were forced to by very, violence or poverty. And so then I turned myself into the authorities. I went into detention. Ahora detención.
Ya que en Honduras no los estamos enfrentando contra un partido político, sino contra un narcoestado que está 100% con pruebas de que vivimos en un país donde el narcotráfico es el que reina en Honduras.
Yeah, so he's talking about, we live under a narco dictatorship right now. This is Juan Orlando Hernandez. They say, fuera ho, get out ho. And that's what we're living under right now.
Ya, y
entonces, ¿qué estás haciendo?
Afuera, cuando yo salgo de detención, que estuve como 9 meses preso por algo que no era un delito entrar sin papeles, y me vinieron a meter preso. Pero ahora lo que hago es hablar con muchos congresistas para que apoyen la ley Berta Cáceres para que le quiten la ayuda militarmente a Honduras, ya que Honduras no es un país democrático.
And so I was 9 months in 3 different detention centers. He has a whole story of that. Very brave young man. He sued ICE. Miguel Angel sued ICE because he was supposed to get parole, and he was never given parole. So he sued them, and he now has political asylum. He's a grantee, which isn't done. So so what he does now is he goes around to, different congressional offices, and we are asking anyone on the call here, he's willing to, speak, to show up virtually, of course. And this is him. You can't see him now, but this is him, and this is us at Nanette Berrigan's. Anyone in the harbor area, we have our representative here. So this is his mission for this year, especially before the November elections.
Ya, y pues lo que estamos viendo ahorita es la embajadora Heidi Fulton, que cuando ella estaba en el 2017, ella fue cuando estaban contando los votos en las transmisiones y todo eso, cuando ella no tenía nada que hacer en ese lugar, y ella estaba dando validez al fraude en Honduras.
So she we'll take her off, but yeah, she in 2017 she was the ambassador to Honduras, and when they were doing counting of the election, she was kind of all over it, and he said she had nothing to do with being down there. She shouldn't have been in anybody's business, and what she was doing was giving credence to the fraudulent elections. Y ahora la delegación, amor, noviembre.
Ya, en noviembre van a haber elecciones generales para cambiar de presidente, pero nosotros sabemos en Honduras que ya que están politizados los poderes del Estado y no contamos con el apoyo de este país, está en contra del pueblo, ellos quieren seguir haciendo las cosas malas que hacen todos los países. Necesitamos que una delegación vaya a Honduras en noviembre para que estén denunciando lo que pasa en Honduras y que ven con sus ojos lo que hace el dinero de ustedes, los militares que financia el gobierno.
Yeah, so this country, the United States, is not in support of, what's best for my country. And so we really, really need election observers down there because you help make us safe. And, we need to put pressure. And I'm just saying this, there's two, if anyone could put in the chat, I can have maybe the links to the two, there are two acts right now, one in the House and one in the Senate. One is the Berta Cáceres Act, and that is active right now in the House. It's been there for a couple of years, but they kind of activated it. And also there's the Honduras Anti-Corruption Senate bill, and that was just introduced by Ed Markley. So, his name is well known now. So we're looking for a citizens delegation, but anyone who's maybe a staffer or even an elected person to go down in November, and let's all work together for that. Miguel Ángel, muchas gracias, y nosotros sabemos que algo muy importante va a venir de tu charla hoy, porque tenemos mucha gente de conciencia en esta llamada, y vamos a ayudar al mundo y a tu país, seguro. Thank you. Okay. So I just said that we're in solidarity with him, and there we go. Okay. Got that? Okay. Excelente, señor. Alicia Rivera, ¿estás? Are you here?
Aquí estoy.
Va pues, amor, amiga, gran amiga. So my dear friend, I'm going to find her. Alicia Rivera, I will introduce my dear friend, LA. Alicia Rivera fled repression in El Salvador in 1980 and has been living in Los Angeles ever since. She has been active in issues of refugee rights, economic and social justice, and currently focuses on environmental defense of frontline communities as lead organizer for Communities for a Better Environment. And I want to say, somehow you came out a while ago in the LA Times, one of the top 10 most important women in Los Angeles. Go get them.
Well, thank you very much. It's been I didn't think I was going to be sitting all day listening here, but I wind up doing that. And I have learned so much from people that I have heard and learn from, such as Daniel Ellsberg and from FAIR, that program. I learned so much. I'm from El Salvador, and as Jose Miguel, I had to flee El Salvador in 1980 for my life with my two younger siblings after I saw people being killed, young people that I had gone to school with, that I had grown up with, teachers, including priests, because I went to a Catholic church school. So some of the priests that I knew from my early education were killed. And this happened so suddenly in 1979, starting. I really didn't know that being involved in the Christian communities under the auspices of Archbishop Romero was going to get us to be labeled communists. And that's about all the politics I knew, just within the church. But there were many people who were disappeared, who had to go into hiding. And when Bishop Romero was assassinated, I knew that they would not spare anyone, because everyone that I saw being killed were simply students, teachers, nurses. I didn't think they were involved in even with the guerrillas that at the time, were just starting to be to organize openly. So I fled with pretty much everything I had, and we tried to cross the border, and we were stopped more than twice, and they would just throw us back to the Mexican border. But on the third time, we were arrested in San Diego. And we again said that we were Mexicans, because we were hoping to be deported there so we could quickly try to cross the border again. But this time, the US immigration beat us up. They beat up my younger brother. And so I couldn't take his being beat up in the open, in the cold in December. With the clothes off, they had taken off his clothes. And so I told them that we were from El Salvador. And so they put us in a plane full of other people, and we were deported. I had an older brother here. And so he hired a coyote to try to get us through the border, but it took me a while to convince my younger brother, who was really traumatized by how he had been mistreated physically. So anyway, so when I got here is when I learned more about what was happening in El Salvador with this civil war. And we were hiding, it's almost like you see that you have a sign here in your forehead that says mojado, illegal, and that everyone is really checking you out. So when I see ICE now under Trump, I remember, being exactly with that fear of being, arrested and deported. So, and when I see, all this migration waiting at the south border, I can't help to see myself there. And then I learned that, we were applying, I somehow was end up homeless, and I got help from the Lutheran church. And I was helping translate some of the stories of the refugees that were coming to get aid. And it was unbelievable, the stories, you know, of disappearances and why had they had left. But I realized that, you know, we had to put all these testimonies together to put this asylum application, and they were all being denied. And then people were afraid to apply because they were afraid that immigration having the information would come and arrest them. So I realized that, you know, it was going to be a contradiction that the United States was spending $1 billion a day, 1 million a day to help the government in El Salvador that was killing us. So why would they give us asylum? That would be accepting that that government is not is creating refugees that are coming and crossing the border. And you know, the Cold War, what I am one of those people who, because of this Cold War, I remember Reagan saying that they had to stop communism in El Salvador. And everyone was being called subversive. Now they're called terrorists. And so, and so I am a product of this Cold War trying to stop the communism from growing in Latin America. And that, you know, created untold and terrible suffering. In El Salvador, there's been, according to the data, 75,000 people killed. Something like 8,000 people disappear. And the rest of the people, over 1 million, I am one of those that got displaced. You know, wherever you could go, you left. And so they uproot us. But then when you come here, they don't want you. So you realize that the United States, this is what this intervention and this stopping communism creates, is displacing people. And now, you know, and everybody makes money out of this war. You know, the ones that are making the weapons, of course. So, you know, it's a business every time they intervene and every time they go into a war, as you all know. But I am lucky, and Jose Miguel as well, have been able to live and be a witness to how the US intervention in our countries force us to live and to flee. And now what's happening is these hundreds and thousands of refugees that are fleeing from Guatemala, from Honduras, from El Salvador, and are right there on the other side of the border. It's because there's different things. There's climate change. People are, and all these transnational corporations that are mostly Americans coming to set up projects like dams, and they need to mine the minerals, and they displace the communities. You know, the people in El Salvador, I was there 7 years ago to bury my mom. And this man, there were a lot of people at my door asking me to give them jobs. And I found out that if they were paid well, it was $12 for 8 hours of work. Sometimes they ask you to work for you for the food. It just, and that's when they can find something. So people are really starving. And, you know, there is all this money that Jose Manuel mentioned that the US invests, but where do that money go? You know, they're privatizing the water, they're privatizing the electricity, they're privatizing medicine and public health. And so what happens is that when you make it so difficult, you know, when I was in El Salvador, people made 25 cents an hour. And my father even made that wage. And so, but people manage, even in the poverty, to grow their own food. But when there is war and when you're being killed and you don't know why, when they're gonna come and massacre your whole hamlet, which happened in El Salvador, you have to leave. You can no longer make a living, a meager living, what I saw in El Salvador and grew up with. And so I really appreciate having heard from everyone for the years that people in this group have been involved in all these injustices happening globally. And that's, I really appreciate it. And it is the solidarity that I was involved with Americans here that stopped the war in El Salvador together with the rebels fighting the military. And so that's what stopped the war finally. But, the countries end up in such poverty. Everything is destroyed. I remember napalm being dropped by airplanes. We had never seen that in our lifetime. So every time, the planes fly so close to my house where I live now, where I hear them, I can't help to think what it's like when all these planes are flying so close to you, dropping bombs. It marks you forever. And even if you try to forget, every time there is another war, another El Salvador in Iraq, another El Salvador in Syria, another El Salvador in Guatemala, it comes back. So I am fortunate to have been able to remain in the struggle all these years, alongside with people like you all, heroes and heroes. And we're going to continue to do it because injustice, economic injustice, it's to learn of how poor people are objectified and, in their labor strangled. And it's capitalism is the worst system that has ever happened. And it will continue, and it is continuing to deplete the natural resources in El Salvador and Guatemala and El Salvador and everywhere, because the GDP has to continue to grow and grow no matter what. And so I am involved helping and empowering and working with communities in the front line where oil is the one that is getting our climate warmer. And so I invite everyone to, in addition to what you're doing, help us out. We're doing a lot to fight oil. And of course, we all are doing that. And I'm gonna put my contact information here in the chat. And in fact, we're trying to get rid of oil drilling at the moment in all of Los Angeles. And that campaign has taken a big leap. We are expecting the city council to approve an ordinance that would ban all fossil fuel extraction in Los Angeles. They already did it in Culver City. The Culver City Council decided that they're going to ban oil drilling, and they put a moratorium right away. So let's get rid of oil. Let's get rid of all these wars. If we get rid of, the US go to war for oil in Iraq, and it goes for oil wherever it is and for everything else. And so, to know about the struggles, what's being done and what can be done is so important. And that's what got me all these years because information is power, and so as we know. And so it is very important, as Jose Miguel said, to send people to witness what's happening in this coming election. So thank you very much for inviting me. And it's been amazing. Thank you, Rachel and Frank.
Thank you, Alicia, for your testimony. It will be put into the record. And yes, oil everywhere. The U.S. military burns 100 million barrels of oil a year and pollutes more than 140 countries all combined. It's the largest single polluter on planet Earth, and we have it in our backyards, don't we also, Alicia? And I want to say to you, I teach Spanish, Alicia, and every year the kids learn about El Salvador and from me. And so es mi compromiso para a ti. And Alicia has been with us when we visited our congresswoman here, Annette Barragan, who is a member of the Congressional Hispanic Caucus. So that's another angle, making sure that people, represent. If they're going to use the CHC label, they better start doing this internationally, or, more window dressing, more hypocrisy. But Alicia had all of us pretty much in tears at that meeting. So it's very, very powerful if you can go into a congressional office with someone from the frontline community and make them listen. Thank you. Next up, we are going to have a reading, and we're going to have a reading by a young woman here in Los Angeles, and I will introduce who the reading is by and also who is reading it. So the reading is from Alicia Drapko. She is co-editor of Resumen Latinoamericano, the U.S. Bureau, and co-chair of the National Network on Cuba, and she coordinated the committee to free the Cuban Five, and they were freed. So amen to that. And our reader will be Brenda Lopez, and she is a Chicana, 25 years old, from Inglewood, California. She works as a graphic designer at Random Lengths News, but is also an artist and activist and lead youth organizer for the LA Cuba Solidarity Coalition. Thank you for reading.
Thank you for having me, Rachel, and thanks to everyone for sharing your experiences, even though it might not be such an easy thing to do. Today, I'll be reading Alicia's testimony, and I'll start. Quote, this March 24th will mark the 45th anniversary of the bloody military coup in Argentina that killed thousands, particularly young people. The coup was a response to people struggling for a better world, nothing different of what we are witnessing today. Right before and after the coup, I lost some of my best and closest friends. I was studying journalism at the time in the School of Information Science in Cordoba, Argentina. There were years of change, effervescence, optimism, joy, possibility, and a time for young people to share their dreams. It was this growing movement that posed a threat to the power establishment, and they responded with a military coup, and everything changed to a period of terror. I still remember to this day those moments of sadness and pain. People disappeared in the middle of the night and were never heard from again. Cars with no license plates would drive around at night and stop people in the street or in buses and disappear them. It was a time of generalized fear where nobody felt safe. In the city of Cordoba, there was a big Catholic church in the downtown area, and next to it was a police station where people were tortured before being sent to concentration camps. We always wondered how the Catholic authorities were capable of remaining silent before such an atrocity taking place right under their noses. At the journalism school, I was part of a student group with 4 other people. 2 sisters, Maria Esther and Mabel, Jose Alberto, who was also Maria Esther's boyfriend, and another woman who was afraid and left the group. We became an inseparable group of friends who shared a common political view, but also we had a good time playing guitars, singing songs, going camping, etc. We were far from imagining what was about to come. On May 11th, 1976, Mabel and Jose Alberto were kidnapped in the middle of the night by a police gang and never heard from them again. Along with them were 30,000 people. Then came the exile, the loss of family connection and cultural values, the uprooting, and the guilt feeling for what I left behind. Time went by. My 3 children carry their memory and middle names after Mabel, Jose Alberto, and Emma, who was not from the same school, but affiliated to a revolutionary organization. I was one of the lucky ones that managed to stay alive to tell the story. What happened during the military dictatorship was nothing more than a barbaric crimes against humanity and changed our lives forever. But the memory of these young people and their example is always with me. To them, I dedicated my life and all the struggles I have been a part of from the moment I left my homeland. Living in the United States, I joined different struggles for peace and justice. I learned that no matter where one lives, the important thing is to engage in change to feel helpful and useful. In the early 90s, I traveled to Cuba with Pastors for Peace caravan challenging the US blockade on Cuba. Lucius Walker, the leader of Pastors for Peace, was an extraordinary human being. I learned a lot from him. The trip to Cuba helped me to visualize what solidarity was all about. It made me realize that Cuba is an example for a better world, so I gladly put a lot of time and energy in working in solidarity with Cuba. Then came the struggle for the return of Elian Gonzalez to Cuba, a young boy who was rescued at sea after his mother and others drowned trying to come to the US. I saw for the first time Fidel and the entire Cuban people in action, demanding the return of Elian. He did return, and it was without doubt the struggle in Cuba and public opinion in the US that made it possible. From 2001 to 2017, I was involved in the struggle to free the Cuban 5 political prisoners in the US. There were 5 unarmed agents of the Cuban government who infiltrated and monitored terrorist organizations to protect Cuba against terrorist attacks. Along with my partner, I was able to visit Gerardo Hernandez in US prisons from 2002 until they returned as heroes to Cuba. It has been a long road, full of learning experiences since the first time I left my homeland of Argentina. On March 24th, 45 years after the military coup of Argentina, I will always remember those who gave their lives for a better world, and their memory will accompany me forever. Nothing is gained without struggle, and that includes loss. On March 24th, we will join people in Argentina, the mothers and grandmothers of Plaza de Mayo, and people around the world to say, never again. We will never forget, but we will never forgive either. We continue forward in their honor. End quote, Alicia Jarabko.
Thank you so much, Brenda. And I know, Brenda, that Alicia knows of you from all your work on the NNOC. And this is a good friendship between the two of you. I want to show you, Alicia, I don't know if you are listening, but there is Alicia just victorious after the last of the Cuban 5 were released and back in Cuba. What a glorious, glorious mistake that Obama made. He had no idea what he was doing, but I'm glad he did it. So thank you so much. And Frank, you are going to be taking it away.
All right. Thank you, Rachel. Thank you. This is going to be an essay or an article that was written by S. Brian Wilson about our involvement in Korea. And Brian is probably one of the biggest experts in this country. His knowledge of Korea, what we've done in Korea, is as strong as anyone. He's been there 7 or 8 times. But just for any of those who will be watching who don't know who Brian is, Brian was raised in upstate New York. And when he went into the Air Force as an officer, he was at that time a conservative Republican, anti-Castro. He was anti-communist. He was a valedictorian of his class, and he was an all-league athlete. He was the all-American young man. And when he went to Vietnam, as an officer, he was involved. He was the head of 40 men in his group. And one of the first assignments he was sent out to a village, sent out to inspect the results of a bombing that the United States had done. It was a South Vietnamese lieutenant training in the United States, and Brian didn't even know what he was going to check on. And he got out there, and it was what he discovered was it was a fishing village, and the had been bombed and napalmed. And he estimated there were about 100 people there, and they were all dead or dying, and there were no soldiers, and there were no weapons, women and children, some old men. And that he had his epiphany that day. And in the next week or so, he went to 4 other villages and saw the same thing. And then Brian started speaking out against what we were doing there, and they sent him back to the United States, and he ended up getting out of the Air Force and became an activist. And when I first heard about Brian, it was 1986. He was involved in a Veterans Fast for Life, and they were fasting, 4 veterans fasting in front of the Capitol building against U.S. policy in Central America. And I actually I was learning about Nicaragua at the time, and it was very involved. And then and they one of them almost died, 40 days. And a year later, Brian was doing another action on Concord. They were blocking naval trains that were carrying weapons to put on ships to go to Central America to use to kill innocent people down there. And I never forget, I heard Blaise Pompane and on KPFK announce one day that Brian had been run over by this train and it cut off his legs. And a year later, he came to Los Angeles, and I went to hear him speak, and it's changed my life. I've never heard anybody speak like Brian, especially that first time I heard him. And then I made friends with him later on, and he's in my film. He's the last segment of my film, and we made the film about him called Paying the Price for Peace, the story of S. Brian Wilson, directed by Bo Badar, and I was the associate producer in that film. It's a great film. It's available out there, 2016. And his book, Blood on the Tracks, The Life and Time of S. Brian Wilson, another great book. And if you don't want to buy anything or all that, go to his website, www.brianwilson.com. Everything he's written on there is worth reading. So he's also, like I said before, been to Korea numerous times. And so Brian wasn't able to be with us tonight, but we're going to have what he submitted read by Emily Doral, my daughter. And that's it. Emily's going to take it away.
Thanks, Daddy. The U.S. decision to artificially divide an ancient homogeneous Korea upon the surrender of the Japanese, the subsequent U.S.-directed reign of terror that led directly to the War of National Independence against Western imperialist intervention, and then consequently the hot war to be followed by extensive periods of military dictatorships until 1997, supported by the U.S. government, surely must rank as one of the cruelest tragedies of the 20th century. This is virtually unknown history in the West, and today's issues relating to Korea cannot be understood without knowing this diabolical assault on the Korean soul. Everything we learned about Vietnam has its forerunner in Korea. U.S. support of a corrupt, tyrannical ruler, regular atrocities, mass slaughter of civilians, torture, and imprisonment of dissidents not assassinated, cities and many agricultural areas bombed to total destruction, intense and calculated management of the news narratives about the war, and consistent sabotaging of peace talks throughout the war's duration. On August 8, 1945, exactly 3 months after the German surrender, Russian troops entered Manchuria, as they had earlier promised at the Yalta Conference, overwhelming Japanese forces there. On August 12th, they entered northern Korea, further ousting Japanese forces, thereby assuring no more US casualties. This significant Soviet involvement now made it impossible for the US to exclude the USSR in a post-war Korean settlement. On August 11th, 3 days after the entrance of the Soviet troops in the Japanese arena, and as it turns out, only 4 days before the imminent surrender of Japan, President Truman unilaterally ordered his Department of War to hurriedly identify a supposedly temporary line dividing Korea into 2 zones. The 38th parallel was chosen, a division that placed approximately 21 million rural people, 65% of the country's population, and historic capital city of Seoul in the US zone. 9 million people and the more industrial sectors, with 55% of the land base, were to be in the Soviet zone. Of course, the Koreans were not consulted. The US understood that if it was to assert Western-style capitalist control in Korea, it had to defeat then eliminate the broad-based popular democratic KPR, Korean People's Republic, that immediately organized themselves after the Japanese surrender on the entire peninsula, north and south. Instead of repatriating the defeated Japanese forces as mandated, the US military government manned by nearly 2,000 US officers, most of whom were unable to speak or understand the Korean language, quickly recruited them and their Korean collaborators to continue administrative functions. More important and egregiously, the US military government revived the feared Japanese colonial police force, the Korean National Police. About 85% of the Koreans who had served in the Japanese colonial police force were quickly employed by the US to man the KNP. Other collaborators were recruited into the Korean Constabulary created in December 1945 by the commander of the US forces in Korea. Secret protocols later revealed gave the US operational control of the Southern Korean police and all of its armed forces from August 15th, 1945 to June 30th, 1949. Systemic planned repression began almost immediately, despite the fact that US government knew full well of Korean desires in 1945 for independence. The US possessed a thorough study entitled Joint Army-Navy Intelligence Study of Korea, which described the strong desires of the Koreans for their independence, and that they preferred a cumbersome autonomous transition to the danger and dread of continued control by some successor to Japan. The study described the extent of the 40-year Japanese rule and its collusion with an aristocratic Korean minority, reiterating that the majority of tenant farmers were terribly oppressed. Nonetheless, the US had no intention to grant the Koreans their historical, legal, and cultural rights to independence. And a subsequent US survey of Korean attitudes disclosed that nearly 3/4 of the population clearly wanted a socialist rather than a capitalist system. Furthermore, early reports revealed that their socialist leanings were quite independent of any directives from the Soviet Union and were cooperative, but not under the thumb of Northern Korea communists. The US hurriedly organized wealthy conservative Koreans representing the traditional land-owning elite, and on September 16th, 1945, convened the Korean Democratic Party. US intelligence had quickly identified several hundred conservatives among the older and more educated Koreans who had served the Japanese, who could serve as the nucleus for the rapidly convened KDP. These were the Koreans who had grown wealthy as a result of years of collaboration with their Japanese colonizers. Nonetheless, both US Secretary of State Dean Acheson and George Kennan, Asian specialist for the US State Department, made it clear by 1949 that the ability of the democratically elected Syngman Rhee to suppress the internal threats to his regime was very important for the success of US containment of communism policy. The guerrillas had to be quickly eliminated so that the world could clearly witness Korea's successful landing of the handling of the communist threat. The stakes were high in Korea for the US and the West in general in the new Cold War. The US wanted to make sure that their puppet Rhee would prevail at any cost. Rhee was a US educated Christian in a primarily Buddhist and Confucianist society who had been flown to Korea on General Douglas MacArthur's personal plane on October 16th, 1945. The US cared not one bit about the aspirations of the Korean people for a reunified country. Thus, the US exercised a large role in suppressing any and all resistance to the Rhee regime. Advisors with all Korean army and police units, use of spotter planes to ferret out guerrillas, daily briefings of counterinsurgency units, interrogation and torture of prisoners, regular intelligence briefings, use of transport planes carrying armed troops and supplies, and even the occasional use of US combat forces. The US Rhee forces carried out a ruthless campaign of cleansing the South of dissidents, identifying as a suspected communist anyone who opposed the Rhee regime, whether openly or quietly. In fact, most participants or believers in the popular movement in the South were socialists and unaffiliated with outside communist organizations. As the repression intensified, however, alliances with popular movements in the North, including communist organizations, increased. The Jeju Island insurgency in the South was crushed by August 1949, but on the mainland, guerrilla warfare continued in most provinces until 1950 to 1951. In the eyes of the commander of the US military forces in Korea and President Syngman Rhee, virtually any Korean not a publicly professed rightist was considered a communist traitor. Therefore, massive numbers of farmers, villages, and urban residents who were systematically rounded up in rural areas, villages, and cities from throughout South Korea. Captives were regularly tortured to extract names of others. Thousands were imprisoned, and even more thousands forced to dig mass graves before being ordered into them and shot by fellow Koreans, under which the watch of US officers. Estimates of civilians murdered under the pretext of killing communists during the era of legal US occupation and the succeeding extended period until June 30th, 1949 are in the 500,000 range, with the lowest figure being 100,000, the highest being 800,000. By mid-1949, there were 30,000 alleged communists in Rhee's jails and an estimated 70,000 in so-called guidance camps used as overflow prisons. By December 1949, as many as 1,000 people a day were being rounded up, tortured, and imprisoned. Meanwhile, numerous others were being murdered after torture, not even having the privilege of being thrown in prison. US and Korean agents had penetrated every organization, every student group, every cafe, every workplace, seeking any evidence of publicly expressed dissent and contempt for the Rhee regime. US officials, including at the US Embassy, knew and were complicit in the reign of terror that preceded the open hot war that began on June 25th, 1950.
Thank you very much, Emily, for reading, and thank you, Brian, for writing that beautiful piece. Such important testimony that will be put into the record. And Frank, I just want to let people know. So, Frank, we have one more testimony. Joel Andreas. Frank will be introducing this piece. And I'm going to introduce Nadia Williams, who will speak on Indonesia, or just a 5-minute video clip. And then afterwards, we will go back to the two we passed over. Great testimonies. Ed Rumpel will be speaking on HUAC and the Hollywood 10 and all of that. And John Hankey has his kind of epic but 10-minute film, and that will close us, or get us to the end of our formal program. Take it away, Frank.
All right, Rachel. Hey, that last reader was pretty good.
She's pretty darn good. Must have had a smart mother.
Yeah, smart. She does. Smart mother, all right. And also, thank you, Brian Wilson. Now I'm going to be introducing recorded talk by my friend Joel Andreas, the author of Addicted to War. Joel has been active in the anti-war movement since he was a kid during the Vietnam War. He's written and illustrated 2 comic books exposing U.S. militarism. The first, when he was 17 in high school, he wrote and drew The Incredible Rocky, focused on the role of the Rockefeller family. And brilliant, by the way. And the second is, of course, Addicted to War, Why the U.S. Can't Get Militarism, which recounts history of U.S. foreign wars, and is the book I published, the one book I published along with AK Press, and it's really well-known and popular in the anti-war movement. In 2002, we printed 20,000 copies of Addicted to War, and since then, we've distributed close to 240,000 copies in English. It's in now 13 other languages, and it's being used in high schools and colleges all over the country. Many of the people that spoke today endorsed that book and love the book. So let's see, where are we here? Oh, and Joel is a professor at Johns Hopkins University in Baltimore, and he's my friend. And now roll the tape on what Joel recorded.
Frank, Emily, and Medea for organizing this very important conference and for inviting me to speak. I'd like to start with a proposition. Someday, aerial bombardment will be seen by the world as a war crime and will be outlawed by international convention. I'm not just talking about nuclear weapons or chemical weapons or napalm or white phosphorus bombs. I'm talking about all bombardment of villages and cities from the air. The reason aerial bombardment should be a war crime is because it inherently causes huge numbers of civilian casualties. It's the main reason that civilian casualties have skyrocketed in the 20th and 21st centuries. It is, of course, going to be very difficult to criminalize aerial bombardment. Over the past 7 decades, it's become the main way that the US wages war. Mainstream politicians and the news media present it as normal, but we can never accept it as normal. Aerial bombardment was first widely employed in the First World War. From those early years, starting in those first early years, the targets were not only military, but also civilian. The goal was to destroy the enemy's infrastructure for industrial production and transportation. But the explicit purpose was also to terrorize the civilian population in order to undermine its morale. For this purpose, early on, military planes were deployed on carpet bombing missions of cities and villages. The military strategists who invented this kind of bombing called it, quote, morale bombing or, quote, terror bombing. Eventually, they stopped using these terms and used a less provocative term for strategic bombing, but the purpose remained the same, to terrorize and undermine the morale of the civilian population. Between the world wars, aerial bombardment was employed by the great imperial powers to subdue insurrection in their colonies. But what we might call the global era of aerial bombardment began with the Second World War, and it became institutionalized during the Cold War. During the Second World War, all the major contending powers built fleets of bombers, which were used to destroy entire cities. The US developed the most powerful fleets of bombers and bombs and used them to great effect. First with the firebombing of German and Japanese cities, and then finally with the horrendous nuclear destruction of Hiroshima and Nagasaki. This barbaric act can be seen as the beginning of the Cold War. The strategic purpose of bombing Hiroshima and Nagasaki was to assure that Japan surrendered to the US and not to the Soviet Union. During the ensuing Cold War decades, aerial bombardment became the decisive means of waging war, especially by the United States. Both the US and the Soviet Union built up huge nuclear arsenals. Fortunately, they never have used them. Not a single bomb actually landed on the soil of either of the two superpowers. Instead, the bombs landed on the territories that each of the superpowers were seeking to dominate. The peoples who suffered the most were those targeted by the United States. In the Korean War, the US Air Force virtually leveled the cities of North Korea. The same strategy was used in Vietnam. The so-called air war caused horrendous destruction and loss of life. The US has continued to use the same strategy, and first in the Gulf War, then in the Afghan War, and then in the Iraq War. And they continue to use it throughout the Middle East, as well as in many, many smaller wars over the past 7 decades. Aerial bombardment has several key characteristics. First, as I've noted, it causes large numbers of civilian casualties. Second, it relies on technology only possessed by the wealthy imperialist countries. It creates a one-sided type of warfare. Third, it facilitates the projection of power to distant locations in a way that land-based armies and even naval forces cannot. Fourth, it minimizes military casualties on the attacker's side while maximizing the number of civilian casualties. Only the lives of a few pilots on the attacker's side are put at risk. In conventional land-based warfare, the attacker loses large numbers of soldiers. As US authorities learned during the Vietnam War, these deaths can turn the domestic population against the war. Thus, one of the great advantages of aerial warfare is that it does not spur as much opposition at home. All of these characteristics have made it possible to wage endless wars. The recent development of drone warfare has taken aerial bombardment to a new extreme. It goes even farther in minimizing military casualties on the attacker's side. Not even pilots are put at risk. It's even easier to deploy drones, and therefore it facilitates endless war. Over the past 7 decades, since the Cold War began, the US has made aerial bombardment of people in other countries an integral part of the contemporary world order. It's been bombing people in the Middle East with regularity for the past 3 decades. It started with the Gulf War in 1991 under George Bush. It continued under Clinton and under the second Bush and under Obama, under Trump, and now under Biden. The most recent bombing mission took place only 3 weeks ago on the Syria-Iraq border. US planes and drones raining down bombs on people halfway across the world has become normalized. It's now presented by government officials and by the press as business as usual. The fact that aerial bombardment has become business as usual says something about the brutality of the current world order. It's a world order under US military hegemony. The US sets the rules of war, the practical rules of war, and under its rules, aerial bombardment has become normal. As I noted, mainstream politicians and news media present it this way, but we can never accept it as normal just because they do. We have to step outside the current conceptions of normalcy and legitimacy. We should remember that plantation slavery was also seen as normal in this country at one time. The abolitionist opponents of slavery were seen as extremists that were advancing or who were advancing a utopian agenda. I'm certain that there will come a time when people look back and see killing and maiming civilians by raining down munitions on cities and villages from thousands of feet in the air as a practice just as barbaric as plantation slavery. Although the US continues to dominate the globe militarily, the era of US economic and political hegemony is fading. As its economic and political power fades, it becomes more possible to imagine a future in which the US will no longer be able to set the rules of war. It's very possible that the legitimacy of aerial bombardment will end together with the end of US hegemony. We must do everything we can to make this happen. We must become the abolitionists of our era. And in this historic mission, those of us in the US bear a particularly important responsibility. Thanks.
Thank you, Joel, for that very important filmed testimony and for your amazing book used in so many schools and youth groups and adult groups around the country. Our next testifier, so we're going to, if I have my order correct, we're going to round out the program now with 3 last testimonies. The one is in the program, and the other 2 we're bringing to the end from earlier in the program. So, excuse me. Our next testimony will be from on Indonesia, from Nadia Marina Connolly Williams. She is Director of Communications, Veterans for Peace, San Francisco Chapter 69, and Board Member, Veterans for Peace, Vietnam. And we used to have a desk almost next to each other at Global Exchange. So thank you very much for the testimony that Emily is going to put on. Our next testimony for the Cold War Truth Commission will be from Nadia Connolly Williams. She is Communications Director for the San Francisco Chapter of Veterans for Peace. Welcome, Nadia.
Great. My name is Nadia Connolly Williams, and I'm here to give testimony about my father's early death at the age of 57 and how this is linked to the CIA-backed coup in Indonesia in 1965 and 66. I'm a freelance journalist living in San Francisco, and I'm a board member of several anti-war and pro-conservation organizations. My father and mother met while in their 20s at a Marxist study group in Berkeley, California in 1934 in the depths of the Depression. Their families personally experienced the brutal collapse of global capitalism, and like many disillusioned young people, they joined the American Communist Party. Later, with World War II, the Soviet Union's defeat of Nazism increased their admiration of socialism. Both my parents were teachers. My mother, it was in the grammar school system. My father, Douglas Connolly, taught architecture and engineering at a 2-year college in San Francisco's East Bay, in a low-income community of color, specifically wanting to serve the young people who lived there. He was active in the teachers' union and in the racial integration of the college's faculty and surrounding white suburbs. However, a nationwide atmosphere of fear was building in the 1950s with the McCarthy hearings, witch hunts targeting so-called subversives. In 1957, my father signed up for a 2-year professor exchange program with Indonesia at the University of Bandung. My mother, brother, and I were going to join him for the 2nd year. The exchange program was administered by the University of Kentucky in Lexington, which we later learned was staffed with CIA agents. My father admired Indonesia because the democratically elected government led by President Sukarno was genuinely benefiting the majority of the population. The large Indonesian Communist Party there also headed up the democratic reforms. Sukarno was a prominent leader in the Third World Non-Aligned Movement, hosting the seminal Bandung Conference of 1955. My father arrived in Bandung University in August of 1957. However, after less than 2 weeks there, US agents detained him and ordered him to return to the States. Contract canceled. The following year, in early 1958, the CIA sponsored an unsuccessful coup. Clearly, the Eisenhower-Nixon administration did not want a progressive American like my father present in that country as they sought to overthrow Sukarno. But biding their time, the CIA was key in engineering the final coup of October 1965, when 1 to 2 million Indonesians were massacred. From 1957 on, my father's health disintegrated. He was anxious and fearful of possible FBI blacklisting, professional ruin, and legal battles. He developed ulcers that turned into stomach cancer and died in late 1964, exactly 1 year before the final overthrow in 1965 of Sukarno and the installation of the murderous regime of General Suharto. An estimated 1 to 2 million were killed. The rivers were choked with bodies so that boats could not even navigate. Tens of thousands were imprisoned under barbaric conditions, some for decades. The terror was not just political, and not only against communists, but against all who resisted the dictatorship. Economic, ethnic, and religious divides fueled the oppression as well. Resource-rich Indonesia was literally carved up and opened for Western plunder at a November 1967 summit in Geneva, Switzerland, of the world's richest corporations and banks. Fear dominates Indonesia to this day, powerfully shown in 2 recent Oscar-nominated documentary films by Joshua Oppenheimer and in a 2020 book by Vincent Bivens titled, quote, "The Jakarta Method, Washington's Anti-Communist Crusade and the Mass Murder Program That Shapes Our World," unquote. Jakarta is Indonesia's capital.
Thank you, Nadia, for your testimony. It will be submitted into the record. Thank you very much. Thank you. And now we are going to go back, Emily, to Ed Rumpel. And Ed Rumpel is an LA-based full-time freelance writer and author. He was named after legendary CBS broadcaster Edward R. Murrow. He has written for many major publications. Rumpel currently covers LA's art scene for the Hollywood Progressive. And I want to say that, you know, we were ending out the program on international scope. And so we're going back to Hollywood right now. But I want, you know, we've heard the depth of what we've done around the world. And it's some ideas in the chat on what to do about this. Thank you.
Today is the 70th anniversary of the second wave of the Hollywood blacklist, a U.S. government and private business organized attack against freedom of speech in the motion picture industry. Before actor Larry Parks was badgered into betraying himself and others on March 21st, 1951, this assault on free expression systematically began in October 1947, when the first of the Hollywood 10 testified before the House Un-American Activities Committee, or HUAC. Those hearings resulted in the imprisonment and fining of the 10 filmmakers in the land of the free, largely for refusing to answer congressional committee questions about the political and union affiliations of themselves and others. The 1947 HUAC hearings also resulted in an expanding blacklist in Hollywood, with studios increasingly denying employment to writers, directors, actors, etc. This is how the Inquisition in Hollywood worked. Talent subpoenaed to testify before Washington witch hunters were asked the $64,000 question: are you now, or have you ever been, a member of the Communist Party? They were also bullied to incriminate others as peers and or supporters of various left-wing causes. It wasn't enough to confess one's own political sins. Penitents also had to denounce other heretics for their political associations and thought crimes. Cooperative, friendly witnesses who informed on themselves and named names of others to a congressional committee, the studio chiefs, and or certain private entities, were generally allowed to crawl back to work in the movie industry. However, unfriendly witnesses who refused to cooperate and rat out others were forbidden from making pictures. This auto-da-fe wasn't limited to those in the movie colony who joined the Communist Party or CP. Heroic non-communists like actors Marsha Hunt and John Garfield had their employment curtailed because they wouldn't name others to save their own skins. More than 300 La La Land professionals lost jobs due to this motion picture purge. The Hollywood blacklist's consequences extended far beyond the ability of casts and crews to earn a living. This act of blatant censorship also adversely impacted upon American culture. What the US experienced from roughly 1947 to 1960 was a coordinated campaign to subvert and undermine the First Amendment by J. Edgar Hoover's FBI and the US House of Representatives, acting in league with studio moguls. In 1950, Senator Joe McCarthy joined the anti-communist crusade and chaired the Senate Permanent Subcommittee on Investigations, focusing on purported reds in the US government and army. But McCarthy did call some prominent artists to testify, including poet Langston Hughes, writer Dashiell Hammett, composer Aaron Copland, and novelist Howard Fast. After World War II, America emerged as a nuclear-armed superpower and tried to impose global hegemony. To do this, Washington had to suppress dissent in the homeland. With HUAC and McCarthyism, the US ruling class brought the Cold War home. To become the world's policeman, US imperialists had to police America too. And badgering, tyrannizing celebrities attracted publicity and also warned ordinary people that they better be obedient. Today, right-wingers howl against political correctness and wokeness. HUAC and McCarthyism really were Cold War cancel culture, with congressional and intelligence entities collaborating with industrialists, the movie moguls, to impose their propagandistic version of politically correct arts and entertainment on Americans. This conservative cancel culture, which censored, stifled, punished, and policed domestic dissent, was an essential part of the Cold War's ideological holy war. The 1950s is widely seen as a dreary era of conformity, which explains why so many reactionaries yearn to return to it. Let's take a look at what the Hollywood blacklist and McCarthyism actually denied to American culture. The witch hunts are popularly portrayed as Reds under the bed's anti-communist hysteria. But as a film historian who thoroughly researched this period, I have a different viewpoint. There were, in fact, a significant number of communists, plus many fellow travelers and independent leftists in Hollywood from the 30s until the HUAC purges. Injecting progressive content, they made the movies better. Let's look at some other films that exemplify the cultural contributions of Communist Party and leftist talents. What beloved movie from Hollywood's golden age most embodies America's democratic values? In 1939's iconic Mr. Smith Goes to Washington, Jimmy Stewart stars as an idealistic young senator who does battle with congressional corruption. Frank Capra directed this popular classic, which received 10 Academy Award nominations. But when the Grand Inquisitors returned to Tinseltown in 1951, he was subpoenaed to testify. Refusing to name names, Bookman was blacklisted, fined, and found guilty of contempt of Congress. Capitol Hill finally exacted its revenge on the screenwriter who'd critiqued the Senate in Mr. Smith. In 1936, Charlie Chaplin stood up for factory workers, strikers, and the unemployed during the Depression in modern times. In 1940, as Nazis conquered Europe, Chaplin's satire, The Great Dictator, bravely mocked Hitler and defended the Jews. What was Chaplin's reward? When Charlie sailed to London in 1952, British citizens' re-entry permit to America was revoked. Charlie, never a CPer, spent the rest of his life in exile. Despite their 13-year inquisition, Tinseltown's Turkey Martyrs were turkeys who never formally charged a single US-born artist with espionage and or treason. And despite the persecution of abused, unemployed North American-born talents, not one defected to the Iron Curtain. The blacklist also launched the political careers of two US presidents. Actor Ronald Reagan, who testified to HUAC, which Congressman Richard Nixon served on. When today's right-wingers squeal about the new McCarthyism, remind them about the old McCarthyism, about the Cold War cancel culture unleashed against leftists in the 40s and the 50s by House and Senate committees, the FBI, and the entertainment industry. And oh, of course, there's a direct link from real McCarthyism to Donald Trump. Joe McCarthy's chief counsel, the scum of the earth, Roy Cohn, was, of course, the Donald's attorney. In the USA, from the Palmer Raid to the first Red Scare, to the Cold War, to HUAC, to McCarthyism, to COINTELPRO, to Trumpism and beyond, political repression and the national security surveillance state have primarily targeted leftists. And it has done so at a great cost to American culture and our political discourse. Thank you.
Bravo. Thank you, Ed. Thank you for your testimony. Thank you, Ed. And again, he's our first project. We're talking about putting on a Cold War film festival, definitely. And so our final testimony, and appropriate, we go out with a movie. And I want to say before this, Frank, just looking at you right now, it's been a pleasure. We've known each other for 20 years, but we had a blast sticking it to fascism for the last month together. So I just really enjoyed this work with you.
Oh, same here, Rachel. Thanks for letting me be part of it. It's one of the most amazing things I've ever been part of. This is historic.
It's wonderful. Thank you for helping so much to make it happen. And so we will, just so you know, we will maintain the mics open for a little bit, conversation for whatever, but it's the formal part will be done after John Hankey's film. And so I am going to introduce him. John Hankey also submitted testimony 3 years ago for the first Cold War Truth Commission, and it was very good then also. So John Hankey is a former history teacher who is also a filmmaker and director and writer. Films he is known for are Dark Legacy, Legacy 2, and Is Trump for Real? Take it away.
My name is John Hankey. I taught history for 30 years to the best kids in the world, but history's always been my thing, and now I make documentary films. I'm going to try in 5 minutes to give a 30 million year background of the Cold War. Ready, set, go. 30 million years ago, the global weather at the time fostered a world that was covered with forests, and those forests were filled with monkeys, all kinds of monkeys, and apes, massive ones like gorillas, less massive ones like chimps, but our ancestors were the only ones who could survive outside the rainforest because our ancestors shared. Richard Leakey and a host of other paleoanthropologists have devoted their lives to proving this point. Owen Lovejoy, my favorite, points to the fact that we and our ancestors have a lot more sex than all the other apes. It's one of the main differences, and Lovejoy argues that this is probably why our species shares. Regular sex fostered, selected for, permanent relationships, love and sharing were selected for. And as a result of the parents sharing with each other, the kids survived, and our species survived in areas where no other ape could survive. Upright walking on 2 legs evolved and was selected for because, and only because, it freed our hands to carry more food home to our loved ones. Without question, the sharing of food has always been fundamental to all human societies for the last 20 million years at least. Our very complex, interdependent communities led to a much higher survival rate for the children, and fostered the development of language, and fostered the development of human emotional responses like sympathy and love, all of which fostered the vastly successful sharing behaviors which allowed our ancestors to thrive in hostile environments where no other ape could hope to survive, much less thrive, for millions and millions and millions of years. Tribes were the principal social organization and endure today. Our ancestors eventually stumbled upon the domestication of fire, which allowed them to move out of Africa. And then they stumbled upon agriculture, which led them to develop villages, settled communities, but with sharing and cooperation and love at the very center of everything, of all human activities. 10,000 years ago, there were cities of 10,000 people, with no palaces or mansions, everyone shared, no rich and no poor. And then something happened. Climate change, probably. If you're a hunter-gatherer living on a relatively uninhabited planet, and the climate changes, you can go wherever you need to go to survive. But if you have a city of 10,000 people, and then suddenly it doesn't rain for 20 years, it's a very, very serious problem. And this may have caused the disaster that led to the breakdown of the communal tribal principle of sharing, of the whole community committed to the good of all, that had guided our species through 20 million years. Some unknown cancer led to the development of societies ruled by stingy, murderous monsters who preyed on innocent communities, predator societies like the Athenians and the Israelites. Jesus and Buddha and Muhammad all reacted to this horrible change. They reacted to this move toward brutal selfishness by leading their followers to treat each other like family. Hell, the Founding Fathers found themselves pretending to be communists, saying we should all work together for the benefit of all. They certainly were not promoting government of the rich, by the rich, for the rich. My point is that these ideas that governments should serve the interests of everybody in society, especially those most in need, the idea that all members of society should look out for all members of society, these are ancient communist ideas. They are also absolutely basic to what it means to be a human. And the anti-communism of the Cold War is anti-human, reptilian even, as well as fascist. Government of the people, by the people, for the people, on the other hand, is a communist notion. Here's some stuff about Roosevelt you probably didn't know. Before sending England any war aid, Roosevelt forced Churchill to sign the Atlantic Charter, agreeing that all people have the right to choose the form of government under which they will live. In other words, Roosevelt forced Churchill to agree that England had to give up its colonies. Looking at the previously secret Yalta agreements, Eric Alterman has exposed the lie that we have always been told about Russian aggression in Eastern Europe. At the end of the war, Roosevelt and Stalin both had to decide how to prevent the losers, the fascist countries, from returning to fascism. And it was agreed that the U.S. would take responsibility for France, Italy, Western Germany, and Greece, and Russia, which had lost 26 million people fighting these fascists. Russia would make sure that it had friendly anti-fascist governments in place in the country along its own borders. There was no Russian seizure of Eastern Europe. It was agreed. And there is not, and has never been, any evidence that the Russians ever had any intention of expanding westward. But Averell Harriman rushed from Russia to the United States the instant Roosevelt died and began filling Truman's head with the lie that the Russians had seized Eastern Europe and wanted to invade Western Europe. Alterman says Harriman was acting like he knew Roosevelt was about to die. How did he know? But now meet Archimedes Patty, the head of U.S. military intelligence for Vietnam.
We had instructions from the White House, from President Roosevelt through General Donovan, not to assist the French in returning and recouping their former colony.
Roosevelt not only forbade anyone from giving arms or help to the French, Roosevelt made clear that he felt that the French needed to be thrown out. Donovan, the head of the OSS, told Patty to go ahead and use Ho Chi Minh, meaning to give him and his men weapons and training, which Patty did. Under Roosevelt, the U.S. armed and trained Ho's army. But did you miss that? The U.S. was already using Mao before they started using Ho. Under Roosevelt, the U.S. was giving arms and training to Chairman Mao and his troops. weapons and training that Roosevelt knew would be used to put the communists in power in China and in Vietnam, as Patty knew that the arms and training the U.S. was giving Ho would be used against the French. In Roosevelt's eyes and in Patty's eyes and probably Donovan's, the communists were the good guys. Kind of a duh. Patrice Lumumba, Kennedy, Malcolm, Martin, Medgar, Fred Hampton, Mark Clark, Fidel, Che, and Kennedy. At several cocktail parties, Nancy Pelosi has said that Cheney killed Wellstone. And don't you doubt it. That's why no Democrat can talk about the deep state or 9/11 or even JFK 58 years after the fact. So, surprise, surprise, Roosevelt's son, Elliot, says Stalin told him that his dad, FDR, was murdered by the Churchill gang. Wait, you remember that part? Averell Harriman rushed from Russia to the United States the instant Roosevelt died and began filling Truman's head with the lie that the Russians had seized Eastern Europe and wanted to invade Western Europe. Alterman says Harriman was acting like he knew Roosevelt was about to die. How did he know? Harriman knew because the American fascists killed FDR. Eliot tried to get that story published in 1946 and couldn't. So he waited 40 years and tried again. Roosevelt died. Truman was lied to by the American fascists and told that the Russians were monstrous aggressors. Eisenhower let the fascists run wild, but then Kennedy came in. Bet you never heard this speech.
Mankind must put an end to war, or war will put an end to mankind. It is therefore our intention to challenge the Soviet Union, not to an arms race, but to a peace race, to advance together, step by step, stage by stage, until general and complete disarmament has been achieved. Under the eyes of an international disarmament organization, a steady reduction in force, both nuclear and conventional, until it has abolished all armies and all weapons. And it starts that process now, today, even as the talks begin.
He wasn't kidding. There were real negotiations. In the movie, JFK, Mr. X, the real Fletcher Prouty, talks about Kennedy's plan for peace in Vietnam.
I spent much of September '63 working on the Kennedy plan for getting all U.S. personnel out of Vietnam by the end of 1965.
This recently declassified memo from Maxwell Taylor confirms that Kennedy ordered the military to begin that day, October 4th, implementing that plan. A week after Kennedy forced Taylor to sign this order, Oswald was hired at the book depository. This was Kennedy's death warrant. I don't think there can be any question but that Kennedy was murdered because he planned to end the Cold War. And Johnson, and every president since, has lived knowing that, and lived explicitly with the same threat, that is, knowing that they would be murdered if they tried to change the way things are. So I say, don't just defund the police. That's an important start. But defund the military and spend that budget helping people and the planet.
Well, there you go. And there you have it. Frank, you want to unmute? And
Main man, John Hankey, yeah.
Yes.
Well,
And
we had so
again-
many great truth tellers, testifiers, speakers, videos, covering so many things. And even with all this, we couldn't cover everything the United States has done.
Of course. So we are we're playing it by ear. We're saying we're open to if folks would like to say something. But court adjourned for now. Right?
I just like to say what.
Yeah, I just want to
I'd
say,
like to
just
say what
I put a bunch of stuff in the chat. Check it out. It's a list of about 16 ideas. Frank?
I just want to say what I said at the beginning. First of all, thanking you, Rachel, for having this idea and for making it happen. And it was a thrill for me to work with you. And I wanted to just tell anybody who's still listening, they can see this on YouTube. Apparently, it's going to be there right away and forever. And people could use it and show it to others and see parts of it or whatever. And if they haven't seen all, they could go back and see different parts. And we want to make people know that. And also, they've put, I guess in the chat, all these different videos or films can be seen, the links, including my film, What Other About U.S. Foreign Policy, Barbara Trent's 2 films, The Panama Deception, Cover Up, and Behind the Contrafair, and Norman Solomon's No More War Made Easy. And there's a bunch of other films that are listed there for people that are all on YouTube. And I just wanted to say that.
And also another way to stay involved and to stay kind of communicating with this community is through the Facebook page that we started, Cold War Truth Commission. So in the past couple days, I've gotten a bunch of people wanting to join. We have over 200 members, and we opened up just a few weeks ago. So definitely, it's a way to stay in communication and organizing. Okay. And so super shout out to also to Emily, who's really done the massive job of this. Mary, who was here earlier doing tech. John for helping me make some of those videos, and my family here for not seeing me for a month. So thank you, Cold War Truth Commission. Thank you. All right. Now we're going to be able to stop the United States from attacking other people and have peace in the world. Yeah. So why don't we? Yeah. Okay. I know. It's a late time. And again, just our apologies to the East Coast. And that we had no idea, right, Frank? So it was. It's been a wonderful time. Thank you. And we will definitely save the chat. And it'll be up on the Code Pink website. You all have my email. You probably have Frank's. Now you have Alicia's. Maybe people, if they feel comfortable, that's a good idea, Alicia, to put your email if you feel comfortable or want to do that. That would be good. And I would say, the most direct thing, and I think that is just very important, EK, right? And now what? Tomorrow's another day. Literally, it's Monday. And Carly Town, Code Pink, gave us our marching orders. And that's to talk to our congressional representatives about 2 things. One was to have them all, ask them to join, if they have not, the new military spending reduction caucus in the House. So have they joined it? And if they haven't, why not? And why they should. There's a lot of stuff up on the Code Pink website about that. And also to not take any campaign money. Do you take any campaign money from war industry? And I think the environmental movement has some good history of that too, looking, oil money and of course, the corporate money, things like that. So that's something we can do tomorrow. And I think it's just important, how does today then mix in with that? Is that I think we've been refreshed or maybe known for the first time or gotten a deeper understanding, definitely, about the big picture, the pattern, or in Espanol, el patrón, the pattern of all of this. And to take that to our congressional representatives, many of whom are genuinely concerned about what happened January 6th and scratching their heads and wondering how this happened. So we have provided here oodles of information, and people are going to be needing to look at it more and more. As they say, as the objective conditions get worse and as things get more difficult, let's hope more and more people listen. So thank you very much. Thank you all for the shout outs in the chat. And we're going to Good. Keep the emails coming. Keep the emails coming. Yeah, Rick fell. There were so many when different people were talking. I thought you should meet this person, and so great. There's still 74 people on this this call, and it's up on YouTube. So who knows how many? No. Okay. Nice. So thank you for sharing. If you don't know, so we're going to be saving the chat for sure. But also you can save the chat if you go down to the bottom right, where people are putting in their 2 cents, to the bottom right, there's 3 little dots, and you can click on that and it says to save the chat. You can save it. Another, very, very important, aspect of this is that it will be saved and up on the Code Pink website. And an idea that people were really excited about, all the testifiers from today, was the idea that you could take from this long piece, which is what Frank did for all these movies, for his amazing movie, What I Learned About U.S. Foreign Policy, is take snippets, take individual talks, and then, so that's definitely possible. Okay. Yeah.
I remember something that Rachel, something I forgot to say earlier because I couldn't remember everything. But we mentioned a few people here and there that have passed away, and I wanted to mention 2 more. Blaze was mentioned, Howard Zinn, and Phil Agee, and William Bloom was mentioned, and of course others. But I wanted to mention for Los Angeles people, Don White, and I wanted to mention Harrison Agnos, our millionaire friend that funded the Peace Movement in this area. He gave free rent to all the peace groups for 30 years, Harrison Agnos, and Don White, our great friend. And I worked with Alicia Rivera on Don White's memorial. Where there were so many of us. I remember Alicia from that. And oh boy.
Thank you.
But this is another thing, what, another good thing that happened with this is you brought all these people together, Rachel. There's so many people that a lot of people knew each other, but a lot of people didn't know each other. So they got to see,
Yeah. Yeah.
That was a good thing because we need to come together. I wonder how many CIA people were watching.
Well, maybe they got an education and maybe some humility and some, yeah. Okay. So I think we're going to call it. Is there any way, Emily, for everyone to be able to unmute? I don't know. Can you change the settings and we all say goodbye, or I don't know. Yes, there is.
Yes.
Oh,
hey, it's Barbara.
Yeah. Everyone say your name, where you're from. Rachel, San Pedro. All together.
Mexico City.
Woo.
Hey, Sheila.
Yay.
Sheila Goldner.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can unmute people. You all unmute. We could say.
Oh.
North Carolina.
Hey, there's
Yay.
good job. Good job, everybody.
Hey, Bill.
Learned a lot.
Bob in Berkeley.
Yeah.
Thank you, Frank. Thank you, Rachel.
Nuri.
Thank you.
Thank
Nuri.
you,
I was talking so late.
Bye.
Oh, it's wonderful.
For you two, so exhausted that I was panicked and I
No, it's
didn't
all
say
good.
what I wanted to
سال
say.
نو مبارک نوری خانم سال نو مبارک نوری خانم
Hello. Bahrain.
It exceeded expectations.
Hey, and just, I'm hearing different
Hey,
parts of the
Eureka.
country. That was the idea when we first did the Cold War Truth Commission. We wanted people to take it out across the country. Before we had this thing called Zoom, we imagined that people just going in their own part of the country and doing local events all over. So someday we'll all be live again and we'll need to be in our space. Yeah. Take it to the streets. It's open source, this term, this idea. It's everybody's now.
Yeah.
Thank you. Woo.
Nuri.
Okay.
What a story.
You did a great job. Thank you.
Great job.
After my bedtime. Thank you.
Thank you. Hola, Sad. Okay.
Just a marvelous job, Rachel. Just a marvelous job,
Rachel.
Frank. Just wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you, Melanie. Thank
Buenas
you.
noches.
Buenas noches, amor.
Buenas noches.
Gracias a todos.
Hey, there's
See you, Alicia.
Yeah.
What a
Thank
story.
you.
Wonderful. Thank
Awesome.
you, Johnson. Hola, Janet.
Peace out.
Okay. Peace out.
Hey, Rachel.
Yes.
So amazing what you and Frank and everybody has put together. And on your